Hello, Internet, and welcome to Creative Live. This is day 2 of JD and Jasmine Starr's The Art of Being a Second Shooter. Yesterday was fantastic. We were on location at Soto Park, beautiful, beautiful space, and today we are back in the Creative Live studio here in Seattle. My name is Kenan Klosterman, and I will be your host today, along with the lovely Susan Roderick. How are you doing, Susan?
I'm doing excellent. Happy to be here. Glad to have Jasmine and JD in the house. So,
what was your favorite part of yesterday?
Well, I love watching these guys shoot. I love watching them in action. So I think my favorite part was just watching them get the shots because they're amazing. They're amazing photographers. So
I really loved thinking about the different types of second shooters and coming at it. I really like that they broke it down as to what the different places that you might be coming from are. So if you missed yesterday, you are in store for an amazing day today.
And I think they'll recap those 3 photographers probably so we can.
Absolutely.
All right, well, along with everybody joining us from around the world, please let us know where you're joining us from. I've kind of already dropped that in the chat room, so let us know, and we're going to introduce you to our 8 amazing, incredible, wonderful students that we have. So why don't you tell everybody at home where people can find you online if you want to say your Twitter handle or your website, maybe your Instagram. And also just let them know your name and maybe something that you learned from yesterday or an aha moment or something that you got out of yesterday. That would be awesome. And we'll start with you.
Cool. My name's Eric Ciccarelli. My wife and I are a team. So we are Ciccarelli Photography. It's kind of a long, obnoxious name. But so Ciccarelli Photography. But yesterday was great. And we went home and just were spitting out like tons and tons of things that we learned. But a big thing for us was the reinforcement of a team, so that was great, and seeing that it can work, and how nice it really was to work with your spouse, so that was amazing. But a real fine-tuned thing that we loved was, that I took away was, even if myself or Marissa's getting a shot, her shot may be even more important, so setting her up for something, and vice versa, so that was, just a little thing like that was huge, so.
Sometimes it is those little things.
It was great.
And we're going to talk more about couples working together today.
Cool.
I'm Marissa Ciccarelli, and we're ciccarelliphotography.com. You can also find us on Facebook, and our Twitter is Ciccarelli Photo, F-O-T-O. I think what I took away yesterday was just same thing, working as a team, but also just watching Jasmine and JD at work was awesome. We loved seeing how if she was in a spot, he was somewhere else. And we've been working on that actually like the past couple weeks, so it just totally reinforces that, you know, we're on the right path and we got to keep working on that and making sure that, you know, our angles are always something different, so we're getting a different shot. But that was my aha moment from yesterday.
All right, we have couple number 1 and couple number 2.
My name is Kevin Rich. My wife and I are Lady and Gent Photography. You can find us online at ladyandgent.com and Facebook at Lady and Gent Photography. My Twitter and Instagram handle is at WKevinRich. I think the big thing that stood out for me yesterday was just the effective use of time. If Jasmine was posing a couple, JD was taking shots of the details of the flowers of the boutonnieres or of jewelry that the bride or the bridesmaids were wearing. That effective use of time was always there. So
Fantastic.
I'm Becca Rich. You can find me at Instagram at Becca Kate, K-T-E 0602. And we had such an awesome time yesterday. And just to resonate with our first friends here with Marissa, what she said about just the utilization of time, and like Kevin said, we work really well together. We really enjoy being together, but being effective with our time is like such an area that we could definitely grow in, and knowing that we can be broadening our portfolio in that way, because there's been times where he's shooting and I just stop or do something else, but we definitely saw so many opportunities that we can utilize in our business, and we'll definitely
more to come today.
Absolutely, yeah, we'll definitely be doing a lot with us.
Hi, I'm Nicole Cerruto. You can find me on the internet at NicoleDanielleStudios.com. My favorite part of yesterday was learning that, obviously working as a second shooter, it's important to learn and enhance your skills, but it's also about the wedding portfolio that you're working on for the day. So getting that shot to build your portfolio, but also building the wedding portfolio.
Awesome.
My name is Laura Adams, and my Twitter handle is @LauraLizPhoto, and that's PHOTO. My favorite moment from yesterday was finding out a little trick about changing lenses when you're close to the first shooter, putting on a different lens to get a different perspective. So I was able to work with Tara last night on that, and that was a lot of fun. So.
Very cool.
Yeah, Laura and I had fun shooting on an engagement shoot last night.
Did you?
Yeah, we did.
Now,
we
was
went
that
went to the
planned in
RV. No.
advance?
I drove her to the workshop yesterday, and I was like, well, I don't want to take you to your hotel yet, so just come with me.
Come with me.
Yeah.
The beauty of
it was
being
awesome.
in the Creative Live studio audience.
Yeah.
My goodness, that is fantastic.
Yeah, it was great. So I'm Tara Brown. You can find me at tara-brown.com. I'm also on Facebook at Tara Brown Photography and Twitter and Instagram at the Tara Brown. So other than having the different lenses and setting up the different expectations for the types of shots to get, I also really appreciated hearing about the agreement. Because I've only second shot 3 times, but having just kind of verbal, not too much understanding, there were, at the end of it, there were a lot of kind of uncertainties. And so having that agreement and really laying out, what is expected, what can you do with your photos, that was really helpful, and I'm really looking forward to being able to use that. So.
Awesome. And for people who weren't here yesterday, actually, we'll talk about this again later, but Jasmine and JD have put together an agreement, first second shooter agreement, that they're actually selling on their store. So you can go check that out at the Jasmine Star store.
I'm Mark Valentine, and you can find me online at markvalentinephotography.com, and my Twitter is @ValentineMarkD. Yesterday, aside from the lightning bug comment for, for ISO and learning all about that, I really appreciated kind of just the thought process of going into photographing grooms and the groomsmen getting ready to the directional light, figuring out settings toward the window, away from the window, and then a side lighting or a split lighting. I've always kind of done that, but thinking about it from the start is really going to help transition into that and make better photographs.
What I love is that you guys were paying attention. That was a lot of learning going on right there amongst the 8 of you, and I can only imagine that folks online were doing the same. So Susan, briefly, let us know who is in there and what they learned.
All right, well, we didn't actually ask them to tell us what they learned, so we'll get that as we go
Awesome.
along today. So let's say Pink Lady is joining us from Tasmania, Australia. Jasmine, you'll like this one. Filtered Light is joining us from Jersey Shore. We have Todd, who is watching from Australia, and it's 2 a.m. And a big shout out to Marion, who's joining us from Bucharest, Romania. Hey, Marion, how's it going?
And Todd Australia is a regular, so special shout out to Todd today. Everybody, it is just about that time to get started, so let's do that. Oh, one more thing, actually. I want to encourage all of you. These guys have all said their Twitter handles. I want to encourage all of you to reach out and connect with them, and that's just, again, the beautiful thing about being here in the Creative Live Studio audience is opening up a space for people to connect with you guys there. So looking forward to hearing your stories after the fact as well. So let's get started, everybody. Again, welcome to Creative Live. This is the art of being a second shooter with JD and Jasmine Star. I'm just going to take you through a quick tutorial about how to watch today's class, how to ask questions and chat, and how to purchase the course videos. There's one place to watch Creative Live, and that's creativelive.com/live. You can take us on the go on your iPhone, iPad, or Android-friendly device, so wherever you are today, you can take JD and Jasmine with you. Let's take a look at the live page, which you are watching right now. Just note that you can always go up and see what is playing on the variety of channels here on Creative Live by the Watch Live button up at the top left. Beneath the video that you're watching is where you can easily purchase the course. So we reach as many people as possible during the live event, but if you can't make the whole event or you know that you're going to want to have this as a resource, you can purchase anytime access to these course videos by adding it to your library right there. And the course is $99. However, today during the live event, it is $79, and we put that at a discount price during our live events. We invite you to join us and Todd Australia and Marion and all the folks who are joining us from all around the world in our chat rooms. Not only can you ask your questions for JD and Jasmine in there, but you can interact with each other. And that is the beautiful thing about Creative Live, is this is a social classroom. It's really a unique thing that you can connect with these people all over the world. So get in that chat room, and I'll take you through it. There are 3 tabs across the top. The first one is the Creative Live tab, and this is the room for you guys to have your on-topic conversations. So a lot of connections going on, a lot of sharing of different ideas and different knowledge. Do that in the live room. Secondly, we have the Creative Cues room, and this is for your questions for JD and Jasmine. My goodness, you guys were amazing yesterday out there online. In addition to our studio audience, I think we had about 12 pages of questions by the end of the day. So keep them coming. We love seeing how hungry you guys are for this course about second shooting, because we know that that's not out there a lot, that education out there about how to become a second shooter, how to get jobs, what to do. It's really been an incredible course. And finally, we have the Creative Lounge, and this is where we invite you to have your off-topic conversations with each other. So keep it friendly. Again, connect there in the lounge, and we look forward to just having you grow the community there. In addition to the chat rooms, you can also ask your questions via social media. Again, we are a social network here at Creative Live. So going over to facebook.com/creativelive, we can look for your comments and questions there as well. In addition to that, we are using the hashtag JDJStar. So everybody, we're using that on Twitter and Instagram. If you want to share your Creative Live classroom, show us where you're watching Creative Live from and use that hashtag. We love to see that as well, building that global classroom. So just again, a little bit about, for those of you who might be new to Creative Live, about how we work. We broadcast live events with world-class industry experts, and we connect all of you out there online with them for free during our live events. We're trying here to raise the industry bar and bring as much knowledge out there to all of you who are lifelong learners, who are creatives, who are looking to take your passions and explode with them. So this course here is $99. You can purchase the course, anytime access to that course. However, during the live event, you can purchase it till at $79. So you'll see beneath the video that you're watching right now a countdown timer, and that tells you how much time you have left to get it at that discounted price of $79. And again, that gives you anytime access to all of the videos, plus some bonus materials that we're going to talk about right now. This is the course page, so all of the content, everything you need to find about this course is right there on the course page itself. You can, again, purchase the course directly here on the course page as well. We are including, Jasmine and JD are generously including the keynote, the PDF. All of the slides from yesterday and today are part of the paid download. So this is awesome because you can go back and maybe not have to take as many notes. Again, when you miss portions of the class, you have that keynote there. And again, we try to then break out the videos into different bite-sized chunks so that you can find exactly what you're looking for. So you can download those onto your own computers or mobile devices. There's a high-definition version, a low-res version that are great for mobile devices. And then you can also, at any time, just stream directly from the Creative Live website. When you purchase those courses, they're added to your account. You just log into that account, go to your Courses tab, and you will find everything right there. We gave away a lot of prizes yesterday, and we're going to do the same today. I don't know what the final count was, JD and Jasmine, but there was a battle going on between how many quotes were going for who. So we'll have to see what happens today. But feel free to go to Facebook page, listen for your favorite JD or Jasmine quote, and you're going to put that in. You can enter on Facebook 1 time per hour. However, on Twitter, you can enter as many times as you would like. So make sure you include @JasmineStar in your tweet, as well as the course page URL. You see a short version there on the screen right now, but you can always just jump over to the course page, copy and paste that, include it in your tweet. That is how we search for the tweets for the contest, so make sure you are entering that way. And if you have any questions about that, you can just head on over to creativelive.com/blog and find out all the details about not only how to enter, but also what you can win. All right, everybody, it is that time for me to welcome back to the Creative Live stage international wedding photographers, educators. This is their 5th time here on Creative Live. Jasmine, Star, and JD have been part of the Creative Live family for 3 years, and this is the first time JD is teaching alongside Jasmine. So please help me welcome back Jasmine and JD. Come on out.
All right.
Hey guys. Sorry.
Thank you guys.
I'll join you back here. I'm so sorry, Gina. How are you guys doing this morning?
We're doing well. We're doing
You're
very well.
looking amazing.
She looks great.
I mean, you're looking amazing too.
Oh, no, don't even give me. When I saw her come out the doors too, I was just like, whoa,
Well,
where are we going?
Well, I didn't sleep very much last night. I was working really hard on getting all of the photos ready for today. So I just figured, you know, a little extra eye concealer and a sparkly dress. You know, when you're not sleeping, you're not feeling your best.
Well,
it's time to wear the sparkles.
You got it going on.
Well, thank you guys. Thank you.
What was your favorite part about yesterday?
I actually really enjoyed. I love the fact that the students did this for this course. For some reason, you guys were really engaged the entire time, and you were asking us the greatest questions. So I really loved that, and I actually liked working through that shoot. It was I felt now after when I went home, I was just like, whoa, that was a photo bomb. Like I just really showed the worst images on that screen, and it was. I've been a little nerve-wracking, and now I know how it feels just to be exposed like that. So I'm excited, though, to actually show and get back to kind of what the final shoot was, and kind of that was my favorite part.
Awesome.
My favorite part was actually this morning, hearing that you guys first and second shot an engagement session. So you guys same day applied what you guys learned, which I think is
really cool.
So incredible. I was sitting back there like fist pumping you guys. That was great. Like that was awesome. I loved hearing that. It was good.
Yep.
It was good.
Awesome. Well, we are looking forward to another jam-packed day, so let's do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. So how are you guys doing? Good. Good. You guys
Exciting.
saw me running around backstage, right? I was like, ah. Well, you got to come on and act professional.
Actually, yesterday went by so fast that today I want to take a minute to just kind of soak it in because it's day 2, and it's probably going to go by fast also, but. For all you second shooters, I just want to make sure that after we leave here, I want to make sure that you guys are still connecting with each other. And because, a lot of the times the attention is placed on the first shooter, and that's great. But to have a dedicated space for us, like I mentioned yesterday, is just beyond amazing. So I hope that we take this and we just kind of continue having second shooter opportunities for us in the future. So.
Cool. So just as a brief overview for people who are tuning in for the first time today, we're going to go over a few of the main points that we touched on yesterday. So we talked about defining what type of second shooter you are. So the minute you define where you are now, you can ultimately define where you want to go. We spoke about how to get second shooter jobs. And we also spoke about the best ways to present a second shooter's portfolio. Because what we see a lot are people just sending broad links instead of a curated image selection of images. We also spoke about second shooter etiquette, the do's and the don'ts, and actually people online, the people within the Facebook group and also on the Restart group were the people who offered these suggestions, but revisiting these, people were like, I wish my second shooter would get a list of those. And so it was great because at least we knew we were all on the same page about the kind of pressure points we go through. Also, we discussed about having an agreement between a first and second shooter, and not a verbal agreement, but actually something that's written down and outlined so everybody's on the same page. And lastly, we hosted that live shoot. That is like JD's favorite memory.
I'm cringing every time I think of it. It was stressful. It was hot, and the lighting. For some reason, I don't know if the air conditioners must have gone off, but it just started getting really warm in there. I was sweating, and for some, the light, I'm not going to complain. I'm trying to make an excuse, actually. I'm like, what can I say? But no, it is what it is. A lot of times you just have to work through those moments. So yeah, it was great. It was a great learning experience.
So this is from and I think that one of the best things about doing something like Creative Live, this is now the 5th time that I have done it, the first time we've done it together, and I know exactly how he's feeling. It was so overwhelming the first time you ever teach something, and there's something about having to articulate what you're doing that takes 2 or 3 times as long as when you just shoot. And so I'm sitting there, and on the outside I have to be like,
okay, we're moving on. And on the inside, I'm like, get it together, man.
I was so that WB frog. It was like, okay, go. It's time. It's your time to talk. And I would just like say one or two things, and then I would go silent for like 5 minutes.
But that's how he is on the wedding day. So I had to understand that I can't like change him and what he does, you know, what we've done for 7 years in 30 minutes, you know? So what the goal is, what I'm excited about, you know, we actually had a time to go have dinner last night. We decompressed, and he's like, I don't want to talk about the shoot right now. And I was like, that's okay. That's okay. We got back to the hotel, and then I just said, what we need to do tomorrow is you got to give me some time tonight. I'm going to work tonight, and I'm going to work tomorrow morning. And what we need to do is we need to show that even in that situation, because we have faced weddings just like that, with these, you know, really hot weddings, really sweaty weddings, weddings where people maybe not might be the most comfortable together. You know, yesterday we threw a group of strangers together and said, you guys are best friends. And sometimes there are wedding parties of, you know, 12 bridesmaids, and it's like her homegirl from like 4th grade, and she's like, I haven't talked to her in years. You know, so it's like we've had to deal with all of these things. So what we want to do is to curate the wedding as close as to what I would showcase online. It's kind of a big deal. I'll be working on that throughout lunch. Okay, so, but we're also going to show the entire gallery of images to kind of showcase that even in those tough situations, what I was shooting and what ultimately JD ended up yielding, because even in that really tough situation, he kind of definitely hit his 10 to 15% mark. So under all of those situations, and Mark's like, yeah. We're not sure. I'm not sure if he's exceeded the B+ range quite yet.
I don't even care for the A anymore. I'm done with that. I hope I get better than a C. I hope. I'm not even. Jasmine might get me a C.
No. But before we get to all that, we're going to go through a few logistics. We have a few things that we're going to kind of parlay from yesterday, hash those out a bit. Or the first thing we're going to start off with is going to be the pre-wedding day checklist. Now, great. If I can have the technicians bring up the slide from day 2. So you're going to see in the keynote the art of being a second shooter at the very beginning, and you're also going to see the art of being a second shooter slide halfway through. So that's the indication of this.
Slide 43.
There you go. My second shooter in action. Do you guys have questions while they're doing that rather quickly? Kenna?
I was wondering if you could go back. Yesterday we started off by talking about the different types of second shooters.
Oh, great.
If we could review that for the people who maybe missed yesterday,
that's perfect.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, that's great. Want me to take that part? Okay, great. Yesterday we started the day actually by breaking down second shooters into 3 types. And for those of you that weren't here yesterday, I'm going to just give a quick overview. I'm not going to do the whole thing again. But we broke them down into 3 types. The first type of second shooter was the type of second shooter that doesn't actively go out and try to get second shooting gigs, but they kind of just wait back, and if an opportunity comes their way, they definitely take it. We call them the hobbyists. They have a really nice camera, but they also love the creativity that photography lends. The type 2 second shooter is what I consider myself, and that is the second shooter who just wants to be a second shooter and not run the business side of things. They don't want to deal with clients or studios or fulfilling prints, orders, or anything like that. They really just want to help other photographers and fill up their calendars with paid shooting opportunities, second shooting opportunities. And the third type of second shooter is what I would categorize Jasmine and probably a couple of you here in the audience, and that is the second shooter who wants to transition into becoming a first shooter. Whoa, I just feel like I have an accent right now. I do kind of know that. You know, English was my second language, so I have an excuse. It's all good. Yes, that's that second shooter who wants to run their own business and learn the day-to-day of wedding photography so that one day they can eventually have their own business and also refer business with the main photographer that they actually came up with or other people and actually hire second shooters. So that's the type 3. Do you want to add anything to that?
No, but the thing that how we closed that section was as a reminder, which I think can bear repeating, is not to compare yourself to others. Because other people may have second shooting opportunities that you look at them and you see how busy they are, but they might not be the same type, 1, 2, or 3 that you are, and you might not want to take jobs where you can't use those images because your goal is ultimately to go out on your own. So you should rest where you are and know that you're moving in the direction of your dreams.
Yep, the goal was to be okay with the type of second shooter that you are.
Cool.
Yep.
So we
Cool.
are back in action,
Yes,
and
we
we are
are.
going to head to the pre-wedding day checklist.
Great. Now, I'm actually going to start with this section. And, you know, this may or may not apply to all second shooters. It all depends on the role that you have with your first photographer. But even if you don't, you know, get a pre-wedding day checklist ready for the main shooter, you still have to do it for yourself. As a second shooter, you still have to have the things that you have to have ready before the wedding day. And this is a list that I've kind of compiled of all the things that I do before the wedding. So this is the night before the wedding.
Somebody on the Facebook group yesterday, the second shooter Facebook group on Facebook, right, repeat. So she had said, if I'm not working with a consistent second shooter, like, can you give me tips to what to do? And so I felt like it was maybe our responsibility to clarify the things that JD does for me in certain components of the business were things that I was doing for myself prior to me working full-time with my second shooter and my husband. So this pre-wedding day checklist was stuff that I was doing on the Friday night before our weddings, and now that responsibility has gone.
Wait, did you ever do those things? I even think even as an assistant, before I even came in, I was still doing these things for her.
Okay, so there's the bus, and he just threw me right under it.
No, she probably did it once or twice. I think she did it once or twice.
Okay, but anyway,
I'm just kidding.
so these are things that you
I'm
can do
kidding.
at home on your own.
Right.
Susan has a question.
Yes.
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 All right,
Yeah, that's good.
let's cover
Before we
that.
start, that's great.
The Facebook group, I just think they're such a rad group of people.
Yeah.
They went in with intentions. We started the Facebook group at the yesterday morning with roughly 2,000 people, and now we're somewhere in the ballpark of 3,100 people. So we picked up 1,000 people overnight, and these are all people there. First shooters, after seeing yesterday's course, are now trusting that second shooters who have gone through this course, seen the etiquette, know what lenses to use, know how to act in front of other people's clients. They're now saying, okay,
Yeah.
I was leery hiring a second shooter, but if we're on the same page up until this point, I want to start working with a second shooter. So that was really exciting. People offering tips and also jobs, which has been very, very, very cool.
Yeah.
Susan.
I don't think we mentioned what the page was.
Where the Facebook group actually is. It's
Yes.
So you can find the Facebook group. It's J star with actually it's the asterisk. So J asterisk second shooters.
And there are 3,272 right now.
Oh, another 100 already came up.
32, roughly,
Yeah,
another
that's great.
300.
Oh, and you know what? The great thing is about that group is we've actually been talking back and forth. We've had some dialogue throughout the week, and a lot of their input is actually has shaped some of the sections in this course, which is really
Because
good.
we wanted it to be reflective of second shooters in general, not like what we do. Because I don't know if that's necessarily, a fair description of the industry as a whole. But after going through and presenting our ideas, they gave us great feedback, ideas of their own, and also just further buttressed what we wanted to move forward with.
Yeah, cool. So I'm going to actually get started, keep going with the pre-wedding day checklist. And I have a list of things that I do. The first thing that I always do before a wedding is I like to check my gear and ensure that everything is there. Jasmine gets busy throughout the week and she has other shoots going on. Or sometimes, I'll go and shoot with her, and so our gear can be scattered in different areas. So the night before, I actually take I catalog everything and make sure everything is there just in case anything was misplaced throughout the week. The next thing I like to do is I like to charge all our batteries. There are a few things that we have to charge actually. So our camera batteries need to be charged, our video lights need to be charged every night, and our computer, because Jasmine's doing a same-day slideshow. So the last thing I want is for her, if we don't have an outlet, because sometimes there isn't an outlet nearby, I would hate for her to turn on her computer and only have like 5%, battery life left. So another thing I want to do is change out all my batteries for certain parts of our gear. And that is for our flash and for our pocket wizard. So we pretty much replenish the batteries at every wedding. The next thing is I make sure to clean lenses and the cameras. Now this is not a deep clean. Jasmine and I take all our gear into the Canon Center twice a year, sometimes 3 times a year, depending on how much where we're shooting. But before every single wedding, I will brush off all the lenses and then pump out our sensors with one of those pumps, just to make sure that if any dust has collected in there, that's pumped out. The last thing I want is for Jasmine to take photos and there be little specks everywhere, because it takes so much to get those cleared out in post. The next thing is I like to reformat all the CF cards the night before. This way, if we have to back things up, we can just back them up and have everything downloaded. But I know of a lot of second shooters or a lot of photographers that kind of hold on, that's like the last thing they do. So it's kind of like, oh, I'll reformat them a little bit later. And sometimes the morning of, it can get really busy, and all of a sudden you're at the wedding, and you're reformatting cards as you're shooting. And what if you accidentally put in a card that you had already
We have had a friend accidentally reformat a full card from a wedding that he had shot previously.
That scares me so much.
That is so scary. And so he freaked out. He had to go get the card professionally, like some of the images extracted. And he was lucky to salvage some of them. But that could have been easily avoided had you just taken the time easily the day before. We do not reformat on the day of a wedding because I just feel it's probably not the best situation for us.
Yeah, I know. And it's in those situations when you're already changing your card, even when it's clean, it's kind of like hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I want to keep on shooting. To find out that it's a full card is just a big mess.
Right.
So the next thing I like to do is pack the bags. So actually, I don't pack them into the car. I just make sure that all the bags are packed, so that the next day, all I have to do is a quick load into the car. The next thing is ensure that the itineraries are in the bags. So I'll make 3 copies of the wedding day itinerary. I'll put one in my bag, one in Jasmine's bag, and one in our main bag, just in case. I've misplaced one all the time, so there's always a backup. And it's good to know exactly what's going on throughout the day, so you're not always asking, the coordinator or somebody else what's going on. And the last thing is to ensure that both photographers have all the addresses, especially if we're shooting in different locations. So I'll have a list of addresses, and we use a navigation system, so I'll plug in those addresses in advance. But being late because you got lost is, it's a legitimate excuse. You got lost, but at the same time, it's kind of still your fault. So making sure that all the addresses are in place.
We should probably talk. I mean, this is not in our notes. It just came to me.
Yeah? Oh, what happened? Is this like a horror story?
Oh, yeah, definitely a horror story. And it was 100% my fault because we're going to talk about what responsibilities we take on within the business, but all front-facing communication I take care of. Client care is something that I take care of. And so I had reviewed the itinerary with the bride, and she had said, I'm getting married, and for people who are watching from California, please cut me some slack. She said, I'm getting married at Calamigos. And I was like, great. Unbeknownst to me, so we are at her hotel, the grooms are at the hotel.
We've shot there before, we're like,
Calamigos, no problem. So we're shooting at the hotel, and then they do a first look at the hotel, and so everybody gets in 2 limos, and JD and I take off, and we're heading our way to Malibu, California to go to Calamigos, and we're sitting in traffic, and I'm like, you know what? Something just is feeling off here. Something's feeling off. And I'm looking and I'm thinking and I'm like, I'm gonna do a Google search on Calamigos. Come to find out, there's 3 Calamigos in Southern California, one of them in Burbank. And if you're in California driving on a Saturday afternoon from Malibu to Burbank, you're like, And I was like, JD, I was like putting my head between my knees like, I made a mistake.
Oh, it was pretty scary.
Oh, it was the worst. You guys, it was the worst. And to make this hot mess day even worse, I was like, you need to turn around the freeway and you need to drive in the emergency lane.
Yeah, there was traffic, right? So we were on the carpool lane, and there was traffic, and I was like, I'm just gonna get on the other carpool lane. It's not really a lane.
Okay, but which
is
just karma because we blew out our tire.
So
you guys, right?
So we didn't get on that lane. We just waited it out, and Jasmine was just stressed out the entire time as we're inching through traffic. We finally get out. We see our exit, and right when we're pulling off, I hear like this big pop, and I'm just like, what was that? Did I step on something? We get a flat tire on
and
that
he looked,
thing.
he's like, Jasmine, we have a flat tire. I was like, drive on the hubcap.
Yeah. If there's sparks flying, it's okay. Like, just keep going until we get to the spot.
I get it. I'm crying. I can't even make this stuff up.
I know. It was one of the most nightmarish weddings we've ever done. We actually got there with our, just kind of rolling out. It was kind of embarrassing. So Jasmine goes in. Yeah, Jasmine gets in there. And I go in, I say, forget the tire, who cares? So we start shooting. During the wedding, I had to call AAA.
But this is what happened. So thankfully, the second limo got caught in mad traffic. Yeah. So half of the wedding party wasn't there yet. So we had just looked like we were caught in that same
Nobody even
traffic.
knew, yeah. We showed up and we were just like, everything was cool.
Oh my God, you guys, it was awful. But that happened in year 1. So
Was it year 1?
Yeah, year 1.5. So a full, 7 years later, we're still here. We're still surviving, it's okay, the clients were chill, nobody was none the wiser. But all that to say, when we say check the addresses, we mean now what I learned in that lesson
is I email the bride in advance and I say, please list every address that I'm expected to be at. And she's like, oh, we'll be at the St. Regis. And then I say, can you please give me that address? Because now I'm just like, it's on me. It is 100% on me. If I have it wrong, it's my fault, I'm late, and it's a poor reflection. So that was a little detour, sorry.
No, and that was pretty much done actually. So I do all these things the night before. So if I'm shooting on a Saturday, it's Friday. If it's a Sunday wedding, Saturday afternoon. Actually, not the night before. I'll do it in the afternoon so that at night we have a chill dinner, and the next day I'm kind of just alleviating stress because it could be pretty stressful on the wedding day. So that's pretty much that's the pre-wedding day checklist. I hope it helps. Now we're going to actually move on to a wedding day schedule for second shooters.
Yes. So there are times when the wedding day gets really busy and JD and I will not see each other for long periods of time. Yesterday in the Facebook group, I was reading that some people kind of assumed that JD and I shot everything together. As a point of clarification, we do separate at certain portions of the day, given a certain timeline.
And this is not a hard and fast rule.
Right.
I mean, we just here alone in our audience, everybody here does it differently.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. So typically we will shoot together, but if this venue is massive, which we have shot at very large resorts and we're at opposite ends, it does not make sense for us to try to be with each other. If the groom is preparing at a different venue, we will separate from each other. But we clarify to the client that whoever is dropped off first, which is usually me, JD will drop me off to hang out with the bride. That is when our collections begin. That's when our 8-hour collection begins. And so if it takes JD 30 minutes to get to the groom prep, that's still within his billable hours. And I'm acting like I'm a lawyer. But billable hours are what lawyers use. But that's when he starts. So technically that drive time is still within our 8-hour realm. Or sometimes we just know going in that it's going to be such a high impact, crazy day that I'm like, we need to plan out where you're going to be and where I'm going to be, just so that there's never any questions. So for instance, when we get to a venue, we will walk around the entire premise of the building. So yesterday we said we leave about an hour and a half early from our home to get to a venue. We will get a quick bite to eat, and then what we do is we walk onto the venue premises, and we will establish what we would call as environmental shots. So we will kind of, if we're shooting a coastal wedding, which is very typical for being Southern California photographers, we get there, we walk the venue. I asked JD to take very simple pictures, like pictures of the sign of the venue, but we also want the coastline. So for instance, the photo that's used on this display, this was taken earlier this year at a wedding of a couple who got married in Manhattan Beach. They own a home right on the Strand, and so I was preparing with the girls in a really small area, and the guys said, don't worry about it, we'll meet you there at the church. So JD was just kicking it outside. I told him it's a really small space and lots of girls, I can handle this. So you can just chill. So what he did is he went outside and took just ambient shots of where they lived, because these pictures start telling the story from a different perspective. If we could start a slideshow setting the scene so that the viewer can be taken from beginning, middle, and end, it's stronger than just us starting out with the bride getting her dress on. That's fine, but where is she getting that dress on? Like yesterday, I was so mad that I didn't get a sign of the Soto Park, because that right there, or of those blasted trains, right? Like, so if that was then the beginning of the story, the viewer can then go and say, oh, trains played a part of it, they're at Soto Park, and here's the bride getting ready. Those types of things are what I really would appreciate my second shooter to get, because I usually have more time to photograph the bride. Grooms don't take as much time. So I don't want JD just hanging out in a room, just kind of waiting, taking pictures that may or may not move the story of the day forward. So if we're shooting along the coast, a couple ideas would be signs of the venue, architectural elements of the venue, the ocean, a close-up of the sand, a beach chair. Now, if there's a beach chair, I just don't want him taking a picture of the beach chair. I want him to stylize the beach chair so that it looks a little bit more artistic, so that later on, if we decide to do a diptych of the bride getting ready next to a beach chair, it then kind of parlays into that editorial feel, not like, oh, this is sitting on your front porch.
Yeah, I remember when Jasmine, I used to take environmental elements, and she said, did you just take pictures of stuff that was just laying around? And I would say, yeah, isn't that what you meant? And she would be like, no, you have to actually like grab them, move them around, put them in places that are really nice. And I was like, okay, I'll get on it. Because I remember I was just like, for me, environmental elements was everything. I always thought it was things in their natural state, So, yeah.
Okay. So, well, things like in their natural state might not be specific to the wedding. They definitely help tell the story. So this all goes back down to basically understanding the schedule of the day. Because once we've walked the perimeter, what we've established is where we're going to be, what he's going to be doing. Because again, like yesterday, the etiquette, we don't want to be on our phone. I just need to know implicitly, if I tell you to be there at 3, you're going to be there at 3. So those are the things that we want to move forward. So next, we arrive early to walk the premises. Now, during this time, what we'll do is we are going to create what we call a photo map. So for example, we get there, we valet the car, usually there's valet, so we'll valet the car, we have all of our gear, and we're walking around the premises simply just getting a feel and a vibe for what's going on.
So this requires you to actually get to the venue a lot earlier. We always make sure, so we're always there pretty early, but this takes probably
like 15, 20 minutes.
20 minutes, yep.
Yeah, so 15, 20 minutes. And what we're going to do during this time is plan out the events of the day. So we walk through and then we kind of convene and we say, okay, this is where the first look is going to be because we've found out the prettiest light and it's not highly trafficked. But after that, what we're also going to do is we're going to create a plan B because we have shot at venues where it's like, okay, this is where the first look's going to be, and then like the housekeeper is out there with her cart, or a band came, or there's a lot of people there all of a sudden.
The sun is shining super bright on that spot, that one spot.
So JD usually will take the groom out 5 minutes early, so he'll give me a heads up. If I do not hear from JD, then I know we're still in plan A. That's where we're going. Now, if for some reason we need to change things and he's with the groom, he asks the groom, please forgive me, I need to change a couple things, I'm going to step away and contact Jasmine. So he's letting him know what's going on, but other than that, we have a plan A, a plan B, and we don't divert from it unless I hear from him specifically. Now, we will also run through the first half of the timeline. So remember, he packed the itineraries in our bags, and sometimes in a pinch, if he didn't print it out, I'll just take a picture of it on my phone and text it to him. Worst case scenario, again, we don't like to look at our phones. I'm all about old school paper, so if he brings out a paper, it's fine. So what I'll do then is we'll outline where are the family photos going to be taken, where are we going to hide or tuck away the bride and groom after the ceremony so guests can leave, where can they get a bite to eat after the ceremony so that we can take them away for bride and groom pictures, where can we tell the bridal party to meet? Because what happens is if 1, there is not a wedding coordinator, or 2, the wedding coordinator is there but he or she is not present, the people ask questions to the photographers. So if they ask you, where's the bridal party pictures going to be? You're like, I don't know, in a little bit. Or somewhere, as a second shooter, you're not responsible for that, but it just makes the second shooter, it makes the business, makes you look like a stronger professional.
It's going to save you time also because if you don't do that, then someone's going to say, hey, can you go get all the groomsmen that are still up in that room? And you could have easily just said, portraits will be taken at this time, 10 minutes after the first look. In this
outside
location.
Of Portico 2. Yeah. And so you start feeding that into people and it saves your time on the timeline. Yeah. Now, it's also important to know what the first shooter wants from you at different portions of the day. So yesterday, I think that y'all saw JD help me in different capacities. Those are probably the most stressful. And when the most stressful and I have to do a lot, he takes on the role as a second shooter and assistant. Right. So there are some second shooters who say, oh, that's above my pay grade. Like, I'm not going to do that. And that's fine. But when we walk through the timeline, he knows when he's 100% second shooter, and then he knows when he should take on a few assisting elements just to make the day move faster.
I'm sorry, yes.
No, yeah.
Yesterday, there was very little detail. There was few tables. So there was just one cocktail table or one reception table. If we walk into a wedding and there are just hundreds of details, I know that the lighting isn't going to be, getting Jasmine her lights and getting things set up isn't my top priority. It's getting all the details for Jasmine because Jasmine can't cover them all on her own.
Right.
So,
but that comes down to this point, is knowing what I want. Because sometimes the room is like cavernous and so dark that I'm like, I can't shoot in here. I can't even see the table in front of me. Right. So I don't need you shooting details because I can't lift them. Even in RAW, you're shooting wide open. What I need is for you to find a different light, hold the video light. So he needs to check in with me before we move forward.
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay. So, and you guys can tell, like, this personality right here comes out once a week. I hate myself on wedding days, okay? Like, I would not want to work with myself, but I am, like, all business. Like, there's no way that my clients are ever going to feel like the ball was dropped.
So sometimes,
and Jasmine's never turned on me. It's never like she was all of a sudden like she was not so businessy, and then all of a sudden she's like, "What are you doing?" No, like I got it from wedding one. I knew, okay, this is a business we're running here. But you know, at times when we were, especially early in the business, I was just like, "Is that my wife? Are you my wife?" Because
who are you?
Yeah. No, please. No, thank you. No, can you please?
This is the section we're gonna talk about later today. Okay. I'm already getting hot about that one. Okay. Let's hope that your mother doesn't watch that particular. Okay. So I advanced the screen a little too early. So I'm gonna take it back because that last thing that I wanted to cover was keep the first shooter informed. I did it again. Okay, well the last point, if you're taking notes, is keep the first shooter informed. That's definitely what you want to do. Because there are times in the day where JD will take off, and the thing that I need to know, hands down, is what he's doing. I just don't want to look out and be like, where is he, especially during family portraits. I need somebody there, just helping me move and expedite things. If he says, hey, I'm gonna go shoot the reception card details, I don't know why that is such a big deal, but for coordinators, for venues, for brides, if you want to get it published, it's like those escort cards are like #1 creme de la creme. And I'm like, these are pieces of paper. However, the photos don't work the minute the guests start taking them. And so even if you try to reassemble them, it looks like a poor job at reassembling. So during this time, before guests are during cocktail hour, before they go and get them, he says, hey, are you okay? I'm gonna go out and shoot those. And he'll be gone for 5 minutes, he comes back, and we proceed throughout the day. But I just need to know that that's where he is so I can take on 100% of the responsibility.
Yeah, and actually that brings it actually perfectly for me. What I'm trying to do this entire time is make the first shooter's life a lot easier. So what I always do is I'm making sure there's a lot of times in the day where I'm running in advance. There'll be times where I'll set up Jasmine's off-camera flash. She's usually doing family formals in 5 minutes, 2 minutes before that. I mentioned this yesterday. I'll run over and set up her flash, make sure that all she has to do when she gets into the reception site is put on her mounted flash and put on her pocket wizard, and she can start shooting.
So really, the ideal situation, and this happens often, but when it does happen, it's like this huge relief because I can run from wherever I am, walk into the room, he tosses me a flash, I'm walking and shooting.
By this time, I've been in there for about 2 or 3 minutes, maybe even 4, and I've already looked at all the tables, and I know which tables are in the best light with the best background. So I'll go to those tables first, and I'll say, hey, Jasmine, this is where we're going to be starting the shoot, and I'll clear all those tables. So I'll clear them from anything that makes the table look a little unpleasant.
So if you're taking notes and you're a second shooter and you want to help the first shooter, the things you should notice are find the table with the best light. So if it's by a window or if it has pin lighting coming from the ceiling so that you don't have to use flash, those are always my favorite. And if you're looking for things to clear from the table, what I want to be cleared, salt and pepper shakers, bread and butter, sugar packets, if there is iced tea or water. In our early days, weddings would always come with those clear pitchers of liquid, and you're like, no, I can't shoot this. So make sure that that comes off, and also table numbers. If the bride has had custom-made table numbers, we leave them. If they're just table numbers assigned by the hotel just for organization's sake, we take them off because it degrades that. So I walk in, JD tosses me the flash and he says, table 21's already been cleared. I walk over to table 21, I start shooting what I need to shoot. JD replenishes everything that was on the table.
That's a big thing. Again, I think we mentioned this yesterday. Once you take everything out, you have to put everything back in its place, or else everyone's just like, dude, what are they doing? Like, they'll look at you and actually give you a dirty look. So you want to make sure you have everybody on board.
Absolutely.
Helping everybody out. After she's done doing that, after she's gotten a lot of the photos done, I'll ask if she needs any additional light, any fill light, and if she doesn't, then I'll actually excuse myself and run on over to the cocktail hour. So Jasmine will probably wrap up and still take a few more detailed photos, but I'll go and get candids and actual, I mentioned it yesterday, posed photos of cocktail hour plus the candid photos.
And basically all of this boils down to what I want my second shooter to do is to do the thinking for me. Because all day I've been doing thinking so that when I walk into a room and things have already been thought of for me, it's like my love language, It actually is acts of service. I have the boringest one.
Yeah, so with Jasmine, it's not, should I go shoot cocktail hour? It's more, we're pretty much done here. I'm going to go shoot cocktail hour if you don't need me here in this room. And that kind of just makes her feel like, okay, good, go do that. That's great. As opposed to her thinking like, oh, do you have, I mean, if I asked her, should I go shoot cocktail hour, she'd have to think.
Did you take care of this? Did you do
exactly.
this? So if he'll.
So you don't want them to think too much. You want to do the thinking for them.
Absolutely. Which leads us to basically this entire section can be boiled down to 3 things.
Yeah.
When it comes to scheduling, simply let your photographer know what you're doing, let them know when you're doing it, and why you're doing it. If you have to step away for a random photo of 3 people off on a cliff, and your first shooter is like, what is that person doing all the way over there? What you should have said was, this is the grandmother, granddaughter, and daughter, 3 generations, and they want this sunset photo. Is it okay if I go get it? She'll be like, thank you. Then you go and do your thing, and then you come back. It was a great, needed photo, but if I don't know why you're shooting it, it makes me feel like you're off doing your own thing.
Yeah.
So,
Great.
do we have any questions before we get into Mark?
You mentioned shooting off-camera flash, and you may get into it later during the reception, but what do you guys use? Do you use a speed light or like a full pack or something while you're in the reception area?
Yes, we actually, so our off-camera flash is a pretty simple setup. What we do is we have a softbox, and you know, it's pretty much, we use like a sun pack, a really low light.
It's an old school sun pack flash.
Yeah.
We have it. I have the entire breakdown on my blog. But at the time when I had bought this flash, and I'm super bummed because they don't make it anymore. It was $99, and you can manually set the power of the flash, and I have it set to 1/16 of power. So the batteries recycle really fast. It's a small pop of light, but once we have that softbox over it, we put it off into, in the corner outside of a speaker.
It's usually right next to the DJ, so because you know the speakers are usually something that are kind of, you know, you can actually hide your softbox back there, so it's not so, people won't see it as much.
So basically it is a really low powered flash on a tripod with a softbox triggered by a pocket wizard that I have mounted to the bottom of my camera, so I could still keep my mounted flash, and the other pocket wizard is triggering from the off-camera flash. So it's rigged ghetto fabulously, but we love it. We love it, and it travels well. It's really small. So we travel a lot for our weddings, so we take it with us wherever we go.
It fits in a carry-on.
Yes.
Yes.
Do you ever do venue visits before the actual day, or do you usually go like the hour and a half before?
That's a good question. So I get that actually a lot. I want you to answer though too.
Oh yeah, no, go ahead. You can start.
I'll answer it from a client's perspective. So in the beginning, clients would say, are you willing to go to the venue before? And I have to think about this from a business perspective. The more hours I spend with a client doing outside of what my collection costs, that's hitting my bottom line in regards to profitability. So I'm not getting paid for driving 40 minutes to the venue, 40 minutes back, walking another 40 minutes. So my per hour rate on that wedding went down and compared to the other weddings. So, and outside of that, we have clients that we shoot a lot of destination weddings for. So what I say is, if you want me to do the venue walkthrough, I will actually get to your wedding an hour early. And probably why I would do that is because the time of the year changes things, the time of your wedding changes things, construction around the site changes things. So if I viewed your site in October, it's going to look very different than the following July. But don't worry, we'll get there early and we'll make sure that you're well taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
You know? What were you going to say?
No, I was going to say the same thing. No, I was going to say it usually happens when we're shooting destination weddings because it's a new location, and we always do. A lot of times we'll go, but it's usually the day of, an hour before. So I was going to say the same thing, really.
I just said it longer. Yes.
Just going back to the being prepared for the wedding day and getting all the equipment ready,
yeah.
I'm wondering, do you guys shoot a bunch of 8 gig CF cards, 16 gig CF cards, or like a few 64s, or do you do a lot of cards or a few cards?
You can answer it.
Yeah, well, we shoot with a lot of 4 gigs. We have one 8 gig that Jasmine loves using during ceremonies, during the ceremony time, I guess, and other than that, we always use 4 gigs.
I think
so we have a ton of cards.
It's telling of my personality. I'm a worrier. I see people shooting with 64, and I'm just like, oh my God, that is all your eggs in one basket, boo. Like,
it would be very nice because you don't ever have to stop or deal with
right, and I get it, and I understand it totally, but I would rather just take those couple of seconds, and we have a lot of 4 gigs. So every time there's a break, or if we're with the bride and groom and we're walking from one location to the other, JD and I will give each other a look and we're swapping out our cards so that our clients are none the wiser.
Right.
You know, they're not knowing how frequently we're changing them out. But if, you know, God forbid something happens to a 4 gig, I'm going to be less hurt than something happening to like a 16 gig or a 64.
Yeah.
Do you have a brand that you prefer? We do.
Most of ours,
Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah. So what brand do we prefer?
SanDisk.
Yes.
That's what we usually use to all our cards.
Great.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Anna Reese asked, where's the line between assistant and second shooter? You talked about him kind of doing both. Do you have an assistant too, or only second shooter that also assists? And then another question came in from Joy and Amber. With an assistant, would it be Jasmine or JD giving the direction, or would it be both of you?
Well, Joy and Amber came to restart, so shout out to Joy and Amber. I think this really boils down to having clarification. Again, you're going to hear us say that communication word 1,000 times because different first shooters need different things, and it's not a matter of where is the line between first shooter and second shooter. It's what does that first shooter want, and are you okay as a second shooter to oblige by that? Now, JD and I, for 6.5 years, shot just the 2 of us. Sometime last year, I had some medical considerations that I had to take care of, and the doctor suggested that I bring somebody on, so we had to make a business decision. So we decided to take on a photo intern, and all she did was carry our bags. Now, since then, she's transitioned.
Carry Jasmine's bag.
Right.
Throughout, and it was Jasmine's bag that she actually, where she has her 3 primary lenses that she's using throughout the day. So whenever she needs to swap a lens out, the assistant would be there to hand it over to her. So that's exactly what we were using our photo intern for.
But JD still did the things that an assistant would normally do, like carry the bags.
I wouldn't have her carry our 70-pound bag. It's really a super heavy bag.
She's like 21 years old.
She could
She's
do
tiny,
it, but
you know?
it's like, I would just
She'd
feel,
be like,
it's a whole different thing. I don't even like carrying that bag. It's really heavy. So.
But again,
so yeah.
defining, there isn't, people are asking. People, I think, want a hard and fast answer to come from somebody in the field to say, second photographer should never assist. Listen, if you're going to second shoot with me, I'm going to need assisting at some points. If you don't like it, then we're probably not a good fit.
Right.
And who gives the direction to the assistant? I do, as the first.
Yes.
Yes.
When you're setting up this in the very beginning, when you're setting up like day of schedule, and the bride or groom is like, I have no idea what I want from a first look point of view.
Yes.
Will you then say, do you guys have like a go-to structure where you'll say you like this way of setting up because of your experience or what you like doing from a flow point of view?
Absolutely, absolutely. So one, that was a great question, and I don't ask my clients how they want it to unfold. I ask if they have a certain location. Because sometimes, especially talking to a bride on a wedding day and making her answer more questions and giving her more decisions can be overwhelming. Right. So the only consideration I want to take is, was there a special spot here around site that you really loved? He could have proposed there, her parents got married there, whatever. And if she says no, like, great, well, we went through a few locations. If you're okay and you leave it up to us, we'd love to have you go and meet Jonathan at 3. And she's like, perfect, I trust you guys. So then we know, but just on base, when we first started doing first looks, the first 2 times, I had the bride waiting for the groom. And in retrospect, brides actually wanted to come to the groom. And I learned that, I learned that simply by trial and error. And did it ruin anything? No, but it wasn't until people online were like, oh, that's so funny that the groom went to the bride. And I was like, really? You're right, it is funny. So that was just through trial and error. Yeah. Yes. We're gonna do one more studio audience question. We have a Q&A after this section. So just so that we are trending, but I actually love this conversation, so yes.
This goes back to the reception lighting. I know you're natural light photographers, but how did you practice the reception lighting? Was it all on the job second shooting, or did you practice at home in the dark, or how did you work with flashes and stuff?
I would use our dinner table. We had, you guys, yesterday we picked up a little bit of slack for like some of the photography tips that I was sharing, and people were like, lightning bugs, that's so ridiculous. And I was like, hey, yo, it worked for me. Like, you might think it's a joke, and guess what? The other people were just like, I don't know if giving standards of, shooting in bright sun at, the 2800 shutter speed is good. I was like, it might not be the best, but that's all I had to work with. I didn't go to school. So when you talk about practicing, I would set up, like, just before dinner, if we had, like, candlelight, or if we just had the tungsten lighting, I would bring out my camera and shoot, at an f2.8 because that was as wide as my lens could go at the time. And then I would push my ISO and I would see, okay, now it's too grainy. Then I would put on my flash and practice like bouncing off a wall, bouncing off a ceiling, using a flash directly at a table. Because sometimes you need to, it's so dark. But when that would happen, I would have JD hold a video light. So it wasn't just one strong light source. It was kind of counterbalanced by a few other things. And we did bring our video lights, so he'll show you how he illuminates a table. But if you're just starting out and investing in another flash and a diffuser, a softbox and a tripod is a bit much, starting off with a video light and having a second shooter hold it for you is a great option. And it's easier to learn.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. We are going to move. JD's going to take over this section into...
Our next section is top 10 second shooter tips. So I'm excited about this because actually on some of these I'm going to actually go in depth a little bit later, like the first one. The first one I'm going to get into is dressing appropriately. I'm going to do actually a pretty big section on this, not big, but just like an in-depth section. But the thing is, you want to make sure that you always ask the first shooter what the attire will be on the day of. They'll give you some hints. If it's a ballroom wedding, that's probably a lot more formal, especially if it's like a five-star resort or things like that. If it's a beach wedding, you'll know it's a little bit more casual. The thing is, you want to make sure that you blend in with guests. The last thing you want to do is stick out or look underdressed. Overdressed isn't that bad, but even overdressed can be a little obnoxious sometimes. The next thing is, a tip is same-day slideshow. If the main photographer is doing these, I won't get into this too much because not everybody does same-day slideshows, but if they do, if your main photographer, first shooter, is doing a same-day slideshow, make sure that you find a spot for them, get a chair, plug in their computers, and make sure that it's really close to the reception site so that if you hear like the clinking of a glass or a speech going on, you can just open the door and be right in it. So you don't want to go too far away if you're creating that.
So as a logistical clarification, while JD is setting up a chair right outside and finding an outlet for me if I need it, I'm inside pacing. Even if guests are eating, I still want to be in the line of sight of my clients because that's what they're paying us to do.
And vice versa, when she goes to do the slideshow, I'm now on the dance floor, strolling around. And I'm also looking at where I'm going to place that slideshow after when she's done. So, just...
Kenna, did you have a question?
Well, I just wanted to say that was a question that had come in from Little Fish Photography, was about how the second shooter assists with the same-day slideshow. So definitely something people want to know about more.
Yeah, again, this is another thing that's not, it's more of the assistant role. I'm not shooting at this time, but what I am doing is I'm cutting a lot of time for the first shooter. They don't want to deal with where am I going to create that slideshow.
Right. So so people usually ask when this is happening. When the guests are actually seated and eating, we refrain from shooting and we tell our clients this in advance because we actually discovered at our second wedding, people got upset at us for taking photos of them while they were stuffing their face. And I was oh yeah, I get it. I just wanted to stay busy. But during this time, we have our cameras and we just want to be seen. Occasionally the clinking of glasses, that kiss, or maybe randomly the mom and the dad get up to dance and do a little spin on the dance floor. Somebody's just there to capture it while I'm outside. Now, while guests are eating, I will quickly go through my images. I shoot RAW and JPEG, and I'll just grab a few JPEGs. Usually a wedding day slideshow, a same-day wedding day slideshow is about 40 images, quickly edited, and then we just put it up on a laptop. JD will set up a high bar stool, not a low one, because most people are going to be standing as they view it. So a cocktail table.
Somewhere where there's a lot of traffic. Either
by bar. Or if there's a photo booth, we love photo booths because people are waiting in line, so they just have to stand there and look at our slideshow, which is great.
That's great. And that was a great thing. Actually, she brought up a good point. If for photographers that are kind of just starting out, it was we didn't learn this until a little bit later, but not shooting guests while they're eating is actually a big plus because a lot of times as photographers, you think you have to keep on shooting because you're on the clock, but just being there in the line of sight of your bride and groom is enough.
Perfect.
Cool. The next one is, as a second shooter, you should gather the family during family portraits. Again, I spoke about this yesterday. It saves a lot of time, making sure that you're corralling all the guests and you have that shot list. So the first thing is get that shot list. Make sure that there's a shot list.
Now, that's not the responsibility of the second shooter.
No,
this is where I'm going to speak up. In my contract, it outlines that if a client has a family photo shot list, I am to receive it a week before the wedding. So if I do not get a shot list, I will default to the types of shots that we get, but we're no longer legally responsible for, like, you didn't get that one picture of great grandma Ethel. And I'm like, I didn't know who great grandma Ethel was. So I ask for that list in advance, I print it out, and I give it to JD. I will quickly review it, and I say, okay, I'm gonna start with this group. Then JD knows, and he's keeping track of where I am and getting people on deck.
I'll usually find like a bridesmaid, someone that knows the family really well, or groomsmen that I've already kind of had a rapport with, and I'll say, hey, could you help me find, you know, so-and-so, and they'll know exactly who that is, and then we'll start gathering them together.
And then after JD does that, he's like, hey man, thanks for helping. You know, do you have a girlfriend? Like, we'll get you a Facebook photo.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it's like stuff like that, it just makes people feel like, hey, that they were a part of it, it was super casual and yet professional.
Yep. The next thing is take care of vendors. Now, this one is going to probably rub a lot of people. You're not there, on a wedding day, you're not there to cultivate relationships with vendors, and I totally get it. I'm not saying that. What I like to do is I like to just go and say hello while Jasmine's maybe taking some shots of environmental elements or something. I'll just go and say hi and introduce myself and say who I'm working with, so that if they need anything, I'll say, you know, you can talk to the first shooter, Jasmine. She'll want to know when anything is happening. So
you need to make the DJ your friend.
DJs, and at the same time, it's cool because if there's meal service, if someone tells us first, I'll go straight to the DJs and I'll tell or the band, or the band members. I'll just tell everybody, hey, meal service is being served if you guys want to eat. So we'll all go and eat together and just kind of hang out. Makes it feel like we're all on the same team, and most likely we're going to work with all these people again. We work with a lot of the same vendors, which is really neat. So, you know, start cultivating, you know, amicable relationships is great. Next thing is offer to carry bags. Gosh, I have a feeling people are going to be like, dude, this is so like, you know, not a second shooter. It's you know, as a second shooter, you have to be ready to be an assistant if that's what the first shooter wants, or just even if they don't want it.
It's just nice, though.
Yeah,
actually, it's just a nice thing to do.
As second shooters, we want to keep on working. I think we want to keep on shooting. I want to keep on working with Jasmine. I feel like if I didn't do a lot of things for her, she could probably think, maybe I could get another second shooter. I don't know, you know, maybe not that, but like a lot of other first shooters might think that. So always going out of your way. Next one, like I said yesterday, get water all the time, making sure the first photographer is hydrated. And I'm going through these pretty fast. Another one is smile. I smile a lot, but to smile for a whole 8 hours is much. So Jasmine's always coming by, you know, giving me a big cheesy smile, which is my sign for, oh, make sure to smile.
I mean, there's the thing. I mean, I'm not gonna go up to him and be like, you should be smiling.
Right.
You know, like,
I'll do the same thing to her too. If I see Jasmine not smiling especially if during the reception, everyone's having a good time, but we've been on our feet for a while, so it's kind of a lull for us.
Or just before the ceremony, right? Because we are yesterday. If you were following the cues, you're taking your marks, you're getting your exposure, and then you're ready and waiting for the bride to come down. But before you do that, you make eye contact with the first photographer and you let them know we're good. And then you just wait. Now, sometimes I see JD just waiting like this.
Dude,
and I'm
really?
just, well, I'm
always
sorry.
smiling. I'm kidding. I do that, but you don't have to call me out on.
I'm sorry. Or sometimes it gets really bright
camera.
outside and you're just kind of, and it's hot and you just have this look in your face. And we had a serious conversation because I said, these brides are hiring not just us, but her entire creative team to live up to this vision in her head. She might have spoken to her friends and family about how excited she is to have us there. So if we're standing and the bride knows us, but the first time her friends are seeing us are at the ceremony. So if we're like, we were already 5 hours into shooting, it's hot, and we're like, no, we have to live up to her vision according to her friends. So smiling is huge.
Guests are looking at, I mean, when we're the only one standing up, you are getting, a lot of guests are looking at you. So just have a smile on your face. The next one is find new angles. As a second shooter, I kind of talked about this yesterday, but this is what's going to make you diversify a portfolio more than anything else. As a second shooter, when Jasmine or when a first shooter finds one shot or poses the bride and groom, you have the luxury as a second shooter to get more than one angle. You can go to 2 to 3 angles and snap off a couple of shots. Even if you just get 1 or 2 photos of those angles, it's still a huge diversity in the portfolio. The next thing is, I said this yesterday, but never pass out your own business cards. I'm not gonna get into it, as a rule of thumb, leave your business cards at home. Don't bring them, and then always ask if you can pass the first shooters.
Did we tell you that this happened to us? Oh yeah, I'm not sure if I said it yesterday, but
Oh.
part of why I think we feel so like vigilant about this idea is because he saw somebody that we had brought along just because we're all kind of starting out at the same time, and I wanted, you know, a little bit more of like a safety net, and to see this person hand out their business card, JD had told me he's just like, and why we're so certain it wasn't ours because we didn't have any at the time.
Right, we didn't have any business cards, and I saw the business card being passed, and you know, I remember, I was a little upset, but I remember thinking to myself, it's kind of our fault because we didn't say anything, and from that point on, I will, if I'm ever talking to photographers, I will always say, you know, from now on, I'm gonna tell photographers that that's just not cool. Like,
Right.
don't do that.
Now you know.
Yeah, so. And then we got the last one, and the
yeah.
last one is leave your ego at the door. This is for, you know, as second shooters, a lot of the times we do want to shoot the cool things, like the bride getting ready. But if the first shooter doesn't need you there to shoot like these really cool moments, and they want you to go shoot guests or cocktail hour instead, you have to understand that that is what your role is on that day. So making sure that you're not getting upset or being upset because, you know, they're not taking my advice, and I had a great idea for this, you know, for this segment of the shoot. I could have told her what to do. Remember, it's not about you, it's about the first shooter, so just leave your ego at the door. Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool. That's it, actually. That's the top 10 tips.
Great. Are there any questions right now? Before we're going to actually, with the section, I'm sorry, I should clarify. The section we're heading into is the outline of a second shooter shot list. So this is going to be a little bit more talking intensive and list intensive. So before we get into that, I want to clarify, we cool? Everybody cool?
Yeah.
Great.
Good.
Okay, awesome. If you are looking to strengthen your portfolio, or simply you want to book more gigs, I want to walk through a list that I happened to use when I created when I had first started. And sometimes people will listen to another photographer list a grouping of shots, and they're like, that's so formulaic. What about the art? Well, if you aren't controlling what you're shooting, you might not be able to pursue your art. So the faster I get through my shots, the more time I have to pursue those artistic shots that I want to. I never want to turn over this one artistic shot when what the bride really wanted was 4 shots, standard shots that she knows that she can use for family's posterity.
And Jasmine is showcasing the types, you know, here's the thing. Consistency is a big thing because Jasmine is consistent with what she shows her brides, and her brides are hiring her because they know what they want.
Right.
That doesn't mean you can't be creative, because Jasmine still has to be creative at every single wedding, but having that consistency throughout your weddings is a good thing, and this helps with that.
Yes, so I made a mental checklist. If you guys want to write along the notes, that's fine. We also will have the list out online if you just kind of want to sit here and digest. All of you guys sitting in the audience will get this second shooter handbook, but we're going to get to that in a minute.
Yep.
I like the dance. Keep on dancing, boo. Keep on dancing.
Yeah.
Okay, so the section that we're in is preparation. So we're going to walk through the day chronologically, and I will shoot the bride and the bridesmaids getting ready. JD will shoot the groom and his groomsmen. I know that there are first and second shooters who go together to shoot the bride, and then they go together to shoot the groom, and that's fine. I just feel like our time is used a little bit more effectively when we're separate. So JD will get shots of the details, and one thing that I feel like is important, which is what he spoke about yesterday, he takes pictures of the shoes, the socks, the groom's cufflinks. Most guys are drinking some sort of special alcohol, scotch, whiskey. Before it's open, JD will take a photo, a vertical and a horizontal of that, because sometimes you never know that his grandfather might have given it to him, and 20 years later they're opening it on his wedding day. So that kind of stuff really does go a long way if there's special shot glasses. Also, grooms will sometimes get their groomsmen a gift. JD will get that in its actual packaging and note cards, and he stylizes them. And if you're a guy and you don't know how to style things, ask a female friend, or JD's like, I would look at these photos and I'm like, these aren't styled. And he's like, I don't know how to style it. So I talked him through, if there's square boxes, this is what I want to see. If it's a vertical box, if there's tie boxes, if there's shoes, this is how I want you to style them. And yes, it's taking more time from me as a first shooter to explain these things, but I explain them once, and then I can go a whole shooting season without me having to critique on why they weren't styled. Also, a bride will usually give her groom a gift. So JD will make sure that whenever, if I know this in advance, the bridesmaid leaves to go give the gift to the groom, I will step into the bathroom and text JD and say, gift coming. So he knows. Or if I knew this in advance, if the bride says, oh, we're going to be sending gifts to each other, I'll tell him there's going to be somebody dropping off the gift.
When I walk into the groom's room, I always ask if there's any things of sentimental value, or if there's a gift coming, or if there's any gifts. I won't say gift coming, actually, because I remember I said that once. I was like, if there isn't, it's not. I always ask, are there any gifts or anything like that? And then they'll cue you in on what's happening.
So what you want, or what I ask him to do, is to get a picture of the gift wrapped, to get the card, a vertical and a horizontal of the groom reading the card, and then the actual him opening the gift. And once the gift is open, at a later point in time when the groom has put it down, JD will go and get a photo of just what that gift was.
Yep.
Also, the groomsmen just hanging out. JD spoke about this yesterday. If the guys are drinking, he usually will put on like a wide angle lens and just get them hanging out. That's what that photo is. It really isn't like the shining point of any photographic, career, but it's really special to the groom just hanging out with his friends. Also, if you're very familiar with the photographer you're working with and you know that that photographer's brand is photojournalistic, moody, evocative, what you want to do is try to shoot in a way that could possibly further their portfolio. Because yes, you might be fun, airy, and light, but you can shoot for yourself, but you have time during this time of day to shoot and push yourself to shoot differently so that the first shooter is getting the types of photos that he or she finds valuable. Again, the goal is to shoot more, right? So making sure that you're a viable candidate. We're gonna move forward to the groom getting dressed. The types of shots that I would prefer from a second shooter is the groom putting on his tie. Also, a thing to note is, especially when we first started working, the guys would come already dressed. And so JD was like, I have nothing to shoot. But there are certain things that a guy can take off and emulate again like he's just putting it on. And it's something that we still do to this day. So one of these things is a sports coat or his jacket, a tie pin if he has it, a tie, and cufflinks. All of those can be quickly removed and quickly put back on.
And even if you feel like they don't want to deal with taking off their tie and redoing it, because sometimes it actually takes a little while, I just start even readjusting things. So just pulling down the tie a little bit and having him go to a mirror, or just having his best man kind of readjust it. I'll do that. Readjust your cufflinks if they're already on. I don't want you to have to redo everything, but I'll just have them readjust things and actually put on their blazer, maybe unbutton it a couple times.
Now, what we've understood throughout the years, and this is like a piece of advice that I wish somebody had given me, if guys are already dressed in the room, what they're inadvertently conveying to us, that those photos of them getting dressed aren't that important. So we need to put our desires to be storytellers aside and be like, he wants to be comfortable. Now, if he can work with us a little bit by adjusting his tie, and most guys, 100% of the time, are like, yeah, sure, no problem, we get it, okay. But if guys come in and they're just like in boxer shorts or in a towel, that means they
were waiting for us, or they were waiting for me. Or,
they were waiting for you. They were waiting for me. Okay, so the guy putting on his tie, now the groom getting help with his tie, special shots, dad, brother, groomsmen, any of that happening naturally. The groom combing his hair. JD will get a shot of the groom looking into a mirror because most guys will not do it without looking in a mirror. And him helping his dad, either small things, adjusting a boutonniere, reviewing certain things. Sometimes guys will ask their dads to review the vows. And so if JD can capture all of that, and what I want him to do is capture the moment as it happens, and then once those guys move away, I want JD to scurry over and take photos of what they were looking at. Yeah. So that later on, I could piece together the story as if, oh, JD knew that they were about to read this note card, and his dad read it, and then they teared up. So sometimes we're playing out the story differently.
And again, never take these details in their natural state. I used to just that's where he dropped it, so I'd go and shoot it there, and then Jasmine's like,
I was like, there's a phone cord. Yeah, there's like a DoubleTree Hotel business card here.
Grabbing that stuff, putting it and placing it in somewhere that's really nice, and then shooting that.
Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
The groom opening his gift. We spoke about that. Moving on. It's the groom and the groomsmen portraits. If you are asked by the first photographer. If you are not asked by the first photographer, remember when you're making your photo map, this would be a great time for you to say, would you like me to shoot the groom and the groomsmen? If that photographer says no, perfect, you're totally absolved from it. If he or she says yes, then what I would love for you to do is to find out where you're going to take them in advance. There have been times where I was second shooting and a first photographer said, oh, I don't have time, can you go shoot them? And I was paralyzed because I was like, where am I going? Where am I going? Where am I going? Know where you're going to take them if you're going to take them in advance. You say, okay, guys, we're going to meet by the third portico, whatever. I'll see you guys there in 5 minutes. Why don't you guys walk with me? And the types of shots that I like, this is again a typical memorized session for me, or you can keep on.
If you like, yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Know what you're going to do, create a photo map, and memorize a list of photos that you want. And this is, I know it sounds formulaic, but once you get the safe shots, then you're okay to move on from there. So Kenna.
Yeah, we had a question come in earlier about if you could define a little bit further what the photo map, what is a photo map?
Okay, it's when a photo map can be defined when two photographers arrive at a venue, walk the site, and plan where the locations of each of those photos will take place. Right. When we talk about the photos taking place, we're talking about the first look. We're talking about the ceremony. We're talking about the reception. We're talking about family photos. We're talking about bridal party pictures. We're talking about cocktail hour. All of those may or may not exist at separate points. So when you're talking about creating a photo map, you're actually using a photo map in relation to the location in which you are shooting the wedding.
Yep.
Amen?
With plan A and plan B.
That's right.
So, yep.
Okay. That was a little lackluster amen. You guys were like, amen? Amen question mark. I need amen exclamation point. Okay. So typical shots that I would get, groom full body, groom half body, groom looking off and laughing at the groomsmen, or yesterday I brought Stacy over because Wes was okay, good looking, charming guy, but he just looked a little kind of frozen, and it happens because most guys aren't ever photographed, right? So I brought Stacy over and he softened, his jaw softened, his shoulder softened. I love that kind, so it'll either be through a groomsman or with the bride. The groom with each of his groomsmen, I usually do all of these in vertical. I know it sounds a little formulaic, but when it comes to designing an album, you can make them squares, you can crop at the knee, you have more latitude. When I'm shooting really wide, I'm getting a lot of stuff in the background that I just find is distracting. So to me, I have found that vertical, after years, works just best for me. Now again, if you have time and you could shoot horizontal and vertical, do it. But again, just get the safe shots. What I want is the groom with matching details. So if they all have matching cufflinks, if they all have matching flasks, like it was a gift from the groom, I want all of them holding that. The guys are matching all Converse tennis shoes. I want to position them and just get the Converse tennis shoes. Groom with groomsmen, traditional, like we did yesterday. Groom with groomsmen posed according to the photographer's brand. Right? So if if you're shooting for a photographer who's moody and evocative, I don't want you in the bright sunlight. I want you taking them to like placing them at an edge against a brick wall, darker lighting, and nobody's really smiling too big, right? So we have to think about who you're shooting with, and then maybe shoot something for yourself if you have time. Lastly, you want the groom with the groomsmen gathered around him, casual. If they're all just sitting, smoking cigars, drinking scotch, that's great, you don't have to pose them. But if they're all kind of guys that are just waiting for directions to be told, give them something to do. And yesterday I gave the bridesmaids cheesy stuff to do, and they did it, like most of those cheesy stuff didn't make the edit, but the candids in between did. So I'm going to show, these examples within each section are all photos that JD had taken, just are showing what we're talking about. So this is a gift from the bride with the cufflinks. So JD had said that he doesn't use the macro lens too often, but in this case,
this is where I would use it.
So she engraved their name and their wedding date, and he stylized it on the card. So before the groom put it on. This is also when this is the stuff I'm talking to the guys during this time, but JD is shooting details like their bow ties. And JD,
so yeah, this time, none of this is being posed. Jasmine's actually giving direction as to what's happening.
I'm posing, so the guys are posed on this side, and I'm posing the guys on the other side. Like, can you come here? Can you come here?
As a second shooter, you don't want to wait until she's done talking, and then when she's ready to take her shot, then you walk in and get these shots, because you're going to be in her shot. So what you're doing is you're letting her talk while she's talking. That's when they're already lined up, and that's when you're getting your shots as a second shooter, so that when she's ready, you'll pull back, and now she can start
And
working.
one thing too, I'm going to get to your question. So if you have the mic ready, that'd be awesome. One thing, as I was going through this edit, I liked it just stylistically. I like this photo, but he had said that the groom spent time trying to find the perfect bow tie to match with the ombre shirt, and he picked a striped tie.
This guy had some style. So he emphasized the style with his groomsmen, and so I knew that was kind of like they all had cool shoes and cool socks, and I was just like, wow.
So to
I want
me,
that
hearing this from my second shooter and saying that he took the extra step to make sure and spend more time capturing those fashion details made me feel so thankful, because I would not have known that. And so I erred on the side of adding a little bit more guy detailing, because I knew that Taylor would appreciate it.
Yeah, he wanted that. In his album, he probably has a few of these. He's probably going to get a couple of these photos.
Question.
Do you think that, have you seen that the bridal party reacts better when you're giving more advice than less?
Yes.
So then they understand what JD's doing? So it helps capture the photos that you want.
So wait, run that by me
Or
again.
sorry,
Give me an example.
like in that situation, giving those guys more advice, like saying, hey, I'm going to be the first shooter. JD is going to be the one surrounding. So it gets you to take it's easier to take those type of photos.
That's a great question. I know.
I guess more advice than less.
Yeah, and Jasmine doesn't ever let them know, like, hey, I'm going to be the main photographer. What happens is, it happens actually just naturally. Jasmine goes up to the guys and she introduces herself and she's talking, and they've already noticed that I'm not doing any talking during this time. So they kind of they're not even paying attention to me. They're not paying attention to me at all. Jasmine's...
So wait, let's back it up a tiny bit. During groom prep, he introduces himself to the groom. So this groom is named Taylor. He introduced himself to Taylor. All the guys were hanging out, and JD said, no worries, I'm just gonna hang out with you guys and I don't expect anything, just gonna shoot. Yeah. So he already set the standard.
Actually, yeah, when I first walk into a room, I always say, I'm the second shooter, and I always tell them that I'm here to get candids, so I want you to pretend I'm not even here. I'm actually gonna stand back for a little while and test my light. And I just say that just to say it, but I'm really ready to go. And I'm not gonna get any formal photos until later when Jasmine does the family formals. She's actually gonna get you guys during the bridal portrait. She's gonna do all the formal photos where she's gonna bring you in and have different groupings.
But also, I think whoever, specifically when it comes to husband and wife teams, whoever's taking the lead, that person needs to act like the lead. And so when I go in and I see all the guys, I'm coming from the girls' room, the guys don't know who I am, I walk up to them, and the groom knows who I am, so I go give them a hug, say, like, congrats, you look so wonderful, just wait till you see your bride. And and then I turn to everybody, I'm like, hi guys, how are you? My name is Jasmine. I will be the lead photographer today. Work with me as fast as possible. I know I'm gonna make this quick and painless. I want you guys to get drinking, so work with me. Okay? Yeah. Then all of a sudden I say, Taylor, can I have the best man? Can I have the second in processional? Can I have the third in processional? Fourth? Awesome, great. Now I step back, JD creeps in, takes this photo. Can I have the fifth person? Can I have the sixth person? Can I have the seventh person? Great. Guys, can you turn in this way? Can you turn that? And I'm talking like you saw me yesterday, JD's shooting. I say, everybody look here at this camera. He peels away.
By that time I'm done with those shots. Yeah. And if I didn't get them, I'll say, Jasmine, I'm not done yet. So when she finishes shooting, I'll creep back in. But that usually doesn't happen. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, he's like Sly mode. I don't talk. He's like Ninja. I don't talk. Right. I just shoot.
Thanks.
Was that cool? Okay.
Thanks, Eric.
Great.
Let's keep rocking and rolling. I know we have a lot to get through.
Yeah, we do.
About 20 minutes, I think.
So this was that same Manhattan Beach wedding where the guys showed up at the wedding already dressed. He actually hand tied his bow tie and was just like, it took me forever. So JD said, great, no problem. We were outside of the church. This is against a brick wall and foliage, and JD
I love the
just said,
cufflinks. I was like, he had a nice cufflinks on, so I said, you know what, I'm just gonna get a photo of your cufflinks. He said, sure. He actually, I didn't even tell him how to pose it. That's how he felt natural, and so.
And I liked the crop that JD had made of it, so it was great.
Yep.
Okay, so when it comes to the ceremony, always ask the first photographer where he or she would like you to stand. Some first photographers like to take the back, some like to take the front, some like to take the middle. Ask them for what they would like. Secondly, develop a game plan in advance. This is similar to that photo map, right? Like, where are you gonna be? Where am I gonna be?
Especially for the first kiss.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Did I just jump ahead of you?
No.
Okay,
no.
I was like, you're probably gonna get to that.
No, this is what happens very much so. It's like, where can I stand? Where's the last row you would like me? Just be considerate. Yeah. Thirdly, talk to the church lady about the photography rules. If you're my second shooter and you want to go and do that for me, I will just thank you so much, because I don't want to be responsible, and I don't want her, God forgive me, I don't want her wasting my time. Let me do what I need to do, and people always assume that the male photographer is the lead, so JD will take that, and I'm like, great.
Yeah, and the good thing about that is they'll always give me the rules, hoping that, they actually instruct me to give the other photographer the rules. So I could, if Jasmine doesn't play by the rules and she goes and does something and someone sees her, I can always just say, I forgot to tell her that one rule.
Okay, which is pretty awful because, we're talking about lying in church. Okay, so we're going to move into the details. So at a wedding ceremony, you saw us do a little bit of this yesterday. I want to make sure that we're keyed up perfectly. Okay, so the details. If you're taking notes, we're talking about wedding programs. We're talking about floral arches. We're talking about religious details. So communion, if they're going to do wine or bread, a unity candle, if they're going to do a sand ceremony, individual pieces of the sand, overall pieces of the sand, if they're going to be drinking wine together, if they have a signed ketubah or a prayer shawl, all of these things should be taken and stylized before the wedding takes place. Name cards on reserved seating is always a good thing because somebody took the time to actually do that and stylize them. Guests actually signing the guest book, candids of that, as well as the usher and guest book attendees, not posed photos because we feel like those don't really go anywhere, but them actually assisting people doing what they were asked to do actually moves a little bit more. And guests being seated, waiting for the ceremony to start. Then we move on to the processional. Processional would be taking a few test shots of guests walking down the aisle so that you know your exposure, you know your mark. And occasionally, if we have been both given explicit directions that we cannot be up or shooting with flash, or during the homily?
Homily?
You can't, okay, in most Catholic churches you can't shoot during these portions. So if it's a really strict church and we have to be stuck way in the back, I might just take an aisle row in the middle of the ceremony, and I know that my angle probably won't be the best, but it'll be better than 2 photographers stuck in the back. So taking those things into consideration. We get vertical shots of the bridal party and the parents walking down the aisle. I get the groom reaction of him seeing the bride from a side angle. Just like you're going to actually see the very typical shots that we get today. I get the groom's profile. Now, the minute the bride turns down the aisle with her father, JD kind of steps in and he gets the shot of the direct face of the bride, seeing the groom seeing the bride for the first time. When it comes to the bride and her father, I'm getting vertical and horizontal shots of that because there's different reasons as to why vertical works better editorially and for Pinterest, horizontal works in storyboarding for albums. Lastly, the bride and her dad, JD will get this shot from behind as he gives her away because for some reason, dad's heads usually go to this side of the bride and I lose it. But if JD's shooting from behind, he's getting the dad's like really somber emotional reaction if it's a tight embrace, and I lose that. So JD's angle is very important to me during then. The service. I want an overview shot of the ceremony. Yesterday we didn't get a chance to take this because it was just chairs in the wooden door, but the bride looking at the groom, and the overview is actually as well a blank canvas as well as all the guests sitting in there. So I want that taken. I want the bride looking at the groom looking at the bride, any sort of laughter, reaction shots of the parents looking at the couple. I just assign those photos to JD because I'm going to be probably standing closer than I want you to stand. So the bride's parents and the groom's parents are really special photos for them to get. The groomsmen standing in a line, the bridesmaids standing in line, a tight vertical of the couple, a tight horizontal of the couple, the exchange of rings, opposite of the first photographer's standing. So if I'm standing middle of the aisle, I want JD standing from behind if we're shooting outdoors, or to the side shooting with the 70-200. The first kiss, opposite of what the first photographer shot. And yesterday's first kiss, I had the strongest angle. The bride and groom coming together and kissing. The only problem with my angle was that there was a major hotspot line against that door that I couldn't change, but JD's angle from the side cut out the hotspot, and I felt like his angle was just stronger. So at the end of the day, that's the one that's going to make the slideshow edit. The bride will get both angles, but for me, curating the story, I'm going to go with the stronger image, and he ended up getting the stronger image. Okay. So a couple samples of 1 point, yes. We know that he has one photo in the slideshow at least.
I got one photo.
No, I'm kidding. There's a few of his. Okay, so ceremony signage, stuff like this is on the periphery. I give JD the periphery stuff because I just work faster. So I have him on the outside, and then he works his way on the inside. I also depend on him for overview shots as well. So this is a wedding that we had shot in Laguna Beach at an estate. He just snapped this photo before I was able to get down there. These are the religious ceremony details like the ketubah, the prayer shawl, the glass that they step on, and their first glass of wine together. Now we're going to move on to family portraits. I know that we're kind of cruising through this, but I want to make sure that we're just kind of keeping it up. Okay, So the important part during family portraits, at least from my perspective as a first shooter, and I know that there are a lot of people who feel the same way, it's an important idea to stay on your toes as a second shooter. It's easy to kind of fall back into lax mode, but what I want you to do is actually get hungry. And I sound like that annoying coach, like, get it, come on, like, get excited. And it's hard to get excited about these things. I want my second shooter to help organize the family groupings. And more importantly, I want my second shooter to capture those candid moments while the first photographer is busy shooting. So while I'm shooting these large groupings, if I have that pretty much under control, ideas that JD could possibly shoot are flower girls playing with the flowers, sleeping babies in the arms of loved ones, grandmas sitting and waiting, family taking shots or toasting, right? Because that's usually how when families are just waiting, they're just like, hey, bring some cocktails down here, and they're just waiting. I'm missing all of those moments, but I want my second shooter to be getting that. Families taking pictures of families. Love those. Brides love them. You know, whether or not we're going to end up in the photo album, but this is the stuff that gets shared on Facebook. Family laughing and having a good time. Usually all the kids, the shot that I think JD is usually waiting for is I usually ask the bride and her siblings to kind of get together and to kind of get in close, and mom and dad are just looking at them from a distance. There's a moment in a parent's eyes where they realize like life has changed. Yeah. And to capture that, I think that JD is always ready for that. And those are so valuable to me. So in light of that, I don't want second photographers to underestimate the value of the side angle. I'm going to show how this parlays. You'll see it today in today's edit, but I'm going to show it right now in a photo. Did you want to say something?
I was going to say the side angles for immediate family is always it's key. The side angle for like the 30, 40 people groupings, I don't usually get that. That's when I'm shooting candids. So I'm getting side angles for the immediate family mostly, and siblings. Well, that's
so here's an example of how this parlayed at a recent wedding. So we shot this wedding at La Estancia in La Jolla, California. I was shooting with the 50mm. This is a very typical daughter and parents photo. Now this showcases where I was standing and where JD was standing. Now our assistant Kendra, grabbed the camera out of our bag because I told her, I'm like, hey, we're going to Creative Live, can you snap a photo? And so she did this. So it was great though because it shows where JD is standing. It also shows that he's shooting with the 85, and this is the picture that transpired. So the traditional photo is going to be included in the edit, but what she posted on Facebook was that one. And I'm very happy with it. And these are the types of photos that JD will capture, and always it's clutch. So as a first shooter, I understand the value and importance of, and now I have a similar photo of them laughing, but the angle is different. And the 85, again, he talked about that photojournalistic appeal that gets in there. That's what I'm lacking when I'm standing at a distance with the 50.
Jasmine's getting the safe shot. First shooters are always getting that safe shot. So as second shooters, this is pretty
cool. I think we're trending pretty well on time. We're going to get into these next two sections are going to go really fast. So the bridal party, we spoke about this yesterday. Focus on things that the first photographer isn't. So while I'm shooting the bride and her bridesmaid, that one-on-one, while the other girls are just standing and waiting, JD is getting candids. He's getting details like their shoes, or sometimes girls have unique dresses, and he gets the back of that dress. These are all things that I've instructed him throughout the years that I want because editorially it works. But also for wedding albums, it looks really cool to pair an artistic photo with like a candid, fun, typical wedding photo.
As second shooters, you have to start getting good at shooting a lot of flowers, a floral arrangement.
You'll see that today.
I remember at first, it's pretty easy to blow out those flower details. So making sure that you're kind of always, I like to underexpose just a little bit just to make sure that the actual flowers are actually there. I hate when it's kind of like just blank space.
So it happens too. So when we were talking about that previous example of JD, capture quiet moments. So this shot of when JD had taken that picture of the groomsmen's bow ties, I do the same thing with the large bridal party, right? So I set up the bride and groom, then I bring all the guys on one side and all the girls on the other. This is like a safe traditional photo that I will always get. Now then once I get the safe shot, then I get to play. Now, as I'm adjusting everybody, I'm talking to the 10th groomsman on this side, the 10th bridesmaid on this side. The bride and groom are just standing there waiting. What I want JD to do is while they're talking to each other, they're probably like, can you believe this is here? They're laughing. She looks down. She's like, oh, you need to fix your tie. All of those moments where they don't know they're being photographed is what I want JD to do.
Those are so hard to recreate. Jasmine can't ask them to do stuff like that. So those photos are really neat.
Details. So details like the groomsmen boutonnieres, ties, bridesmaid's bouquet, flower girl holding basket, the ring bearer holding that stuff, all of that stuff I want my second shooter to be capturing. I will too, but his angle might be coming at a stronger perspective. Lastly, candid moments are priceless. I'll never forget a single moment where the groom had surprised the bride with a different wedding ring. But she was in the moment of her wedding that she had no idea. And so I had positioned the bridal party and I had that front safe shot, and JD was off to the side shooting at the time with the 7200 because he was at a distance. And somebody turned to her and said, Meg, did you see your new ring? And she goes, new ring? And she looks and she's like, so JD just shot everything. She was like, and she turns, she's like, oh my God. And so he has the whole story. So those types of things that, from
that
a
guy
front
was stepping it up. I was like, whoa, a whole new ring too? I was like, wow, another diamond.
The front angle, because I was shooting wide and it was the whole bridal party, I lost that. I have it, it was included, but it wasn't as poignant as somebody is shooting tight. So again, those are the types of photos that second shooters, I would bring back a second shooter time and time again. Here's, again, I was setting up the bridal party. I placed the flower girl up in the front. JD hopped in, shot this photo of the flower girl. Now this photo, I really appreciated. I was working with the girls. We're in New York City. They're underneath this bridge. And so I'm working with them. I said, great, ladies, thank you so much. And I said, and all the guys were just standing towards the back, just waiting. And I said, guys, I'm ready for you guys. Can you guys come this way? And JD was already primed and he was shooting them.
I didn't pose them. They were actually, they were all standing, chatting.
Just waiting.
And right when Jasmine said come, I knew she was going to have them come next. So when she said start walking to us, I was just ready for them to all start walking. When they started walking, I shot that photo.
This next shot was at a recent wedding where the bride surprised everybody with mariachis, and so she surprised her bridal party with mustaches and quintessential Mexican stuff. And I don't think tambourines are Mexican, but I could be wrong. Okay, this again, I was shooting the straight safe shot. JD got down on his knee, shot with the 85, and focused the exact same shot.
I fell in love with this kid. I know we're going way into that, but I don't know what it was. This kid, every time I would look at him or he knew I was taking a photo, he'd give me this very confident look. And I remember I was just like, why am I so I'm drawn to this kid. And I realized that I actually there's some photos of Jasmine when she was a little kid, like baby. And she looks like this kid when she was a baby. And I just remember, Jasmine, you look like this kid. And
I was like, oh, thanks. You're telling me I look like a boy.
Was the cutest thing. No, well, babies look, you don't even know what baby, well, whatever. You were a baby. You were like an infant, anyway. And yeah, it just reminded me of that.
So either way, what we're trying to convey was I was taking that safe shot with all of them. JD was probably sitting next to me at an entirely different angle and cropped it and telling a different story. Now we're going to move into the bride and groom section. This is the easiest section of them all because the thing I want you to do is follow the first shooter's lead 100% of the time. They set the rules, you simply follow. Listen to what is being said between the lines. Sometimes you work with first photographers who don't have strong personalities. If they do not have strong personalities, what I'm asking you to do is to listen what they might be saying. It's so hot. It's very bright. I wish I had shade. What they might be asking you is to hold the diffuser and they feel uncomfortable coming out and saying. So we know that none of us want to hold the diffuser. But if you're thinking like a first photographer, ask, would you like me to hold the diffuser? Then you're prompting her to give you a confirmation or a declination. Stay clear of her angle or his angle and shoot an entirely different angle. Use a different lens, always. That's a general rule of thumb. That's generally what I would ask my second shooter. And sometimes the hardest day to shoot is with a different angle. You feel stuck, the light all around you stinks. In that situation, I don't need a second shooter to give up on me. I need a second shooter to fight for what it is that they see. I need you to, standing in the same position you said, I tried everything with this lens, swap on a different lens and get an entirely different photo. If you're stuck, what about their hands? His hand with a new wedding ring around her waist with a 70-200, you got a shot that I didn't get. Think differently. Great, we're gonna cruise on through. Cocktail hour, we did this yesterday. What I want you to do is capture the environment, if possible. If you can get an upper angle of that photo, what's going on? Why is everybody laughing here? Oh yeah. They had custom drinks, and so she had Pimm's, and he had a different drink, and she was upset because he kept on drinking her drink. So again, this is an entirely different angle. And okay, so capture the environment. If you can get high up, Brides appreciate that because it tells a very different story. Candid photos of guests. We're going to be showing some candid photos today from our shoot yesterday that were genuinely candid, and also the details. So drinks in hands, guests talking to each other. Now this is a perfect time if the parents, especially if the parents are footing the bill, I want to make sure that I'm getting shots of them looking good with a cocktail in hand, sunset light around them. Those are very valuable that brides and grooms really like. Occasionally, JD will go through, if they're affluent families, they have a lot of people there, JD will say, oh, Mr. Sorensen, can I have you stand with your group of friends? Yes, my doctors, yes, come in. And it makes them feel a sense of pride. Whether or not it's the best photo doesn't matter. In that moment, it's a special moment.
That's special for those parents. They actually end up getting them. They don't put them in the album, but they actually just purchase them to have around the house, in their offices.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So in a pinch, if you are so strung out and you're trying to get details and you're trying to get guests, what we do is what we call pinch off our guests. So as they walk into the room or turning a corner, we're like, poof, 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 poof. Like just get people walking in. Yeah. I mean, again, this is not what I suggest, but in the beginning when you're trying to find time and you're trying to build that portfolio and take care of your clients, you gotta take what you have and make it work. So here are a couple shots that JD has taken at cocktail hour. This is an overview shot of a custom bar that they had made. These are those blasted guest cards. They're gonna get you every time. An overview shot of guests at sunset. Again, you're telling a story. And guests during a bright day in Laguna Beach, and some custom drinks of the guest in action. So we will get them stylized, nice, clean editorial shots, but this shot conveys something else. This is the actual guest using them in motion. So we're gonna move on to the reception. Always ask the first shooter what he or she wants you to do. I want you to focus on setting up the main photographer for the best shots. And I know it's counterintuitive to what we want to do. We want the best shot, turn it over. Help clear out, help clear out the vendors for the overview photo. So what you want as a photographer is 5 minutes before the doors open for the reception, you want to clear out all of the servers, the DJ, the coordinator, have everybody step on the inside or in the periphery of a room, and I want JD to do that for me. Because I'm gonna get a chair, and I'm gonna get in the corner, and I'm gonna make sure that my off-camera light is set up so that I can take an entire overview room of the tables, flowers, dance floor, everything set up and clean.
These rooms are huge sometimes, so if there's someone coming in, and every once in a while Jasmine's ready to shoot, and all of a sudden one guy comes in because he needs to light a candle or refill of water, you have to run, and you can't, it's like they won't even hear you if you yell, so you have to run to the other side, get everybody and hold everybody off so that Jasmine can take these shots. Just a couple minutes.
If your first shooter wants you to shoot the details, safe shots, centerpieces, napkins, cake, place card seatings. That will kind of just get you clutched and make sure that you've taken care of your first photographer. Always ask the first photographer where they want you to stand for the grand entrance. There's nothing worse as a first photographer to have your second photographer take a position and make the first move. Ask and get that clear up in the beginning.
It's so easy to just not even let it set in, so you can be there the entire time and not even know, but she doesn't, the first shooter won't have time to go and move you.
So again, eye contact.
Yeah, eye contact during that, because you can ruin all those photos.
For the first dance, I encourage second shooters to shoot it the way that they want, as long as they're not in my way. Use a different lens. Second shooters. Use a different lens. Don't stand opposite of where I am standing. And be aware of your surroundings. If you're a second photographer and you're shooting and you're right in front of the mother as the bride and her dad are having a dance, no. I will look across the dance floor and be like, move. Yep. So just be aware of your surroundings. As far as speeches are concerned, shoot opposite of what the first shooter is shooting. Yesterday you saw when I was shooting the toaster, he was getting reactions. When I was shooting reactions and kisses, he was getting details. So just think about those things as you go along. Cake, you saw this yesterday. Actually, Creative Live posted a snippet, like a 1-minute video of us shooting, and I actually, at 4 o'clock in the morning, watched it, and I was like,
You did?
Oh, I did. We usually don't watch ourselves, and I was like, did we really look like that? I mean, because I was like, you have vertical, horizontal, what are you getting? Yes, okay, huh? And I was like, oh. But I mean, yesterday you guys saw it in motion. I mean, it was really who's shooting what and what lens are you using. Lastly, bouquet and garter. Know where each other are going to be standing. General rule of thumb, I get the bride tossing, he gets the bridesmaids and all the single ladies catching.
Yep.
Oh, thank you, Lord have mercy. We are now going on to Q&A. We made it through one of the longest sections of the day.
Nice.
Well,
good.
Dang, I know, I made it through, guys.
You made it through, but that was jam-packed with goodness. And we are kind of out of time. There are so many questions coming in, but just to clarify maybe one or two of these questions really quickly, from Bells and Babies, do you give your second shooter an actual list to check off as they go, or is it all by memory?
Now JD is committed to memory. We're going to be talking about the second shooter handbook later on in the course, but this would be a good opportunity. If you have a second shooter, if you download the PDF, you can have it on your phone and just kind of go with you on the wedding day. Am I getting all these shots at this part of the day? So that second shooter handbook is $4.99, but we're going to get into that later on today.
Very cool.
Excellent. All right, should we do one more question, Ken,
Sure.
before we go to break? All right. Question from Muse10. If you're working with a second you've never worked with before, what kind of prep time do you have to give them? Do you schedule a meeting in the days before the wedding to go over expectations and duties, etc.?
That's a great question. Now, again, the first shooter gets to dictate the terms. If I'm shooting with a new second shooter, I probably wouldn't set up a meeting, but it's only because I prefer to live in yoga pants, and if I have to have a meeting, that means I have to get dressed. So I do everything via email, and doing everything via email also helps by having documentation. So as far as, I would probably outline my list of expectations. I would probably send an agreement, and if you have questions, they could follow up like that.
Okay, one more, because this is really good and people were asking it yesterday.
Okay.
So this is from Lola, as well as Manda Murphy and Scott Hamill. How should a second shooter handle requests from family members for specific shots? Should they accommodate the requests or take them to the primary photographer to check in and see what they want? And then just kind of two other add-on things is, what about when some of the family members are saying, can I see the back of your camera after you nail the shot? And or if people at the wedding are asking questions of the second shooter that are really for the first shooter.
Okay.
Like, how late will you be here? When and how can I see the photos that are being taken?
Okay.
That's a big.
I'll answer the last one. I actually, as a second shooter, I know how Jasmine is going to display all the images for guests if guests want to see. So I'll always let everyone know how we do things. There's going to be an online gallery that you can grab and download photos from. So I'll say stuff like that to guests. If a guest,
but he's also been instructed to say, because I don't want to give out the gallery information if the bride and groom does not want her gallery public. Right. So I encourage them to follow up with the bride, and she will send you the gallery. Right. So I would tell my second shooter to do that as well. Now, if I'm shooting with a second shooter and somebody asks that second shooter for a family photo, by all means, take it, own it. Let me know if it was special at a later point in time. You're like, you know what? There's a random photo of 4 guys, but they all went to college together. Great, thanks for letting me know. I don't need somebody to ask for permission. If you're going to take a group of people off, then I ask that you let me know where you're going and why you're doing it. Mm-hmm. And as far as guests asking questions of the second shooter, basic questions should be covered in advance. Where are the pictures going to be taken? Timeline, how long are you going to be here? You as a second shooter should know how long you're going to be there with the first photographer. So knowing those things in advance. So preparation, and again, that word, communication.
So I know this is hard, but when people come up and they want to chimp on the back of your camera,
yes.
Okay, good question.
Yes. Say, how do you defer that?
Well, okay,
politely.
You can say it and then I'll say. I'm not sure if we say the same thing.
Oh, I would just, I wouldn't do it because I know Jasmine doesn't ever do it. And I think she'd be upset if she saw me showing people the back of my camera. So I would
I wouldn't be upset. It just
not upset. She'd be like, why did you show that?
What do you say?
Especially when they're like, oh, let me see.
Okay,
right.
okay. So ask me.
Okay.
I take your picture.
Let me see.
Oh no, you guys can't see it. I have to put some magic in it later. I'm like, I promise you guys, my camera's so good. It takes away 10 pounds, 10 years. So you guys can check it out online later. Okay? Thanks. I'm not even lying.
It's hard.
It's very hard.
Yeah, that's hard.
It's very hard. And during engagement sessions, what I think it could be is detrimental when you show a client and she's like, that's my chin. Oh my God. And the rest of the session, she's like this. So no, I'm just like, hey, give me a couple. I just want you guys to focus on these photos right now.
All right, awesome. Good answer. Good
Thank
answer.
you.
All right, we're going to take a 15-minute break, everybody. What are we going to do when we come back?
Well, we're going to get started with what I mentioned earlier. We're going to talk into what second shooters, how to dress appropriately for a wedding, and also get some photos of some second shooters from our Facebook groups, and also just show some attire.
We're also going to talk about how to critique a second shooter, how in-depth you want to get with that, which could also lead to uncomfortable conversations. and we're going to talk about, we're going to go through the shoot as well.
A lot of good stuff to come. Well, as usual, there are so many people in the chat rooms. Thank you for all of your amazing questions, so much engagement. Confucius Jones says, as half of a husband and wife photography team, JD makes me want to push myself to be a better shooter, and watching Jasmine Star and JD together makes me want to pick up my camera and apply their tips to a shoot today. I'm buying this course as I type so that I can rewatch with my wife this evening.
So
Nice.
Thanks,
you know, there's so
Confucius.
many questions coming in that people are also asking questions that were answered yesterday as well, and your questions have been so great during the last 2 days. Keep them coming. We so appreciate it. And I just want to kind of cover some of the things that we did cover yesterday that people are still asking about. So Stacy Lay had asked, for someone that wants to start second shooting, how do you find second shooting gigs? Roxana had asked, I'm a family photographer that would like to start second shooting for weddings. Would you recommend opening a different website? So how to promote yourself and connect with first shooters. We talked about that yesterday. Bethany Kay had talked about, after the processional, does Jasmine follow the bride and groom to capture special moments and rely on JD to capture all of the bridal party? So how to shoot in tandem the first and second shooter dance. So we did cover all those things yesterday. It was great. And if you did miss it, you can purchase the course and rewatch and get all of the answers to the questions. If we're not answering a question today, it's probably because we have covered it. So purchase the course. You can buy it for $99. If you purchase it right now while we're at break, you can get it for $79, and you can get all of your questions answered. And with that, we'll see you guys back here in 15 minutes.
Hi, I'm Kenna, your host at Creative Live. We are thrilled to welcome international award-winning photographer Jennifer Hudson for her very first Creative Live workshop, Fine Art Portraits on Location. Jennifer's staged photography is artistically stylized and meticulously crafted. She captivates her audience by combining found objects and ethereal themes. In this 2-day course, Jennifer will take you step by step through the process of creating a fine art studio on location. Not only will Jennifer teach you some of the methods behind her most popular images, but she'll also share with you the inspiration that it took to create them. You're going to learn posing techniques using live models, building props with found objects, and creating couture garments to enhance your photo shoots. To wrap it all up, Jennifer will walk you through the process she uses in Photoshop to create such beautiful fine art portraiture. So if you're a photographer interested in bringing your stylized concepts to life, join us on Creative Live August 8th and 9th for Fine Art Portraits on Location.
Welcome back to Creative Live, everybody. This is day 2 of the art of second shooting with Jasmine Star and JD. We're just having a fun conversation. I'm about to give away another prize, but there's a little competition going on right here as to who is quoting who, how many times people are winning, quoting one or the other.
Well, the issue became, and this is what we're debating at this point, so if the internet wants to participate. So I said yesterday, I said if you use middle of the road aperture, you get middle of the road pictures. But I said JD told me that if you use middle of the road aperture, you get middle of the road pictures. So we're trying to say who gets the quote. Do I get the quote for saying it and saying that he said it, or does he get the original quote since he was the originator? That's the debacle.
She hijacked the quote, said it online, and she
hijacked.
So,
hijacked it. Hijacked.
Because
biased presentation.
Here's what I want to do right now. I want to get internet shout out. You know when they do the voting? Like,
I know.
Who thinks Jasmine gets it?
text your answer to, text your vote to. No.
Okay, let's give away a prize.
Okay.
And maybe this will,
one. This might just
All
be
right. Now I'm not even sure who said this.
Okay, I'll let you know.
I bet you will. All right, this winner is going to get a White House custom color 20 by 30 standout. Tell us about those.
a 20 by 30 standout. These are really cool. I think that they look great in galleries. So it's important that photographers are actually putting up what they're giving clients or what they want to sell to clients, because you first need to show clients what they don't know they want. So White House always does a great job with all of their line of products. While I might not be a product-driven photographer, I'm a service-based photographer, but there are like certain gifts and standalones that I think White House does a phenomenal job with.
And 20 by 30, that's big.
That's big. That's
very
very big.
a great prize. All right, so the person who is getting this prize is Jill Norton, and the quote is, "When it comes to scheduling, it boils down to 3 things. Let your photographer know
what, when, and why." Boom! Right here! Thank you! Thank you!
What,
Thank you,
sorry,
son.
sorry. What, where, and why
Okay.
you are doing
well,
something.
I still said it.
So officially, that means we're tied now, correct?
No.
Oh.
We'll do a tally at lunch, and we're going to see where we stand.
You know, I'm just going to go and I'm going to start reading Jasmine's script so that I'm going to start hijacking her quotes.
So that, yes, awesome. Well, congratulations. Thank you to White House Custom Color.
Congrats.
Keep playing to win, everybody. Enter your quotes on Facebook. I also would love to ask, when you do go over to Facebook, there's a beautiful thank you card that we have posted. Beautiful picture of the two of you. And people are already giving their thanks coming in. And again, Mary Miller, thank you for your thoughtful and entertaining course on second shooters. And Lima Camito Baston says, Lena says, best team, you rock. So all kinds of things. Victor Elias says, I didn't know they were married.
She's taken.
So anyhow, head on over to Facebook and give your thanks for these two.
And thank you guys for tuning in and watching.
Yep.
We wouldn't be anything without our amazing studio audience who's been so supportive these past 2 days, but also for everybody at home. I've been seeing pictures on Tumblr, Instagram, people in their sweats, painting their nails, in their cubicle, on their phone, driving and watching. That's not safe.
Safety first.
Yes, but we appreciate you guys very much. Thank you.
Hashtag JDJStar is what we're using.
Awesome.
Cool.
Well,
All
thank
right,
you guys.
back over to you.
Okay. No, but legit, during lunch, we're finding out. You know what? I feel so confident. I'll give JD the middle of the road quote.
Wow, look at her now. That's not what she was saying a minute ago, is it? Wow, Jasmine, really? Okay. Actually, so we're going to start. I'm glad, actually, thanks for coming back and tuning in. And also, hope you guys are just ready for this next section. I think we only have a couple hours before our lunch break, so I'm going to keep this section brief. But the section that I'm going to get to is what a second shooter should wear on a wedding day. Now, well, just saying that, there's no hard and fast rule. But the last thing you want to do, as I mentioned earlier, is you never want to assume that you are okay dressed okay or properly, if you haven't asked the first shooter what the appropriate attire is going to be. Make sure to ask. We do have a couple horror stories that we're going to get into a little bit later. But the last thing you want to do is go underdressed on a wedding day. You're a representation of the first shooter's brand, and you know, that first shooter will probably most likely not hire you back if you're not dressed appropriately. So, you know, during our first year of business, I used to always dress for comfort. That was my first priority. So I would just wear dress pants and a dress shirt. That was my thing. And Jasmine and I would show up to weddings, and it wasn't until it was midway through our first season when we were shooting a wedding at a venue with actually there was another photographer there that was shooting at the same venue as us, and we looked up to this photographer. Jasmine would go to his blog or actually see him online, so we knew of him. He didn't know anything about us, but I just remember how I was shocked because he saw us staring at him. He was shooting cocktail hour.
While we tried to play it off, we were like...
Yeah, we were kind of like... So Jasmine knew throughout the day that he was shooting there, so we were kind of like, oh gosh, you know, it would be crazy if we, you know, got to meet him or something. So at one point during he was shooting cocktail hour, and he saw us staring at him. So he walked over to us, and he actually introduced himself, and I thought that was awesome. That was great. We got to say hello. But when he was talking to Jasmine, I didn't hear anything that was going on in the conversation. I couldn't stop looking at his clothes.
This is probably the point where I should admit that JD had a man crush. Like he was like,
not a man crush. I was just shocked that people like dressed that nice to weddings. He had a full-on suit three-piece suit. He had cufflinks. He had a tie clip. And gosh,
probably even like a pocket square.
Yeah, he had a pocket square. He had it all. He even smelled good.
Again, men crush, right?
Yeah. So, you know, I remember just thinking, wow, you know, we saw him, we said our goodbyes, and he went back, and he was just floating around cocktail hour, and he looked just like a guest. And I remember thinking to myself that day, and Jasmine and I were driving home, and we were both talking about it, and Jasmine made that conscious decision to up our game when it comes to dressing for weddings. She said, you know what? And I'll never forget what she said. She said, well, what did she say?
I'll never forget what she said.
No.
Hold on, what did she say?
No, the thing is, I know what she said is, I always mess it up. I'll always say the wrong word or something. But she said, I don't want to dress for the jobs that I have. I want to dress for the jobs that I want. And that's when, after that car ride, we didn't have a rule, but we just said, from now on, we're going to incorporate 3 pieces every time we go out. So that meant I was always going to start wearing a tie for weddings, at least. And that only, you know, so I'll wear ties for 90% of the weddings that I shoot. But if I know that I'm the only one wearing a tie, I'll definitely just either take it off, or if I know in advance that nobody's going to be wearing ties, then I won't wear a tie. But that's usually never the case. There's always guests wearing ties at a wedding that weddings that we're shooting. So, gosh, that's kind of you know, the best way as a second shooter to get a good feel for this is ask where the wedding's going to be shot. If the wedding's going to be shot at a resort, like I said earlier, if it's a black tie affair, make sure to wear either a black bow tie or a black tie for the guys. I think for the guys it's a lot easier because I treat my suit like a uniform. I have a couple suits and I'll wear them pretty much all the time. And I always tell Jasmine, she should do the same. I was like, Jasmine, why don't you just get a couple of dresses
Ladies.
And have, you know, your uniform. But, you know, for ladies, I get it. They want a lot more variety. And for some guys, too. So nowadays, that's just like kind of my hard and fast rule. I'll ask Jasmine what the guests are going to be dressing like, or I mean, where the wedding's going to be, and then that will help me kind of make a good, educated guess.
When we shoot destination weddings on a beach, there's no sense for him to be wearing a full suit. However, if we're shooting a destination wedding on the beach, and the groomsmen are wearing a suit, JD will also wear a suit. We were in Mexico, and he was dripping sweat, but all the other guys were wearing suits. So we felt, out of respect to our clients, we're going to dress like a reflection of our brand, but also as a reflection of their wedding day. Now, again, we know that we stand a little bit on the periphery, but our goal is to blend in. We don't have camera straps. We have very nondescript camera bags, and we have a single camera.
Right.
We want to look and feel, we don't want to be obtrusive to the guests.
And, you know, honestly, it's made the biggest difference. I remember when we were a little bit more underdressed, I would feel like hired help. And, you know, now when I show up to weddings, we blend in really well with guests, and it's really neat. I like the difference, the representation that we leave off now for the brand. Actually, I still struggle with this, so at some time, you know, at some points, the other day, it was like, 4 weddings ago, we shot a wedding in North Carolina. And we usually don't shoot rehearsal dinners, but we were hired to shoot the rehearsal dinner for this wedding. And so I remember asking Jasmine, I said, what do you think the attire is going to be like for the rehearsal dinner? It's usually a lot more casual when we do rehearsal dinners, and I don't have to wear a full-on suit. And Jasmine said, you know what, we're going to the South, and they're going to be dressed, you know, everyone there is going to be over the top.
Well, I said it's a very proper family.
And
we're in the South, and they're doing up their wedding.
Everyone's going to be in bow ties. And so I thought, okay, I was like, maybe I'll wear a bow tie, but I'll wear some denim jeans, you know, and a blazer. And yeah, Jasmine's just like, you know, I don't think that's a good move. And I deferred.
Did you wear a bow tie? I don't think you wore a bow tie.
No, I actually wore a tie. So
okay. He's not wearing a bow tie, and he decides to take LA to the South.
I was like, you know what, I'm gonna look like an artist. You know, the photographer can always kind of dress down a little. Well, for a rehearsal dinner, I thought I don't need to be like dressed up to the nines.
But just for clarification, we have the first shooter, and we have the second shooter.
So
I
deferred from her judgment on this recent rehearsal dinner, and I show up. I wore my denim jeans, my blazer and tie, and right when we walk in the door, every single guy, it's like we were
the Kentucky Derby. Like every guy had bow ties,
everyone
pink
had
pants.
Yeah.
bright green
Some
pants.
people
I mean,
had
it was
like nice
little hats.
top hats.
And I turned and I was like, nice jeans.
Yep. Since then, I will always defer to whatever Jasmine says in regards to what she thinks. The first shooter has the best judgment as to what the guest will be wearing on that day. So make sure to ask. Here are I'm going to actually get into a few photos that we got from some Facebook members on the second shooter group of like certain. We had asked for people to turn in some photos of what they wear on wedding days, and so I'm going to get into those
We're
in a little
first going
bit.
to start with what JD wears.
Oh, right.
So this was at a Colorado wedding. It started raining, so JD just brought out an umbrella, and I was actually in the moment of shooting the bride and her bridesmaid, and then JD happened to get in the photo. But
I felt a little silly because right there I actually had to wait until it was one of those rainstorms where it was raining for like 2 seconds and then it would just stop and then all of a sudden it would start again. So I was just standing there for that time when it stopped and then I would just move off. Jasmine would get a photo. The next girl would come in. I'd go get the next bridesmaid, bring them in. So I was seriously not even second shooting. I was way more of an umbrella assistant that day.
But this showcases why the decision that JD had made. It was going to be a formal wedding, but it was also held out in the forest. So he didn't wear a black suit. He wanted to blend in a little bit more with the guests and the surroundings. So this is a recent outfit that I wear at weddings. I like to not be constricted around my arms, but I also want to make sure that the skirts and dresses I wear go down to my knee. And this.
There we go. This is from Emily Jane. And it was great because I actually like, I just like the variety that we're going to be able to get from watching other people because I don't need, Jasmine and I have a certain style and look, and it's good to get variety.
And I like that she was using two pieces. It looks like she's wearing a dress and then something to go over it instead of it just being like a summer dress. Because again, summer dresses are okay in some parts of the United States for weddings, but to look a little bit professional is a good
I'm starting to feel like, actually, this is starting to feel like fashion police. We're not doing that. We're actually just encouraging and showing things here.
Well, we want to show what we like because we've gone to weddings and we see photographers wearing sloppy clothes, and I feel like it's a bad reflection of our industry as a whole. I really do feel like we have the ability to start changing the outlook, the way that wedding photographers are perceived. We don't want those vests and the fanny packs and the straps. It's like we can go and we can be classy, we can be professional, and still do a good job. Yep. I think Brady
Brady Howard, he's a good friend of ours. Actually, he's from Canada, and he's definitely dressed sharp.
JD's like, oh, we have to include Brady
give him a
because
shot. Brady,
he looks good.
He looks good. Look sharp,
and again, it's a little bit simpler, but again, the tie really does make a difference.
Yep.
Oh my God. So look at this photo. Okay, so we asked for outfits, and then this guy, Danny Gorman, posts a photo of his second shooter and me wearing the same dress. So it turned into Instagram of who wore it best. So it's like a bad version of like Us Weekly. I was like, oh man.
I think you guys both look beautiful.
But either way, I mean, I clearly approve of her dress. I think it's great because she covers her arms and she has a belt, so it's a small, simple accessory, but she still looks really professional.
Wow, this is kind of. Oh, and this is Ryan Greenleaf. I don't know if you guys, for those of you who watched Restart, he was one of the in-class students that had their business made over, and he's really. I told him I love the shoes, but I love his pose. Just like, if I can be that confident when I'm dressed up, that would be, I just need his confidence.
But part of the reason I liked this photo was because he kind of gave a list of where you can get things. So pants, J. Crew, shirt, H&M, belt, Macy's, shoes, Eldo. So men, if you want to create this outfit, Ryan's hooked you up. So this is Jahan Serta. I like that she shoots in Northern Cal, so it could be very warm. And what she did is instead of wearing a short skirt, she has a dress, like a dress-in skirt. So it's still keeping her cool, but at the same time still looks professional, and she's wearing a pair of flats. I felt like she looks adorable, and she looks professional.
I think as wedding photographers, most of the ladies are wearing flats. So I just feel like making sure you always have a comfortable pair of flats, because I know Jasmine, sometimes we have to actually have multiple pairs of shoes on a wedding day if she's going to be on her feet all day, obviously. So I'll actually pack a spare in my backpack.
Also, when it comes to talking to people about what they should wear, it's an uncomfortable conversation. When we first started working with her assistant, she is young, she wasn't in the industry, so she came to the first wedding and she did not look sloppy whatsoever. But I felt as a representation of our brand and as a representation of what the guests were wearing, I just asked her, to please wear a knee-length skirt and to wear closed-toed shoes because she was wearing sandals, and I just felt like when we were at a country club or at a resort, it just wasn't wedding attire, at least in Southern California. It was uncomfortable, but since then, that girl dress is sharp. This is very, very boring what I wear, black dress. I try to get away from it. I know other girls do such a phenomenal job, but a black dress will always.
I don't know what it is with the ladies, how black is great. I love how black looks on Jasmine. I don't know why. I think it's just maybe because you just need some variation of color, I guess. But if you can keep it classy like that, I think that's a great move.
I always think that navy blue works well too, yes.
Gosh, I feel like we're doing like critiques.
Do you have specific flats that you swear by, that you buy that you've bought several pairs of over the years?
You know, I do find that I wear Tory Burch a lot, but I don't necessarily think that they're so comfortable. It's just I take a pair of shoes and I rotate them. Actually, we were here in Seattle, and I was like, I need to buy a pair of flats. And I found a pair that I loved, and I was willing to splurge. I turned to him, I was like, I'm going to do it. I'm going to buy a nice pair of all leather flats out of my size. It's like the universe was telling me I can't get it. So, oh well. I could see a future blog post.
This is, I feel like this is Brandon Kidd out of Orange County, and he actually, when I saw this photo, I thought, oh wow, I can incorporate a more casual look, but yet very, very, very nice. He's wearing a bow tie, and he looks appropriate to shoot a wedding. So I thought that was really cool.
It just depends on your brand, and it depends on your clientele.
Yeah.
So I'm particularly fond of this couple and these photos. These are the Grovers. They are based in Southern California, and what I particularly like about, which is one, they're just very nice people and talented photographers. Yeah. But two, they started an Instagram account, Stylish Photog, because they were always wondering what other people were wearing at weddings. So if you start highlighting other photographers, so if you Instagram a photo of your outfit, use that hashtag and they might feature you. So here are a couple featured photographers within the Stylish Photog Instagram account. Well, this guy did it up, right? I mean, wow. He did a nice styled piece about what he was wearing and where you can also get it. I think he looks extraordinarily handsome. I think he looks appropriate. I think he looks artistic. And I think that his clients, I could just look at him and know what kind of client he's attracting. But I think he does a great job with it. Yeah. And again, another one from Stylish Photog. This guy, I think, dresses impeccably well. You can tell that I think he would shoot higher end weddings. He would probably shoot weddings that are ballroom or resort, like destination high-end resort stuff. Lastly, this is us shooting, or this is JD shooting a Laguna Beach wedding. It was at a private estate, but guests were showing up in suits, and it was a slightly more formal attire. All the guys wore tuxes. So JD decided to wear a black suit and a black tie. Yep. Cool.
All right.
So we're now going to be moving on to a section. Oh yes, Susan.
I just wanted to throw in my 2 cents that I vote for JD. My vote's for JD on the
Thank you.
Well, I hope he wins the fashion category because he's not going to win the quote category. Okay, so on to real business. See,
Someone better not take that quote and quote, and that better not be the winning quote. If that's the winning quote, I'm done.
No, here's the thing, you guys. I have to be honest. It's like I am very competitive. I will be competitive at doing laundry, you know. Somebody had gifted us when we first got married Scrabble, which is very nerdy, but it was such a great gift because we were really poor, had a lot of Friday nights at home. So we started playing Scrabble and we got so competitive that I got to a point where I flipped the board and I was like, I'm done with this. We actually have not played Scrabble since our first year of marriage because I was just like, it's you or the game. One of you gotta go. So
Jasmine is so extreme. When she wins, she is like in your face, like, yeah, like she'll go and run around the house, you know, yelling. And when she loses, that's what you get.
Oh, yeah.
She'll knock the board over. Yeah.
Oh.
We're going to get into the next section with all the drama, Jasmine. The next section I'm going to get into is figuring out how to become a proactive second shooter versus a reactive second shooter. Time has definitely flown by since we've first started shooting weddings. We're now in our 7th year, and we've shot just over 200 weddings. Gosh, I don't even know how time flies so fast. I can't even remember. It just feels like we just started a couple years ago. But the biggest thing that actually, one of the big light bulb moments for me when I was shooting, when I was first starting off, I was always a reactive second shooter. It just, that was just my thing. When Jasmine would ask me to go shoot cocktail hour, I would do that. I would go and just shoot cocktail hour. And if she'd say, can you go shoot the groomsmen, it was weird. In my mind, I just thought, okay, go get some groomsmen shots, and that's what she asked for. It wasn't until I started evolving just how I would take my time, how I started changing what I was doing as a second shooter. I started actually becoming more of a proactive shooter by just doing small little things that really, really changed my perspective as a second shooter. So the things that I was doing, I'm gonna actually list them down. These are the top 3 things that I was doing as a second shooter to become a more proactive shooter. The first thing I was doing is I was making good use of my downtime. So whenever there was downtime, I would consider that like my friend. So every time I would be done, let's just say I was shooting cocktail hour. I would shoot cocktail hour, and once I was done with that, I would consider that my downtime. So I would go and see what else I could shoot. If there were straws at the bar that were specific to the wedding day, or if there was drink menus.
Or napkins.
Or napkins, yeah, exactly. Because before I would just be focused on I thought cocktail hour meant shooting people only. And so during that downtime, I would start going and getting details of drinks, bartenders pouring drinks, just so many more things that I was thinking about that I could diversify the portfolio.
And also getting things like, when I started, I saw the shift between me asking him, can you shoot cocktail hour, and him taking it at its exact word, cocktail hour, to all of a sudden a fundamental shift to, I'm now getting sunset photos. I'm now getting silhouettes of people with their drinks from behind, with their drinks just holding. I'm now getting these long pano shots of using the 24. I saw a distinct shift in what he was doing with his time after being like, I got a little 10-minute break right about now. Right. It fundamentally shifted.
And a lot of it came, I guess, from experience. But at the same time, if you're watching this, why not shoot your learning curve by a couple of years? Because it took me a while to get this idea. And so I just thought that after that happened, that light bulb moment where I was using my downtime, that really did change the amount of responsibility that I was starting to take on a wedding day. I was getting more and more responsibility as a second shooter. The other thing that I started doing is assessing lighting situations in advance for the first shooter. This was big because before I was always just thinking about what I could do to shoot, whereas what I do now is when I go into any room, I'm actually going to bring them out now. We have pin lights and video lights, and we also have a diffuser and a reflector. So as a second shooter, if your first photographer has a diffuser or a diffuser, you could actually always say, I'd like to carry that throughout the day, so that anytime he or she needs it, you can just bring it out for them. And I've actually started, especially for photographers that shoot a lot of outdoor weddings, the diffuser is going to come in handy because there's always going to be some harsh sunlight in some of your photos or some tablescapes where you can actually block that sun. I always carry around these lights, video lights. If a room is super dark or if it's harshly lit from one side, I just bring these video lights. These are the dot line video lights. What I do is I just put them on pretty much full power, and this is how bright you usually get them. I don't want to blind you guys, but what it does, and I like having 2 so that I could actually so I won't be shooting at all. Jasmine gives me a direction of a table or anything or something like that, and I'll kind of stand
sometimes I might
at a
have
distance.
Stagger's
Yep.
arms too. So
Right.
now, if there is pin lighting that's really harsh, he's now filling it in from a lower angle, from a mid angle, and now we have just.
I become a human tripod. So Jasmine pretty much just places my hands wherever, and usually I'm standing at a distance. These are really, really bright, but the great thing is you can actually, with these, there's a dial of how bright you want them, so you can actually, a dimmer, so you can dim the lights. But we're usually at the highest, we put them at the brightest, and we actually just I stand back or stand even closer to whatever we're shooting. So that actually has helped a ton. And another thing, the last thing that I'm going to talk about is just creating a mental checklist of all the detailed photos and going over that with the first shooter. I thought that, that was one thing that as a proactive photographer, what you're doing is whenever there's downtime if you're having dinner or if there's some downtime just before the reception, what you want to do is you want to go with your first photographer and ask all the things that you saw as a second shooter while you were observing the day. Ask if the first photographer has gotten all these photos. So you just say, did you get a photo of all the rings, or the bride and groom's rings? Have you gotten a photo of all the place cards? Did you get a photo? You know, I saw a specific, like I said earlier, at cocktail hour there was a special drink. Did you get a photo of that? If I didn't get these things.
Or sometimes what happens is, during this time, like when we recalibrate, he's not going through, did you get this, as much as it is, if, for instance, they said, we're adding something onto the ring, can you shoot it later? Right. Or, you know, all of my girlfriends from college are coming, and at 8 o'clock we're going to meet on the dance floor, can you remind me? Right. Or my grandmother requested that you take a picture of me standing next to her wedding dress. So she says it to me in the morning, so I turn to my second and be like, remind me to get that shot.
Very true.
So when we recalibrate, it's not like
he's going through a shot. It's not necessarily the shot list. It's not exactly. I'm not asking Jasmine if she got all the shots. Like, did she get the first kiss? Nothing like that. I'm asking her only the things that we could have missed. And usually, you know, a lot of the times, we don't get the rings because sometimes it's like the bride will see the ring for the first time when she's...
Or they're split. The guys will have, she'll have her engagement ring, and then the band and the groom's ring are in another room. So we have to shoot them at a later point in time. So
and
that's
you never want to forget. Sometimes those things you just miss sometimes, and the day goes, you lose the day. So making sure that you ask the first shooter just those certain type of questions, that's always been good. And you know, honestly, that has helped me a ton. So if I can share anything to second shooters, is definitely jump on the proactive track and not be such a reactive photographer the way that, you know, the way I was when I first started shooting. So cool. Now we're going to get into knowing what the main photographer's shooting preferences are.
Lens preference.
Yeah.
This is just something that it's going to be a really short section, but I really want to encourage people to think about in the back of their minds. It's important to understand two things about your first photographer, especially if you're shooting with lots of different photographers. One, understand the photographer's style. We alluded to this early this morning. And I'm not saying to change yourself as a photographer, but to shoot for yourself, but also shoot for that first photographer when you see possible. And two, know the photographer's lens preference. If you see that a photographer is shooting a lot with zoom lenses and they like really tight shots, what I would encourage you to do is shoot completely something opposite. The 15-85 are rather similar, but if you're shooting with a 35 and somebody's shooting with a 70-200, if that was me in that situation, I would appreciate it greatly because it's so different. And also, it would encourage me not to use the same lenses that photographer is using. So understand their style. Also, understand the lens preference. There we go. And find ways to blend your portfolios. The thing that I started noticing that first photographers were complaining about was that they felt that the gallery looked like two different photographers were shooting the wedding. And while, yes, theoretically it also should not. It should feel very seamless. And what we're going to try to do, hopefully, in our small abbreviated gallery later today is to show how seamless it appears between JD and myself. Now, yes, we've had time to build on that, but it's also because I've invested in teaching him what I want. So if you are constantly in a state of complaining about your second shooter, maybe you should look inwardly and try to see how you can invest in somebody else to better your business as well as theirs. And lastly, don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to ask, what do you want me to shoot with? Is there anything you don't want me to shoot with? Quick question, slightly uncomfortable, but you get it cleared out of the way, and then you guys are on the same page.
Yep. And we're going to actually now move on to the post-wedding day checklist.
Before we do that, I just want to check in with students, with Kenna. Are we cool?
I think since we have kind of a compressed time, we could get through the content and then go back to Q&A as time allows.
Cool.
For this
Perfect.
section.
And and just as clarification, we have slated to end the course at 3:15 formally, but if we want to just take random Q&A just whenever, we have time buffered until 4. Great. So don't hesitate to feel like, oh, well, Jasmine's going. No, not at all. Like, this is your course as much as it is anybody's.
We have a lot of questions.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
Cool.
Great.
All right. So the post-wedding day checklist. Now, I, as a second shooter, I don't have that many post-wedding day responsibilities, but I know as second shooters, especially when they're having to turn over their images to the first shooter, there is a lot of responsibilities with that come with that. When we were done with our wedding, actually on our drive home, we actually we have Jasmine's computer and also a hard drive. So Jasmine already starts to back up all the photos from the wedding the night of. So when we're driving home. So on the drive home, by the time we get home, usually that takes about an hour and a half. It depends, I'm sorry, but the downloading time takes about an hour to an hour and a half. So by the time usually that we get home, all of the cards have already been backed up. If you're a second shooter that's not driving, obviously with their first shooter, you guys take separate cars. What you want to do as a second shooter is the first thing you want to do when you get home that night. Don't wait for days to go by. You want to start backing up those images because that's kind of the most important thing that you have. That's your number one responsibility. It's more important than having your pre-wedding day checklist. It's actually that post. And then also knowing when the timeline or what the time that the first shooter would like those images delivered.
Yes, so we're going to get into that in the next slide.
Right.
We did some of this yesterday. So the key is to know what the first shooter wants to do with the images. We went over how to deliver images yesterday, but as a brief overview, some photographers want the images at the end of the night. Some photographers want the images sent to them later on a hard drive. Some photographers want you to make the initial call and then send them your favorites. And other photographers just want you to send a small selection of your favorites. Cool. Okay, now as far as deadlines go, make sure that you are adhering to their deadline. But the thing that we wanted to highlight in this section are a couple things, which is, ask for the deadline. That was what I just said. And if you are going to use their gear, treat their gear just as well as you would treat your own. We hear this quite often, but I'm actually speaking to first and second shooters. I have heard actually a lot of murmuring in the second shooter group that they're like, why should I let my first photographer use my gear? They're paying me. Okay, I understand that, but if that first photographer is treating your gear really well and respectful and you're creating a relationship, if both parties treat their gear the same way, they might have a lens that you might want to use if you have if they have a tilt shift and you've never used a tilt shift. Maybe if you're sharing your gear, you can find a way. The key is wipe it down at the end of the night, place all the caps on, place them in the bag, and organize your cards separate from their cards. If I were to get that and open that and say, wow, somebody just took care of my bag, bonus points.
Yeah, as a second shooter, you should also be making sure, this brought up a good point, make sure to label your cards because it's so easy to get them mixed up throughout the day.
If you're shooting on your own cards.
Right.
Okay, if you use their gear, clean it. I feel like I'm off. Okay, great, there it is. And send a thank you note. This is something that's kind of like a lost art. I love when people say thank you. An email is always nice and it takes a few minutes, but there's nothing like snail mail, like sending a card by just saying thank you for that opportunity, especially if that photographer is paying you. They chose you out of all the other people that they could have chosen. A small thing like that goes a very long way. And lastly, if you are looking to grow your business as a second shooter, don't be afraid to ask for feedback. Yesterday, one of the things that we kept on honing was open communication, and we also kept on talking about asking uncomfortable questions. Asking for feedback can be very uncomfortable, but giving feedback is more uncomfortable. So if I, as a first shooter, am not given permission to actually speak into how you work, I probably won't do that. And that's where I feel a lot of first photographers are. Sometimes these second shooters on the second shooter group in Facebook, it says, I shot a wedding and I was better than the first photographer. And I'm like, whoa, we need to be very careful about how we approach things because photography is a matter of taste and skill and an overall package that somebody is hiring. So take time to say thank you and ask for feedback because somebody can then say, you know what? You did kind of talk to my clients a little too much when I just wanted their attention to be on me. You did kind of wear, flip-flops at a wedding when you should not have worn flip-flops at a wedding. Those things like that can actually go a very long way, which leads us to the second shooter handbook. So this is what we were talking about. Up until this point in the course, the second shooter handbook will best sum up a lot of the things that we were talking about. So if you're a first shooter and you don't know how to navigate difficult conversations, you can gift your second shooter with the handbook because it's a shot list of all of those, a not so subtle hint, here you go. No, but it's the shot list, it's do's and don'ts, it's etiquette, it's all of those things that you can kind of navigate and use as a template for future conversations. And the best part is that it forces you to ask questions between each other. And it is $4.99 just to get the conversations going and moving in a direction that both parties feel confident about.
Yep. It also includes the pre, post, all those wedding day checklists that second shooters should just kind of make sure they look at before a wedding and after.
Yes. So Ken had mentioned it before, and it is jasminestarstore.com. Great. So we are going to move into a quick section, how to critique a second shooter. It's tough sometimes because this is kind of like a touchy subject, but it's important to know that there is a difference between being criticized and being critiqued. Yeah. So if as a first shooter you're navigating this conversation, make sure and explain what that is, because being criticized is being told what you're doing wrong. Being critiqued is showing you ways to get better. So if you're constantly telling your second shooter what they're doing wrong, you're criticizing them, and you're probably going to crush that creative spirit. Yeah. If you want them to get better, you need to critique them, and critiquing takes time, which is why a lot of first photographers don't do it. Now, as a second shooter, you have to be open to getting criticized and critiqued on both of those ends. If as a first shooter you give honest feedback, you're going to be developing, 1, a better culture within your company, 2, a better culture with your second shooters, and 3, the big picture, a better culture within the industry. So sometimes it's a fine line of being offended. We're going to talk about a few tips on how not to rub another person the wrong way. Now, point of clarification, it's how do you prefer to be critiqued? Now, this is something you need to ask yourself, so that if somebody asks you, you know how to answer it, but you also will know how to digest when somebody tells you. JD and I prefer to be critiqued differently. Over the years, we have learned what works best for us. I prefer to be told straight out what I'm doing wrong. I hate when, please don't mince words, and I don't like when people tell me 2 good things I'm doing to that 1 bad thing. Like somebody in the business world said, anytime you need to critique somebody, say 2 good things to every bad. I feel like it patronizes me. But some people love it. I'm just very direct. And so when JD is trying to tell me something and he's like, well, what I wanted, I was like, just tell me. What is it? I'll fix it. Right. Now, I have thick skin, but on the opposite hand.
On the other hand, here's the thing. I don't know what. I can't read into something when someone says that's not a creative photo, because in my head I thought that was a creative photo. So what I want to know.
Or I don't say that. What I asked. There was a time.
This could have been more, or this could have been a more creative photo. That to me is still too vague, and I for me I would just feel like in my head I just felt like most of the time I'm trying to be creative, but I'm just not as maybe I'm not getting it. So it probably fall more under the lines of framing. I like to when Jasmine's critiquing me, I like to know how I could have framed a photo better, maybe what I could have done differently, as opposed to things that I'm not even aware that I'm doing wrong.
Yeah, so in the beginning I would ask, I didn't know that technically I was teaching him, before I started teaching him framing, bring your angle down, stylize, change your focal point. Before I was doing that, I would start the conversation asking, so why did you take this photo? Right. And he's just like, wait, what? And I just thought, well, this is how we navigate a conversation. Right. And so I was just like, so why did you take this photo? And he's like, what? You want me to go back 2 days and explain what
I would say the guy was coming out, he was putting on his tie, so I decided to I couldn't never give her a good answer when she would say, what did you do with this photo? Because I would just think well, I don't know, I just snapped.
So then that started happening, and then there was if there was reoccurring issues, I found myself that it was just grinding on me, and I was speaking in the moment when I should have just taken myself out of it. There was an issue in the very beginning where JD had consistent soft focus. It was not out of focus, it was just soft, and I'm just like,
why is it always out of focus?
And I was like, okay, what can I do to help you understand that it's not focusing, or you must be changing it, or what's going on? And I tried for 2 or 3 weddings, and so
It wasn't until I thought, you know what? I'm going to pull out the camera, and I'm going to shoot you right now as you are moving around, and you can tell me why I'm getting so many soft focus photos. So we did that, and the crazy thing was that Jasmine saw that I was shooting wrong.
It wasn't wrong. It wasn't wrong. What it was, and maybe this will help people watching online, was that you have to focus on an X and Y plane. So once you find your focal point, you must only shift it to the left or to the right or up and down from that initial focal point. So what I was noticing was this slight change. So JD would focus and tilt it slightly down diagonally. So it was almost focused and not really, but it was a small pattern of him doing this. Now he probably saw me back when I was using the 5D Mark II, it had 9 focal points. So I would find the closest focal point and shift my camera up and down or side to side. So people often would ask, are you tilting your camera? No, I'm just shifting it down on its X or Y plane. JD might have seen me doing that, but he tilted it at an angle. And the minute you shift your X or Y plane, it's not in focus anymore. So
that and I was also, sometimes I would focus, we had back button focus, so I would hold down I wouldn't hold down the focus button before so I would focus and shoot, and Jasmine's like, just hold down the focus button and shoot, but don't let go of the focus button, and also shoot a little bit quicker, because you don't have that much time. Things will become out of focus if you take too long while you're shooting. So those little tips actually really helped. That conversation really helped with the soft focusing, because it just kind of quickly stopped.
Right, and what I did learn quickly was that I need to not be in the moment when we're having criticism or when we're having a critique.
Right.
So how it works for us is after a wedding, I will have downloaded all the images in the car ride over, I back them up, and then we usually take Sunday off. So that Monday, I sit at my computer and I go through all of my images, and I cull my images first to see what I have. Then I turn to JD's images, and when it's time for me to call JD's images, I call him into the office and we go through his images together so that he can see what is going on and how he's progressing.
It's the only way I felt like I would ever improve as a second shooter. I wanted to see my series, my entire body of work, and kind of just see where I need to improve.
So then after that was happening, I realized that we need to do the cull by itself, and then maybe at dinner later that night, maybe the next day, I need to talk to him about some of the issues that I found were happening. What I also noticed through this pattern was that JD prefers 50-50. So he learns as much about how to shoot from good critiques as he does from bad critiques. When I say, I love this photo, I want you to do more of this. So how to give a critique, a couple main tips. Tell the main photographer how you like to be critiqued and that you're open to it. Some people, you can see 2 different ways that we like to be critiqued. Let them know how you prefer so that they're on the same page with you. Secondly, if you disagree with the critique, as a second shooter, don't respond immediately. Take a step away, take a few days, and assess, did they say anything of value? And if they didn't, then you don't have to take it.
Maybe write those things down so that the next time you guys get critiqued, you can just say, you know what, I noticed this in the last critique. Does that make any sense? And that way you guys can come to a mutual understanding of how to be critiqued.
Don't give a critique if you're frustrated. That will never end in a good way.
Right.
If the issue to correct is reoccurring, take the time to fix it, or else you can't keep on complaining. I kept on complaining about the soft focus, but it wasn't until we actually took that time to fix it that I could actually, at a later point in time, I see that progression. Don't critique in the moment. Take the time to address it when everybody is level-headed. Just because I want to get into a conversation about photography doesn't mean that he does, or vice versa. Be patient with the progress of the critique. That was JD's 2 cents to this section. So maybe I need to...
I'm just really thankful. I think that a lot of times first shooters, they don't really, a lot of first shooters don't want to deal with this part of working with their second shooter. They don't want to deal with the critiquing aspect. But by Jasmine being patient with me, we've actually developed a business now, and now we work together all the time. If you want a consistent second shooter, or if you want to really build up a second shooter, this is definitely where you want to be. You want to be having these tough conversations at first, because they pay off in dividends. We know how we like to be critiqued now, and so it's really quick. The culling process, all those things are just done a lot quicker.
Yep. Lastly, remind the second shooter the good things that they're doing. Because it doesn't have to be that ratio, the 2 to 1, 2 great things, 1 bad thing. But every so often, a person really does need to hear the positives about why you continually bring them back to shoot with you. So that leads us into Q&A. Mark, we'll give you the mic. We'll have you guys start off now.
My wife's at home watching this, and she's been, going through all these things, and she said, "Oh, I'd really like to come on a shoot with you guys." So I really appreciate that. How long did it kind of take you guys to work through the process of going through a critique and figuring out what works for you guys and what doesn't, and
Right.
how many nights we're in the doghouse, that type of thing.
Right. No, you know, again, in the very beginning, Jasmine needed to have a lot of patience with me because I really felt as a second shooter, I was just, my body of work was not up to par with probably what she would have expected from a second shooter. So she had to have a lot of patience, and which I'm glad she had that. So you're probably going to be the first, if you incorporate your wife, you will have to probably do that. Be very patient with her because at first it's a little tough, but.
And also bring along a second shooter. If she's very serious about it, you bring along a second shooter and she's your third.
Yep.
So there's no expectations on her. The minute I started putting expectations on JD, I felt a distinct change because I was just like, how can you not? How can you not? And he's just like, wait a minute, like I need a little bit more time to grow into this role.
And those responsibilities develop with time. The most important thing, though, is making sure that you do take time to critique her work after every single wedding.
Still to this day, we
still to this day,
we go through a critique every time we come back from a wedding, but it's much faster now.
Oh yeah.
Because he can look at it and be like, you know what, I should have shot this.
I got it.
Yeah,
I got it.
like,
And I'm still learning, but I'm able to, you know, learn a lot. See my mistakes a lot sooner.
Great. Any other questions?
Yes.
Yeah, I have a question just about kind of critiques in general.
Yep.
If you're going to go to a different photographer that maybe you haven't shot with, but you want to have them critique your work, would you suggest going to somebody who shoots a similar style to you, or would you suggest going to someone who shoots, a very different style, but can still tell, what is a good photo and what's not a good photo?
So are you asking this for somebody in general getting a blank critique, or getting a critique from a second shooter from a first shooter you want to work with?
Either one of those.
Well, I think you would have a very hard time getting a critique from a second shooter you wanted to shoot with who had a very different style. Because if somebody wanted to shoot with us and they love really saturated colors and glossy and blurs, I probably don't have the time to invest in that photographer when I'm not really going to incorporate that photographer in general. So if there was somebody who I saw had a lot of potential, who's a young up-and-coming photographer, I'm like, you know what, I want to train her a little bit because maybe JD wants to start doing something else, I would bring her along as a third for a little bit, and if she asked me for a critique, I would definitely give it to her because I see her coming into my business a little bit more. We do that with our assistant now.
Great, all right, well, we have several questions that go back through all of the topics that we've covered.
Wonderful.
So how about if we start from the latest and go back?
That
all right,
sounds
so
good.
we'll start, and can I just stop and say how much I love your guys' photography?
Thank you, Susan.
All the photos that come up, I'm like, oh, that's such
We're
a good shot.
sitting here. Wow.
Oh, that's such a good shot. Just
Gosh.
makes me want to shoot weddings when I see your photos.
Cool.
Okay. KT, who is from Seattle, says, as a primary photographer, how do you deal with a second shooter who's unreceptive to feedback?
It depends. How much do you want to work with that second shooter? If you absolutely love that second shooter and that second shooter is providing a lot of images and the synergy is there, but she just doesn't know how to take feedback, well, to me, you have to make the decision. You keep on inviting her back. So there's going to be a give and take. If you feel like there's continuous issues that she won't listen to and it's affecting your business, then I would try to find somebody else. But ultimately, you keep on going back to that, so there's something there.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, we had several questions come in about wardrobe, what to wear, what not to wear. So JK Picks in Waterloo, Ontario said, do you ever try to match the color theme of the wedding, or do you avoid matching?
I actually don't want to, well,
it wouldn't hurt,
because
but
at a black tie affair, I'm going to match what the bridal party is wearing, but I'm also going to match what all the guests are wearing. So I'm okay with that. I actually don't like to match exactly what the groom is wearing because it just feels, I don't know, I always feel a little funny. Even though when I do sometimes, it's okay. My tie is usually different. My suit color might be the same. I don't mind. But yeah, I actually prefer.
But if the bridesmaids are wearing pink dresses, I'm not going to try to wear a pink dress.
Right.
We pretty much just wear colors that guests might wear.
Right.
Great.
All right, next question. This is also about wardrobe, and this came in from Rebecca Kumal, who said, can you address whether or not it's appropriate to wear white while photographing a wedding? I've heard, or I feel like it's a no-no, they say.
Well, you probably won't find a guest wearing white at a wedding. So if a guest isn't wearing white, I don't think a wedding photographer should wear white.
Great.
And that brings up a good point, though. Sometimes brides and grooms actually want a color scheme. They want everybody to wear light clothes or white clothes. If that's the case, definitely try to blend in with guests. Don't wear a dark suit that day because you'll definitely stand out, and you'll look nice, but you'll stand out a ton.
And just to follow up, a lot of people had asked about wearing all black, which I mean, a lot of photographers do.
A lot of photographers wear all black.
I mean, I've seen photographers do it very well. They do it navy blue, they do dark plums, they do like intermixing, and then just like a splash of color. I like that. I just feel like it's easier for me because I just don't have to think about it. I'm like, oh, another black dress. Like, but again, it's a personal preference.
I think it's awesome that there's so many questions about the wardrobe. People
I know.
are really,
well,
really
because
into it.
It's a pressure point though, because people always wonder, like, am I doing this right?
Right, absolutely.
And just seeing the photos of the people put in, how they are stepping it up, like stepping up their game.
I love
it makes
that
you
too.
question.
Actually, I loved watching other people get dressed because now I'm going to incorporate different things to my wardrobe after seeing all those photos.
Well, with notes on where to buy.
Right.
Exactly.
All right, another question on wardrobe. Do you dress the same way for an engagement session, or is that different?
I don't wear a dress on an engagement session normally. I usually try to wear, again, I want to blend in. I want to wear what my clients are going to wear.
Similar to what their clients are going to wear. I think you said I'm going to wear what my client. No, you just sounded like I want to wear the same thing that my clients wear.
I'm like, so we call and we do Sadie Hawkins. No, so I'll probably, I want to dress professionally. I want to dress as a reflection of my brand. But no, since other people aren't going to be there and it's just going to be the clients, no, I don't wear black dresses when I shoot an engagement session.
All right, well, we have a few minutes, about 10 minutes, so can we just go ahead and ask other questions from, all right, great. Stacy C. had asked, Jasmine, when you were second shooting, how do you handle shooting the groom and the groomsman getting ready as a woman? Were you uncomfortable, or were there typically any issues with that?
Thankfully there's never been any issues. The first shooter would tell the bride and groom most often that he was going to bring, I shot primarily with male photographers, that he was going to bring a female. And so he actually liked working with the mixed gender photography duo, because if the bride decided that she didn't want a guy in the room, he was really happy sending me in, so that he would do her prep photos and then we would switch. She would go over to hang out with the guys and I would go hang out with the girls as she's getting dressed. But as far as me hanging out with the guys, I don't ever walk into a room. I have to knock on the door. Like, hi, my name is Jasmine. I am Greg's second shooter, and he's down the hall with the bride. I'm going to be here. If all the guys are dressed, I'd like to come in and get a few candids. If you guys need a few minutes, I'll be waiting in the hall. So just let me know when you guys are ready. So that's kind of like how I would handle it, to make sure that everybody's pretty covered up. And usually guys, like, they're just drinking, hanging out, really lounging. So it's pretty chill.
Now, you guys are a married couple, and not everybody is that way with their second shooter. This question came in from Scott Hamill. Is the second shooter ever involved in the pre-wedding day meetings or discussions with the client?
No. I can generally say for most first shooters, they're not involved. The second shooters are not involved in that capacity. So as an independent contractor, you're contracted for that day. However, there have been brides to request, oh, I want to meet my second shooter before the wedding day. Okay. So if that happens, then that first shooter is responsible for notifying that second shooter and saying, this meeting is contingent on you being at that wedding. So then that turns the ball into the second shooter's court. It's like you can then say, you know what, it's going to cost me a little bit more if you can just cover my gas for me being there at the meeting with you. You can then renegotiate the terms of that, but for the most part, it's just the first shooter.
All right, well, let's talk more about the schedule. Jasmine, yesterday you had said that you would never eat the food. You would never assume that you could eat, you're not a guest. You would eat what they were, but we didn't really get into, there were a lot of questions of how to carve out time to eat and take a break. Do you guys cover each other when one gets really hungry? They're not sure how people should assume to do that.
Yeah, that's a great question. We always plan for the worst case scenario, because there have been weddings that have been so crazy that the venue will say, like always, the vendors have to wait to the very end to eat. So all the guests have to be served before we get food. And by that time, they're already started dancing. And we're like, we can't leave when these really important moments are happening. So that has happened. So we plan to bring snacks at every wedding, and we function on the assumption that we will not eat. And some people are like, what? It's in my contract that I am to get a hot meal. But what I cannot possibly contract for is I want a hot meal at the beginning before all the other guests are served. That becomes a little diva, and it looks like I'm sending them a writer. So what we do is when the guests are eating and they've been served, we try to notify somebody and say, okay, the bride and groom have ordered us meals. Where would be a good location to get them? So JD is the person who usually handles talking to the coordinator or the venue, but no, we do not eat food during cocktail hour. I think that would be a bad reflection.
But we do eat vendor meals when we're tucked away when it's the appropriate time. So we do make sure that we always ask. I always ask the coordinator when it's time for us to eat.
And there have been times, now I know that we're a little bit, I know that I'm a stickler about it, and I know that I'm on the way end of the spectrum, but there are some very sweet brides and grooms who are like, you have to eat with our guests. You have to enjoy the party. And I get like a nervous twitch in my eye because I don't want to be placed at a table with guests, because I think that we as vendors make guests feel uncomfortable. They have to make small talk with us, and then people are like, oh, look at them being lazy, eating this filet mignon. And it's like, I would prefer to eat my meal away, eat it quickly, come back, and still maintain that professional distance between the people in the room.
Yep.
So many great questions coming in from the internet. This question we often see from with first shooters, but I want to see from the second shooter perspective what you would suggest, and that's Liz in Texas. Have you ever had an issue with guests trying to shoot over your shoulder to get your posed shots? So if that's happening to you and you're a second shooter, or you've got all the people that with their iPads now that are, have those big ones out,
yes,
does the same go?
It does happen to second shooters all the time. If it's if it's a first kiss, I won't, usually what I do if there's guests that want to take a photo, I'll actually step away and let them take the photo first so that they can get their photo. I'll say, you know what, I'd love for your guests to get that photo, and then afterwards I'll take the lead and start shooting. But
from the second shooter's perspective.
Right. But if it's during a big event like a first kiss or anything like that, then I will actually ask the guests if they can, if I could just make sure I have some space so that I don't miss these shots that the bride and groom have requested. So that's what I'll usually do.
Awesome. Questions keep coming in. So Alhan Wu, who's Allison from the UK. Jasmine, if you were sick or not feeling well on the wedding day, would you ever let JD move into the first position, or do you recommend having your second shooter take over for you, or would you cancel?
That is such a great question. I think we were going to cover that earlier, but we kind of took that out. What would happen is the conversation that a second shooter should be having with the first shooter. One of those questions that you should be asking is, if you were to get ill, do I become the first photographer, or am I remaining the second photographer? If I were to become the first photographer, how does compensation change? These are super awkward questions, but I have seen on a personal level this happen, and you take over the first shooter's responsibilities, you shoot the whole wedding, and then you walk away with $200. So that conversation, if it happens after, it's probably legally not in your favor. So we have already discussed.
Yeah, we've discussed this. Being a first shooter is, I like to play to my strengths. That's definitely not my strength. If Jasmine were to fall ill, she's been at every single wedding, but if something were to happen, we actually have discussed that we would bring on a first shooter, and I would still be the face of the business, and I would actually take on the role of a second shooter on that day.
So when we meet with clients, this is a commonly asked question from our clients, like, if you weren't there, what would happen? And I explained to her that if I was the person who fell ill, my husband would go as a representation. He would still be in contact and be kept up to date with everything in all of our interactions, but we would bring on another talented photographer, somebody we trust to shoot our own wedding, to be there and conduct so that he can do what he does for me, and you can rest assured that a first photographer will be servicing you in a way that you want.
I've never been a first, so I think, in my head, I think I'd be able to kind of go through a day and get it done, but at the same time, I wouldn't feel as confident. I would want to make sure that I wouldn't want to be doing that for the first time for somebody. So right. I definitely wouldn't play to that.
I think was there a question?
I think so. No?
Oh, great.
I love it when that happens.
Great.
It happens all the time.
Well, we have plenty from online. So.
Okay, actually there is. We'll take this
great.
Studio.
I have a question about the culling process. Yeah. One, do you do all the culling? And two, do you use a specific program aside from Lightroom or to cull?
Yes, I do all the culling because I am distinctively the first photographer. I go to my images first. so that I can tell the story from my perspective, and JD is, JD's the filler. I kind of look at it as I'm the tile on a bathroom floor and he's the grout. So he holds everything together, and that's how I really perceive it to be. And I use iView. It's a catalog. It does one thing, that's it. But it does it really well, and iView is just a catalog to view your images. And you can open each image into different programs should you choose, like Bridge or Photoshop. I'll be showing it today, but it's simply just a viewing catalog, and I like working with it, just because it just does one thing really well.
Yeah.
All right, this is a great question from Golden View Photography. If you have a second shooter inquiring to work with you, do you set up an interview? What if you don't find their personality suits your brand? How do you say no to them working with you? I know we covered that.
Yeah, no,
yesterday.
this is great. Yeah. This is great. Recently we hung out with a few second shooters, just dear friends and business owners, and she's interviewing. She's transitioning away from working with her husband, so she's trying to interview second shooters. So she was explaining this process to us and what it looked like. So she would go. She's from Vancouver. And so the Vancouver Second Shooter group on Facebook, she went through and just kind of read through postings, kind of see who she thought she liked, asked around to her photographer friends for recommendations. She compiled a list of 5 people she would like to meet with. She met with them all for coffee, and only 2 of the 5 that she met in person were actually people that she would want to work with on a wedding day. So she had to navigate those difficult conversations of saying, you know what, I only have a few weddings to shoot, and I decided to work with somebody else for these few weddings, but if anything else opens up in the future, I'll be sure to keep you posted on it. So it's kind of saying no. It's not saying no, it's just saying no, not right now.
Not at this time.
Well, we could do this for hours and hours. I think it is time for a 45-minute break. I just want to say this question came in from Hannah Even, who asked, as a husband and wife team, how do you separate the relationship from personal to work life? And I know we're going to be getting into that after the break, so I think we'll hold those husband and wife questions until afterwards. So what else will we be covering after the break, you two?
Immediately coming after the break, we are going to do a review of yesterday's shoot. What that will be is a curated version of the wedding day. Then you're going to see the entire gallery of what the vendors and the clients would see in something like this. And then you're also going to be able to see just JD's photos. So you'll see the whole gallery, and I'm not going to indicate whose is who. And then we're going to pull and just go through his selection so that you can juxtapose what I was shooting, what he was shooting. And again, we're going to use the tile and the grout. There's more tile on the floor than there is grout, but you need the grout to kind of keep things together.
And then we're finally going to get to those sticky situations with the hotline. So we're going to have a lot of scenarios that have been pulled from the second shooter group, and we're going to try to work through those together.
And that dreaded husband and wife section.
Oh, yeah.
That's coming up too. So it's still a lot of good stuff.
Yeah, and I'm really excited. I keep saying this, but I'm excited about the hotline.
Yeah,
that's going to be juicy. All right, well, I want to read a couple quotes that came in from the interwebs. Bethany K said, just purchased this, and many exclamation points. Can't wait to cuddle on the couch with my hubby and watch this together with a bowl of ice cream and our cameras.
Ooh, that sounds romantic.
I was like, how romantic, Bethany. All right, Confucius Jones, who's been really active during this workshop, says, hi, CL Susan and CL Kenna. I think CL Live should have an end of year awards, maybe the Lemmys, and I'd nominate this course for best of the year because it's the best.
Hey, Lonnie,
very cool.
Gotta give him something.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those are just a couple of the comments. Those are just a couple of the comments that are coming through, but there's so much good stuff coming in. People are really appreciating this course. We said it yesterday, I'll say it again today. There's so much knowledge that you are sharing, and people are hungry for it. Seriously, I haven't seen this many questions on a Creative Live workshop in a while, and what that says to me is that people want to know, and that perhaps this information isn't out there in such a packaged way as you two have put together for our entire global audience. It's truly incredible. One thing that struck me earlier was, and it was actually that winning quote earlier, but was that you've got to know what you're doing, when you're doing it, and why you're doing it. But those 3 things, you can't even, if you don't know what you're supposed to be doing, then you can't be telling your first shooter what, when, and why. You've got to know those things first before you're communicating those things on. And this truly is a tool, this course, this 2-day course, for you to be able to do that. So if that's the position that you're in, if you're any of those types of second shooters, whether that is just starting out, this is your full-time business, or you're transitioning to being from second to first, this course is available to you for $99. However, when you buy it right now, it is $79. There's a countdown timer that tells you how much time you have left to get it at that discount price. The course also includes the keynote, the download. So everything that you're seeing up here in their beautiful keynote, that comes as bonus materials available to you to download from that course page when the course is over. So now is a great time at lunch for you to go ahead and do that. And with that, everybody, we will see you all back in 45 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Start with a simple idea. Think more, drink coffee. Stop thinking, stop talking, start doing. Hatch a design, kill the design. More coffee. Design something original. Okay, not that original, this original. Now it's time to make something. Do it again and again. That's good. Pick out the suits. Call in the creatives, call in the photographers, call in the nerds. Not those nerds, those nerds. Blow off lunch, blow off dinner, blow off weekends. Sleep. Okay, maybe not tonight. More coffee. Build a prototype, lay it out, design it, complete it. Start over, build another prototype, lay it out, design it, love it, that's good. Kick out the suits again. Why? Because they lead to compromise. Compromise leads to this. Okay, back to it. More coffee. Give it to multimedia. Give it video. More video. Never too much video. Make it mobile. Give it larger spreads. Bigger. No, bigger. Make it free. Uh-oh, the finance guys. You can't do that. Kick out the finance guys. Get it online. Tweak, 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 tweak. Stop. Launch it worldwide. Call the judges. Call the marketing team. Win awards. Get real photographers. No, 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 no. Yes, she's perfect. Create a groundbreaking magazine. It's that easy.
Hi, I'm Kenna, your host at Creative Live. We are thrilled to welcome international award-winning photographer Jennifer Hudson for her very first
Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. We are here with Jasmine Starr and JD, and we are heading into our second half of the day here on the second day of there's a lot of seconds going on. The art of being a second shooter. We have had such amazing response in the chat rooms, on social media. It's just been an incredible workshop, but we still have so much more to go. But now we are back to the competition that is how many quotes does JD get, and how many winning quotes does Jasmine get?
Dun, dun,
all right, here we go.
All right, bring it on.
All right.
2 and 2.
First one is an Adorama $100 gift certificate. Tell us about Adorama.
Adorama is where we get our gear, and they've been really supportive of Creative Live, so it's good to have them on board.
Awesome. So this $100 gift certificate is going to Diana Medrano. And her quote is from JD.
Oh,
See, this is why I know that they were going to stack the deck against me. Oh, sorry.
Leave your ego at the door. It's not about you, it's about the first shooter. Now, that quote is complimenting you in a way.
Yes, so I know, but here's the thing. There's people backstage that have to choose the quotes, so we're like, we're going to make JD win.
Oh, that's
so
not
only
true. how it works. That's not how it works. I didn't pay anyone.
I'm not saying that's not true. I don't know, Andrea. I don't know.
Okay, so just for the record, it's 3-2.
All right, here we go. The next winner is getting the J-Star Suite, and that is a copy of Exposed magazine, the email templates, which people love, and the video downloads. So tell us about those.
Well, these are basically just in response to people, what people were asking for. So there's 25 videos that follow us on a wedding day, on an engagement session, showing what we shoot behind the scenes. And email templates were simply a way to help photographers communicate more effectively with their clients. It's hard to find the right words, so these are completely customizable and modifiable, but it helps streamline and help attract the kind of client that you want.
Awesome. And where can those be found?
JasmineStarStore.com.
Awesome. Which you're also, again, I just want to give a shout out for the 2 products that you created around this course,
Yes.
Which are
the first and second shooter agreement,
right,
and
like we talked about
also the
yesterday.
second shooter handbook.
Both incredibly vital tools for your business. So go check those out. But thank you so much for the winning person is Jutta Karen Schultz. And the quote is, "I don't dress for the job I have, I dress for the job I want." Which is, wait, said by JD, who was quoting Jasmine.
True. Okay. Okay. See. So I'm not even gonna fight. She gets that point.
Oh, all right. It's another
3-3.
Yeah, that's right.
How to work with your spouse. Right there.
Good stuff. Everybody, we still have a couple more prizes to give away later today, which is the second shooter resource package, as well as the second shooter resource package plus a shoot sack bag, which is what these guys use. So what JD uses. So keep entering those quotes on Facebook. And also, we have lovely, lovely thank you notes coming in. Also on our Facebook page, so please go fill that out if you haven't already. So with that, let's see some photos.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna bring up.
Oh, we're tied 3-3, so we're going all the way to the end on the prizes.
I actually don't think that I actually think it's 4-3, but I'm not gonna bring it up on the break. We're actually gonna have the final count so that we can know it going in.
Okay, we're gonna go to the iPad on that.
Could you just imagine like family like holiday get-togethers at our house? I mean, good Lord, it's just highly dramatic. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to get into the day 1 photo shoot review. Like I had said earlier in the day, for those who are just tuning in from the break, what we wanted to do was kind of first curate the story we want to tell. So yesterday, it was kind of really bright, and it was hot, and there were hot spots, and there were different factors that we have to take in as photographers that we deal with on a wedding day. So instead of like fighting that and being like, oh my God, people are actually watching how we shoot now, I'm just gonna say, we shoot like this at every wedding. We've never shot a wedding where everything was beautiful and easy and we didn't have to work really hard at that. However, before I take us into the gallery, what I want to do is showcase a short slideshow of a few of our favorites to kind of give you an idea of what a bride would see after her wedding. Because we first want to manage expectations by setting her expectations. If she could be really happy with the sneak peek that she got from her slideshow, she's going to, by default, be really happy with all of the extra photos she sees as a byproduct. So we're going to show a quick slideshow, and then we're going to go into the entire gallery. So we're going to get queued up. If I can have the tech guys bring up my computer to showcase this slideshow, and once we do that, we will get this going. Great.
Right. Faithless you and selfish me, I will leave a key for you outside my doorway. Woe is me, what if by land or two by sea? So won't you leave for me a light outside your doorway? On a ladder from there to here, a climb. All this clatter between my ears, I find right and the wrong time. Woe is me, sentimental you and faith for me. I will be the one to gaze on you discreetly. Slow your speed, turn yourself around and follow me. 'Cause I will be the one who prays upon you sweetly. One letter from there to here, I'll climb. All this clatter between my ears, I find. Does it matter if I can't clear my mind? There's a right and a wrong time.
Tough Toodle in the chat room who said something to the effect of, wait, this is a beautiful wedding. Wait, I feel like I've seen that before. Oh, wait, that's because it was yesterday. Just thinking at first that it was a real wedding that you guys were showing us. But what I think is amazing that, as Susan pointed out, you guys were teaching throughout that entire thing. And it's just beautiful.
Well,
so,
thank you. You guys,
thank
I
you.
can't stop. Like, my legs are like shaking underneath this table right now.
And I'm asking her, why is she nervous? That looked great, Jasmine. I was like, you did a good job.
I'm like sitting under, it's one thing to teach and shoot. It's one thing to teach and shoot and be live. It's it's an entirely different thing to teach, shoot, be live, and have to show your work. Not just to a group of people, but to people online. So, okay.
And by the way, and Jasmine was working up until the last minute to get that together for us all.
Yes.
So thank you. Working through lunch.
I have a cute comment from Tanel who said, LOL, Netta, my 7-year-old, came up to see if I was crying, haha. I was like, no, stop checking. I don't always cry over videos. But the fact that you would make somebody tear up a wedding that wasn't real, you know, that's pretty intense, actually.
Which goes back to what I want to talk about now. Is that, as I know this is a second shooter course, but what I want first shooters to see is that we depend on second shooters. Not to degrade what our second shooters, we shouldn't degrade what our second shooters do, is they help us curate a very different story, a complete story, and they help our collection come together much differently and to service our clients in a really strong manner. So what we wanted to do with that is just to kind of give you an idea of what clients would see. That would be very similar to a sneak peek slideshow that I would send vendors after a wedding day. Like for the vendors who participated in the shoot, their information is coming up soon. But I will be sending them a sneak peek slideshow before I send them the gallery. But going into the gallery now, I'm gonna have the guys bring up my computer just once again. Great. Okay, so what we're looking at now is a complete kind of cross-section of what I shot yesterday. So during lunch yesterday, what people who were watching online didn't know was that I was working, or we were working through lunch, so that we wouldn't be spending so much time shooting details, because that was not what the course was focused on. The course was focused on working with a second shooter. If you would like to know more about how we shoot details, I did shoot how to photograph an editorial wedding, and we had a styled shoot. We talked about how to photograph details and things of that nature in a much deeper capacity. But for this, we're just gonna cruise through the gallery. If you guys have questions, if I'm moving too fast, and also if I'm moving too slow. Like, this is where I don't know how to gauge, because it's not very often that people show you their entire gallery. So let me know, like, be like, okay, give me a little code. Like, have this, be like, move on. Also, I'm not gonna highlight which images are JD's, because we want to first show continuity, and then at a later point in time, we're going to highlight just JD's photos so you guys can see directly where he lies within that spectrum.
So this is comprehensive, this first part?
What we're doing now is comprehensive.
Everything.
So we're starting off with the signature, with the stationary suite. And you'll just kind of see the different angles, and I was using primarily to shoot these with the 50. And with the vendors that were participating, I've said this before, okay, so with the vendors that were participating, a large portion of our business is really driven by referrals and word of mouth. Our marketing budget is really comprised of $0, because we really depend on other people. But as photographers, we want to empower the people we work with to share our name liberally, and they do that when they have images. So I make sure and get all of those images. And I do depend on my second shooter to help me with that, but he knows that in advance. So here were a couple shots that I asked JD to get of the bride's hair. Do I think that they're the most groundbreaking photos? No, but for the a hairstylist, I want to give her a portfolio piece, because brides aren't usually doing a front section of a braid, and it's usually like traditional. So if we can get her something else, I'll likely change that photo to black and white so that the focus will still be on the hair. Okay, that's not the most becoming picture, but I kept it in the edit because this is exactly what happens on a wedding day. I do the walking, and JD will snap a photo just so that he can get his spot, his mark, and know what his exposure is going to be. And yesterday, for those who are wondering about exposure, we did speak about the exposure triangle, and you will hear and see how we manipulated it yesterday. So again, it's part of what we do as photographers is we help capture a story, but what we need to do, the best photographers help tell a story. And when you capture details, it really moves it forward. We can also just kind of like cruise through what this is. And this was actually a picture, this picture was Kenna taking a picture of the couple on her iPhone. And I just got a side angle, so I got the second photographer's angle, but that happens a lot at weddings, so I will always hop on that. And you can see that light was a little crazy at times. One thing I want to point out was here's my angle of the first kiss, and there's JD's angle of the first kiss. So here they are side by side. And what made the slideshow was JD's kiss, because here in this photo, that hot spot was really distractive to me. I could go back in Photoshop and fix that up, but because I was working at a quick pace, I actually chose this one, and I actually just think it tells a different story. I think that might be,
Kevin.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's Kevin, and I actually sometimes like when somebody's in the foreground, because it kind of gives a real appeal to it. Oh yeah, so hang on one sec. So we're just gonna cruise through the entire gallery. Unless you guys don't want to. We can do whatever you guys. Okay. Okay. So it doesn't sound half as good without music, right?
Right. Jasmine, would it be okay if we cruise a little bit slower?
Oh,
or do we have to get through these quickly?
Oh, no, we don't have to. We actually have dedicated time to this section, but I am a very self-conscious person, so to watch my photos like in front of people, I'm like, why don't we just stop this? Like, we can.
I don't think anyone else is feeling that way. So.
Okay,
great.
I will take that. I'll digest it.
Give me some instruction.
Okay, or you can, if you
Yeah,
have
I'll
things,
interject if I see anything.
or
but-
Aiden, you guys feel free to interject what
Yeah,
you guys
'cause
are
you guys
seeing
were
at
there.
this moment too. So
Yeah.
this is all about us, and I'm just trying to deflect any attention. If you guys do, there are microphones next to you as well.
Right.
So, yes, moving forward. So sometimes I'll grab the bridesmaids and do individuals occasionally. And one thing too that I find myself leaning more towards is action and movement. Because if you had to go through in a gallery and just see like pose, 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 it keeps the people less interested. What I want to do is have the bride and her bridal party and family be continuously interested in the stories that are being told. And if you have a bunch of posed photos, you have a less retention. So again, we're just going through right now, and then we're going to come back and talk about JD's photos specifically. So this is during yesterday when I was giving her those god-awful cues. I just think to myself that there's going to come a point in my life where if I ever have to see what I was saying to her, I'll probably die. But either way, it doesn't, you know what, I'm okay with myself because I like how comfortable she got. I know that I don't work with models, and so in order to get her movement within her hips, within her waist, and her arms, I needed to give her...
This is Jasmine again being self-conscious, because I thought when she said, your favorite team just won the game or Super Bowl or something, I actually thought that was great. When her reaction, I was like, yes, that's what I want.
How to work with your spouse. Again,
No,
right there.
I think that those types of directives are always good, even on a wedding day. Jasmine will do something similar to that, or get just a random reaction going, and it does do something to just shake up whatever it is we're doing at the time. If we're doing too many portraits, or it just gives us a variety. I love it.
And it takes a while to be comfortable and confident doing that, but I think that the results pay off in dividends, because you get photos, you're like, wow. I'm sorry?
Gotcha. Move your mouse.
Oh, got it. I'm sorry. Excuse me. So I'm going to move my mouse so that it's out of everybody's way. Okay, so we're going to move. Now, what you did see too as well is that I had the photos edited. So yesterday I went through and I culled the images and I sent them off to be processed through Photographer's Edit. So they did the Lightroom processing for me. That me being able to show these images today, just a few hours after the shoot, and give myself time to edit a few of my favorites would not have been possible if I was not sharing the division of work with a great company. What I did though was I had them line up the images according to how they were shot. So based on the metadata, JD and I synced our cameras, like we said yesterday. But because we shot the day out of order, what I needed to do as a curator was go through and lay out the day in a way that makes sense as a viewer is viewing it from beginning to end. So I think you guys can already start seeing where JD is shooting.
Yes.
Yes.
So your favorites, are you referring to those in your slideshow that you personally edited, or did Photographer's Edit also do those?
I edit my favorites. So what you saw in the slideshow were photoshopped after I had already gotten the exported JPEGs. So I FTP'd the RAWs yesterday. I received the JPEGs today. Average turnaround is usually average turnaround for us is usually, most photographers, is 5 business days. But I talked to them in advance and I said, hey, can you hook a sister up because I'm going to be on Creative Live? And they're like, sure, send us the images. And they're great. I mean, I think that they would do that for a lot of photographers if they were in a pinch. I really do believe that. So again, you'll see a heavy emphasis on the details. That's what it was more about. But again, we take anywhere that we see that the bride and groom spent money is what we shoot a lot of. And if there's a lot of details, we shoot more of that. Very, very typical of a posed cocktail hour picture. Is it anything to write home about? No, not really. But to the bride and groom, it'll be great at a later point in time.
Yep.
We shoot pretty wide open. This is what we were talking about yesterday when we were talking about shooting manually. Yes, Mark?
I saw like 5 or 6 different pictures of like table settings and things like that that looked very similar. Do you guys put those all in the gallery just in case the bride or groom sees something different here or there? Or do you kind of try and get that down to like one version of those pictures?
I will usually, that's a great question, and I think it's going to be most best shown when we get to the cake shot. Because when you're shooting a tablescape, I want to include the feet of the table, I want to include the linen of the table for one full shot, then raise my shot up, get half of the table in case the bottom of the chairs are ugly or the bottom of the linen is dirty. So I'm shooting halfway up, then I shoot just at the crest of the table and up. So I'm getting a full vertical, a half vertical, a crest vertical, then I do a horizontal. So they do look similar. And the bride yet may or may not notice, but again, I'm shooting for the bride, I'm shooting for my portfolio, but I'm also shooting for the florist, for the linen company, for the coordinator, for the rental plates and chairs and silverware. So all of those people could be potential marketing vehicles for my business. So I'm going to make sure that I'm thinking for my client, clear benefit for her, but also clear benefit for other people who could share our name. Cool. Great. We do have a slide for the people who participated in yesterday's shoot, but I actually really liked working with the models. They were all very, very sweet. So are there any questions just as we talk through this? We're almost, okay, so here is the cake shots. So you'll see the full, you'll see the half, you see the crest. You see the horizontal, you see the tight vertical, you see just, so the cake, the baker might want a different type of photo of her cake, and the florist might want a different photo of how she decorated that cake. So I want to make sure that I'm thinking about both of them independent of each other. And I always think, I know it's so lame, but when I'm at weddings, I'm always thinking about putting together presentations for Creative Live. And so they require these, like, a lot of negative space so I can put my text over. So I just thought that photo in particular, well, you guys will see it in a future Creative Live course.
You know, at the same time, though, you never know which one the bride's going to choose. Like,
Right.
the bride actually might choose that for an album. For some reason, she might like that. But so giving her the option of whatever cake shot she wants is always good.
So we're cruising now towards the end of the shoot, and I thought that we should probably end the gallery and the slideshow with what would probably end at the end of a traditional wedding, which would be cake cutting, garter, and stuff like that. So I think that yesterday, this particular portion probably showed what we do best as first and second shooters in our perspectives, just shooting differently and quickly and communicating with each other, and that is the end of the full gallery. So we shot, yesterday yielded 300 pictures. We were shooting about an hour and a half. That is a higher average, but given what we were given, we were shooting all like the shoot heavy stuff, so it is definitely higher than our average by a little bit. But what I want to do now is I want to bring up, so you could see distinctively two perspectives when things, especially during the toasts, during the cake cutting, you saw two perspectives, but we're hoping that they blended seamlessly enough to showcase. So now what we're going to do is, if you saw us cruising through the gallery, you'll notice that this photo is indicated with a little bit of red. I've marked all of JD's photos, so now what I'm going to do is show you that out of the images that we shot, so 298 roughly.
28?
228 photos.
Lower that average.
Yes, yes, the 228 photos were mine, and JD yielded a higher number of photos than normal, so, and he got in the ballpark of
I gotta say that.
7. Oh,
Why you gotta say
no,
that?
because I spoke so
kidding,
confidently
I'm just
yesterday
kidding.
about his 12%.
Right. I'm kidding.
So, I'm just going to go through JD's photos rather quickly. I'm going to bring up 2 at a time. Great. So we have.
That's it.
No, sorry. It took me to the bottom. B+. Okay. So JD got the hair photos like we had mentioned, metering and checking. So -1 because that one was a given. So technically 69 photos. Okay. You'll see his angles as he's coming in. And our angles during the reception were very similar, but we were shooting them at different times, so reactions are very important during this time. He always usually gets bridesmaids and groomsmen during that time, and he's a big fan of shooting hands. So I don't have to shoot hands for some reason. Because we've shot so long, I know that he gets hands. So these are a few of his photos from yesterday. And you can see how he's at a slight angle.
Yeah,
so this, oh, go ahead.
Quick question. Are we going to see just your images later? No? No, I'm just asking.
No?
No, because during the, if we can go back, during during those shots that I was getting of the hands, and I was taking a lot of time doing those types of things, I don't know if you noticed what Jasmine was. Jasmine was actually at a ceremony. I usually never go past the first aisle because I know that Jasmine's going to be doing a lot of that. And the photos that she got from being in that aisle, I think I just love those reactions because you get to see a really close look at the bride's reaction when the groom was talking to her, where I feel like that it's complete opposite of what I was getting.
We can bring those back up. So we'll come back and revisit her reaction shots to what JD was shooting, just to revisit this. We're about halfway through with what he was doing.
Hardly any of those photos made the slideshow. I mean, a couple of them did, but most of the shots were from Jasmine's angle. Those were just, I actually loved those shots that she was getting.
Okay, so after JD shoots the kiss, remember how he said he runs out? Because it was such a short aisle, they actually walked rather quickly, but he was able to fire off he was able to fire off 3 frames. 2 of them I just didn't feel like really worked, but this one did. Her looking up at him, a complete candid, so I definitely kept it. Again, you'll see a lot of his focusing on details, and he's shooting the details when I'm busy elsewhere, and he's always giving that side reaction when I said, hey guys, why don't you just go up to Wes, and those are the ones I always lean towards. They just feel real and candid and photojournalistic. Again, a lot more details. That's become his specialty. I was shooting the bridal party picture. JD came in and shot a much tighter version of the same photo, of the same moment. And these photos, I was shooting the girls vertically walking toward me, and he was off to the side with the 85, very similar setup to the family photos that we had talked about earlier today. And again, this picture made the slideshow because I felt like it was a lot more candid and it was nice and tight. I was shooting this straight on with the 50, and he shot it at an angle with the 85.
So
and
Jasmine's critique here would say, you gotta leave her head on, like get her full head up there, because I think Jasmine, that usually is her #1 critique with me. Cutting off people's limbs.
Like appendages.
Appendages.
I told him, like, it's okay to cut off feet, but do it at a way, like, don't do it mid-calf. It doesn't make sense. Like, do it at the knee, do it at the thigh. You know, if you're gonna cut off the head, it's very few times you gotta cut both of them off just above the brow, not at the hairline, because then they look bald, right? I mean, there's these.
Or that photo's almost there, but you didn't. I took off like the bride's shoes. Yeah, I left so much room for her head, so it could have been easy little adjustments. Like those things kill Jasmine, and I totally get it. That's something that I'm actually always working on, is framing, making sure that I'm not cutting off people's body parts.
I kept this photo in the end. So even though he cut off her head, it didn't make the slideshow. It definitely made the gallery though, because Stacy might look at that photo and not see anything wrong with it. I'm looking at it from a photographic perspective. And the fact of the matter is, she looks gorgeous in it. So, you know, a girl will be like, I'm missing a part of my head, but I look good. So that's going to be the protocol. This is very typical to what JD would get during cocktails. So this mix, he would get the groom and the bride laughing. He would get hands and them holding their signature drinks. Very, very typical formal shot at a cocktail hour. That's very much how they would look. They're not anything over the top amazing, but they're great and sentimental for the clients. Now, I shot most of the detail photos, but again, JD fired off a few frames, and I ended up keeping, this one made the slideshow, and that one made the slideshow. Him being intuitive enough to when, I think Stacy might have picked up the bar of chocolate. Editors love when there's actually movement and working with what's given in that space and not just a static photo. So it definitely made the edit. So you see he's great with reactions, a different perspective of the speech, different perspectives of the speeches and of the toasting, and a different perspective of the wedding cake cutting. And again, here it is again, cutting off, okay, perfect stinking example of what we go through in a critique. You cut off his arm, not a big deal because she's the focus. But we have all this space over here. All I need you to do is to bring your camera in, tilt it more so we get more of Wes and less of this space in here. I still kept the photo, I still like it. I could probably crop it here in a 4x6 and crop that out on my own, but I love in-camera cropping.
And if I wanted to pick a fight, I'd say, but I love that window. Like, that's what I would say. Like, that color of the window is great. Like,
And again, small things.
No.
You know,
but
I mean,
definitely,
it's still,
but it's true. I do have, I think that's one thing that I'm actually trying to work on still right now, is making sure I'm framing the two bodies properly.
So we're going to go back to what JD was referring to during the ceremony. So
Just yours. Oh yeah, we're going to see mine, and then we're going to see just at least just the ceremony. I kind of wanted to see
while JD is getting this photo, 76 on the left.
So ceremony, okay, so because this is very, so, oh, here we go. I just kind of wanted to at least show a side-by-side comparison of your
Oh, I can't bring up a side-by-side.
Okay. Can we just look at your ceremony shots? Just because I feel like as a second shooter, you most likely you never go, I mean, you never get so close. You let the first shooter get close because you don't want two photographers getting really up in the mix. So that's where the big diversity in shots, I guess, come from especially from the ceremony site.
So were you referring to these?
I was referring to actually, there's one of the best man, those.
Oh,
and
the
her,
best man, that one?
Like that one, and then also of her kind of like that. There you go, those shots. Those angles I'm never getting as a second shooter. Those really close, and I love those angles. Even she'll do that sometimes when they're exchanging rings. Jasmine will be right there where you can actually get a really crisp shot of what's going on. Mine are usually from the background, so that's why I like to focus on hands at certain points, because things that I know as a second shooter I can get that Jasmine doesn't have to worry about. Those are great, but I just love the fact that we were able to showcase just how different that portfolio piece was, I guess.
Do you guys have any questions right now in regards to the gallery and perspectives and tile and grout?
Yeah.
Anything? Cool. Kenna?
There are questions. I just wanted to jump in and say so many questions about the vendors again, which we did talk about yesterday. So just like, do you give the photos to the vendors? And I just wanted to point out that we did cover that yesterday.
Yes, we did cover that yesterday, but like a brief version of what that would be putting them in a gallery or sending them a disc or doing something to ensure that they have those images. Is going to be a great way to start spreading your name. Or a good way that I've discovered is if I were to upload a photo on Facebook, I would tag the people who participated in that event because I'm sharing my network, but I'm also tapping into theirs. So let's say Mark and Tara and I collaborated on a shoot. Well, I would say, we did a shoot today. So tomorrow, basically. So we all did a shoot. I would post like a sneak peek and be like, I'm so excited because I got to work with Tara, and I'd link to her, and I got to work with Mark, and I linked to him. And it shows up on their feeds and their wall, and their friends could be like, oh, well, who's Tara and who's Jasmine, and how did all of this come together? So that right there is great marketing.
And quick follow-up, are they watermarked? And people had asked, do you give them for free?
Yeah, no, they're not watermarked.
Okay.
Yes, I give them away for free.
Okay.
What I think transpires is when you give vendors images with watermarks, what you're essentially saying to them is that you don't trust them. You don't trust that they have your best interest in mind. Now, I will continue to share my unwatermarked images until a transgression has occurred. But I will still continue to share my images, but they will have my name. So for instance, last summer, there was a very strong wedding. I feel like we shot a strong wedding, and the venue wanted the images, and I said, absolutely. And I said, what images, how many images can I send to you? And they said, we want them all. And I was like, well, okay, I wanted to have a good relationship with them. So we sent them all of the images, all high res, unwatermarked. And I asked, would you, and even in the contract that I signed with the venue, it said we will assign photo credit. Perfect. Well, I had a client come in, and she had said she'd come across a wedding that I shot at this venue on Pinterest. And then she met with her wedding coordinator, and her wedding coordinator said, I'd love to recommend Jasmine. Let me show you a wedding she just shot there. That same wedding came up. Well, when the bride went to the venue, they used my photos, but she said, I didn't know how to find you because they didn't say your name. And I was like, my photos didn't say my name, or they didn't say my name? She's like, nobody said your name. And I was like, huh. So I followed up, very difficult email, and I said, a client booked me to shoot a wedding at your venue. You showed her my images, and she had no way of contacting me. It wasn't until she found out through her coordinator who I was. So can you please clarify what is going on? And they're like, we're so sorry, this won't happen again. And I feel like the next time I shoot at that venue, I will give them the images, but every single image will have my name on it. But that's the first and only time that it has not worked. Every other time a florist works with me, they do offer photo credit.
The ones on Facebook have your name?
Yes, the ones on Facebook, but I usually use those as sneak peeks, and I don't ever really put up like a full gallery that I want a lot of people to use. And again, the watermarks are a way to get your name out, not always a way to protect it from other vendors using them. So the vendors, if they want to share them on Facebook, they can, and they will most likely be unwatermarked, but they usually say, you know, photos by Jasmine Star. Yes.
So putting your name on, does that mean like the blog stomp kind of deal at the bottom, or are you actually putting your name straight on the image itself?
It depends. I usually use blog stomp, which is just like a border, copyright border around my images. I will use those like on Facebook, just as a way to protect my images. I'll use them in various modes. But when it comes to actually dealing with the venue itself, this will be the first time for me. I will go through and put my name on every single photo because I don't trust them, and that sucks.
Just that one venue.
But just that one venue. And the fact that, you know, they're using the images and I'm not on the vendor list. And that's a big deal in Southern California. It's like to be included on a vendor list, and I'm not included on very many. So the fact that they're promoting their establishment without giving proper credit kind of sucks. So in light of that, I'm going to have to play a different game. So, cool. Yes?
Do you have contracts with the vendors that you give that say like you can't retouch these photos or crop them in any way? Or
no. Because if the vendors decide, so you know, the images will come in like a 4:6 ratio, but the size images that I'm sending to the clients are, I think, somewhere in the ballpark of like an 8:12 at 240 DPI. That's pretty big, and most of them are using them on the web. However, if I had them sign a contract and they wanted to use those images on their website and crop them into a square gallery, I'm not going to preclude them from doing that. As long as photo credit is on it, then that's all I really care about. Yes.
Maybe not necessarily the vendor, but what if you see a photo that's been, I mean, cropping is one thing, but re-editing is kind of another thing, right? Like if you just like put a bunch of stuff on it and your name is still on it, would you ever go back and say, you know, at this point it doesn't look like my photo, can you not give me credit? Or like, does that even come up at all?
Well, in the age and era of Instagram and every iPhone app, I have to understand that it comes along a little bit more with my clients, not necessarily with vendors. Vendors want pictures that are clean. You know, they want pictures that look like their work. And when you put a lot of like actions or filters or like other things on it, it's not really what they're doing. With my clients, sometimes I see images from their like wedding gallery and they put it on Instagram and they're like, you know, Mother's Day, this happens every Mother's Day, every Father's Day. That one shot of the bride and her dad dancing or them together, and it'll have an Instagram filter on it. And I'm like, you used Kelvin? Of all the Instagram filters, you used Kelvin? Really? But again, I'm not going to email her and be like, excuse me. Like, no, I have to understand that she thought it looked cool. That's her memory, and I respect that. So, yeah. Okay.
I have a question for me personally, actually, and I'm wondering if there's ever a moment, JD, where you are like hurt or take it personal that a shot, one of your images that she didn't choose or wasn't included. And I'm wondering, as a second shooter, when you see the images that are given, if you're like, why didn't they use that shot? And how do you deal with that emotional repercussion?
You know what? I get really hurt for like 2.5 seconds. And when we're actually calling and I think it's a good shot, and I say, why didn't you even put that in the gallery? And I think it's a great photo. It would be because Jasmine got almost the identical shot or something similar, and I understand. You know, I take a lot of photos that look pretty close to Jasmine, and I don't expect her to put two of the same. Do I ever get hurt if something that I really like. You know, I don't
If JD really likes the photo, I mean, and
Yeah.
he feels like strongly by it, I'm not like, you know, Oz and being like, no. Like, if he is like, I really, really like this photo, then okay,
And
I'll
I've
put it in
always
the
been-
edit. Like,
exactly.
it's okay.
Yeah, and I never get emotionally tied to my photos for some reason. And I know Jasmine does as a first shooter. She does. When she asked me to edit down one of her portfolios, let's just say she can only use 70 for this portfolio and she has 85. I go in there, she calls me upstairs, I go into her office, I look at it, I take maybe 3 minutes looking at the portfolio.
Okay, I spent hours and hours
and she's
hours
been there for hours.
agonizing over these photos.
In 3 minutes, I take out
like,
15.
take out that one,
quickly,
take out
quickly.
that one,
And
take
I
out
feel
that
like
one.
if she stops me from doing that, I think it's like that initial is like, if she makes me think about it too much, I'll start comparing. I'll be like, oh, now I can't decide. But like, if you just don't say anything, you just, I can see through the gallery and just pull out images. And she gets really emotionally invested in those photos, so she gets pretty upset when I clean it up in 2 minutes. She's like, you didn't even take time to
But I
cut
love
through.
these.
Yeah.
Like, we're
And
working
or
on a new website, so you had to parse all of them down,
Yeah.
and I was having a hard time. So he came in 3 minutes flat, and I was like, but don't you remember the memories to this?
Yeah.
He was like, no.
So I can see how people get, yeah, good. I mean, Susan, I can see how a lot of photographers get really attached to
On
their
that
photos.
note, okay, I have to say, we did take out a slide this morning, and it was the top 10 questions you should ask a second shooter. Now, in retrospect,
Yeah.
maybe I'm kicking myself in the butt, but I felt like, oh, this seems really repetitive. I don't want to bore them. But one of those things was to ask a first photographer if they were to get published, if they were to
blogged,
get blogged, published, or featured, would you as a second shooter be mentioned? Now, that's in an uncomfortable situation. I mean, that's an uncomfortable question. But either way, you have to be okay with that answer, because at the end of the day, you are the person choosing to go into that relationship. I have to clarify, and there has been a back and forth between what is right and what is not right. If you sign an agreement or a contract as an independent contractor, the second photographer does not lose the copyright, but that first photographer gets to use the images in a capacity that he or she sees fit. If you were paid for that event, that photographer can include those images in a feature and not have to mention you. That is what second shooters must understand. Now, if it is such a big deal for you that you need to be included in any sort of publication or feature, you can amend an agreement to reflect that. And you're well within your rights to. But if you don't ask those questions, you won't know how to navigate
The first shooter
that.
would have to agree to giving you credit if it was in print or in online, if that's what you
Now,
want.
I will say that I photographed my twin sister's wedding. I was also the maid of honor, which was crazy. But JD second shot the wedding because, again, he doesn't feel comfortable. It's not his strength to be a first photographer. So I was the first photographer for most of the day. But then the ceremony came along, and I was in the wedding, and we brought a good friend and photographer. Her name is Stephanie. She's from Arizona. We said, we'd love to get you out to Santa Barbara to help us during this portion. And she said, I'd be honored. I'll be there. When the wedding got published, I did not feel right, even though she was technically not the first and she was quasi the second.
She was shooting under Jasmine's star for the first. We've never done that before, but she was shooting under pretty much Jasmine's agreement.
Right. I just didn't. When my sister's wedding got featured in print and it got featured on the blog, and I did include Stephanie's contact name on that because I didn't feel right not. But that was a personal decision that I made as a first photographer. Not every first photographer should or must or even has to feel that way.
Yeah, Jasmine's pretty good about that as a first shooter. She always, if she's gonna put one of my photos on her blog, she actually gives me credit. Not credit. She just says this is JD's shot. When actually, she doesn't have to do that every time. It's still her name on the brand. I mean, it's not the Jasmine and JD show. It's Jasmine Star Photography. So I mean, I appreciate that she puts JD on there, but at the same time, I understand that if she didn't want to, she didn't have to. So, yeah.
Great.
Thanks.
All right, Jasmine and JD, let's keep rolling.
All right.
I noticed that too. I saw it. I felt it. Okay.
4. Okay.
Oh, great.
The vendors.
The vendors. This is what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to take a quick minute. We just finished the shoot. None of it would not have been possible, one, without the amazing crew who sat through Hades with us yesterday. So thank you for the crew for sweating it out. We lost weight. It was like a Berkram yoga class for photographers. The design of the event was Kelsey Eads by Sugarcomb Events. She's here in Seattle. I will be blogging formally about her. I love working with her. She was so committed to this shoot amongst her busy, crazy wedding season. Floral design was July Floral Design. Cake was by the sweet side, and did it not smell so good? I was like, we need to go on a break. We need to eat some of this. Special thank you to Photographers Edit. If you use it, promo code JSTAR2013, you will get 20% off your first order if you want to try them out. So, special thanks to those people for being so supportive in doing what we do. We couldn't do it without them. Cool. Oh, we just finished our Q&A. Great. So, we are now where we need to be when it comes to tips for shooting with your spouse. So there's going to be kind of two sections when it comes. What? Oh, Susan's in the back, like, mwahaha.
The good stuff here, people, the good stuff.
No. We want to keep it. Here's the thing. We understand that not every couple, like not every first and second shooter is a husband and wife team, so we want it to be respectful to that. We don't want to make this course into something it's not, but we definitely want to touch on the few things that we've learned along the way. If during Q&A people want to get more into that direction, we can. If people want to talk about technicalities and marketing and however, we're going to be an open book. But before we get there, we're going to talk about tips for shooting with your spouse and tips for working with your spouse. Now, these are two very different things, and we're not going to spend too much time. We're going to give 3 tips in each of these directions just to open the conversation. And JD, I want you to speak up too, because if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Okay, 3 tips for shooting with your spouse. And many thanks to Chris Kelly. Chris does the marketing here for Creative Live, and he worked really hard at just coming up with content to reach out to other really popular photography blogs. He's like, I really think that this class is going to be great. We want to talk to you about more ideas. And I Heart Faces, the blog, decided to do a cross promotion, like, hey, let's interview Jasmine and JD, let's promote their course. And Chris was asking me questions for it, and this is how we got this idea for this section. So I can't take much credit for it, so many thanks to Chris and the I Heart Faces for actually moving us in this direction. So tips for shooting with your spouse. First, have clearly defined roles. So we have mentioned this probably at a different time, but working and shooting are 2 very different things. And when you are shooting with your spouse, the thing that you want to remember is, I know that both of the husband and wife teams here rotate between first and second shooter, and that's fine, but it's going to be very important for you to know and set a pattern of who is in charge when. Not only is it confusing to the relationship, it's going to be confusing to the clients. So in ours, it's very straightforward. I'm 100% the first shooter 100% of the time.
If you're mixing it up, making sure that you know that when it is, whoever's turn it is, that they're in control and in the lead that entire session, or for that entire segment, and then if you want to switch it up to the next, because sometimes I think that even if you have a great idea and the person that thinks that they're the lead at that time doesn't like the idea, then you're going to have to tell them in front of their clients that you don't like their idea.
That leads me to 2 sub-points within this category. We did hear of a husband-wife team get into an argument in front of their clients because one had a pose that the other one didn't really like, and they just couldn't connect. And do I think that it happens? Yes, it absolutely happens. When you're under stress, under a time crunch, and the other person doesn't want to hear you, all of a sudden it starts re-earthing issues from college. What is it about my mom that you don't like? And so it's turning into something else totally. And secondly, for the sake of your clients, what you need to understand is they don't know who to look at. If 10 minutes it's look at me, 10 minutes look at her, no, look back here at me. So you know that you have to say for the next section or whatever, or rotate an entire wedding as a first and a second if you feel like you keep on butting heads in that role. Secondly, play to your strengths. There are certain times on a wedding day that are just more fun to shoot. We spoke about this yesterday. Even though we both collectively probably don't, our least favorite time of day is the family formals. I hate saying that. I hate hate saying it because it's so special. I love my family pictures from my
yeah.
wedding, but they're not so fun to shoot. Either way, I know that it's my strength just to kind of broadcast and be a talker and just like, hey, how's it going? Yeah, we're gonna get you some drinks. Everybody look here, everybody look here. And he's definitely quiet and passive, and he's better at capturing candid moments. However, even though he is quiet, he is a schmoozer. Like, Susan's nodding because, okay, so Creative Live opened a new studio in San Francisco. So we hopped on a plane, we went up there, and immediately I was really excited. I was like, oh, we're gonna go, we're gonna party. I walk in and I'm a wallflower. I'm like, I don't want to talk to anybody, I'm super scared. And a few minutes later, this guy's getting business cards, getting goulash recipes from grandma. Like, he's just talking to everybody, and I'm like, how does this happen? Because that's his strength. When we do table shots, he knows how to easily talk to people during cocktail hour. He knows how to say, everybody kind of get in for the photo. That's his strength. It's definitely not mine. So that's
It's almost like a chameleon role. When Jasmine comes near me and she starts talking a lot, it's not even I just shut down and I kind of just let her take the lead. It's kind of a natural progression because what she's saying, she's making people feel comfortable. So I don't want to go in there and add to the comfort. Like, I don't want to be like, yeah, and then you guys can go have drinks after. It's like, who is this guy? You know, it's like, so I just shut up. And then she does a great job. She takes the lead. And then, so it's usually when Jasmine's gone, it's like, oh, it's my turn to be the smoother, I guess. And then I turn on that switch. So, I guess.
Third tip, when it comes to shooting with your spouse, is leave the drama in the car. No matter what happens the day before, that morning, anything, it's when you step onto the venue premises, you guys are professionals, you guys are working and functioning and very happy team, and when you get back in the car, you could resume that conversation, but that is where it ends for the duration of you being hired as your client.
Yeah.
From your client, hired by your client. Now we're going to move into tips for working with your spouse. So there are some husbands who take an active role in, like, let's say the finances or planning or logistics, and their wives are out there doing the hustle. And then there are sometimes husbands who are out there doing the hustle and the wife is at home doing album design or client follow-up. So that's a very different type of relationship. Yep. So 3 tips. First one, we're going to start off with the same again. Have clearly defined roles. When we first started working together, I think that our greatest miscommunications was because one person thought that the other person was responsible for that thing. Right. Now, the more that this happens, it's just clearly an indication that we weren't communicating in the way that we needed to. So we sat down and I wrote it out because, you know, I'm a fan of writing, and we defined what each of us were responsible for, because the minute that that stopped happening, we were able to say this was clearly defined as your role. So for instance, I handle all face-to-face client care. So meeting with the client, booking the client, communication with the client, planning with the client. All that client care is my responsibility if we're face-to-face. Now, JD is responsible for behind-the-scenes client care. So when we have to process payment, that's JD. When he's dealing with our finances, that's JD. When he's dealing with the bookkeeper, JD. He will also do things like mail out hard drives, he'll mail out albums. So client care is divided up into 2 segments, one of us being responsible for a list of things. Now, we do that in regards to marketing, in regards to workflow, in regards to household chores. It sounds silly, but when you work together all day long and the laundry ain't done, somebody's got to do it. So
yeah, no, we got early signs of this when she got into law school. And so she had just been admitted into law school, and we went to IKEA.
Are you really gonna bring? Okay,
I
can't believe this story is coming up.
This is actually what started. Where we started realizing we need to have clear and distinct roles, because we went and she's like, I need a desk for my dorm. So we went to IKEA. We bought a
studio.
Oh, yeah.
I was at dorming in law school.
Yeah, whatever. So we bought this desk and we brought it back, and
it was like 2,000.
It wasn't assembled, so we had to assemble this desk. So we decided to go at it together. We started both just assembling the desk, and then about 2 hours later, we were like, I thought this piece belonged to me because I needed to, build it for this piece, and she thought it was a piece that she needed for her piece of the desk, and we stopped building the
I almost picked up the
so
I was like, you need to come here right now. Like we were just like.
We had this half-built desk. It was like my piece was done here, but we could never.
Oh wow, his was done.
My piece was ready to go, but still going to. So we got into it. We never finished the desk.
Our brains function so differently.
Right.
The way that we see and conceptualize so differently.
So that was a good indicator of what we started just doing. We have clear, like every time if any new project comes up. So if Jasmine wants to start a new project, we will stop it there and we'll say, what are you in charge of and what am I in charge of? And then we're actually really good at going on and working on our own pieces, but they're very distinct, so yeah.
On that note, have set office hours.
Yes.
This is really important because there was a time, embarrassingly so, that I was working till 1 or, like 1 or 2 in the morning because of all the things that I had to do. And this was at a point in time where JD was not transitioned to be working full time. So he had his full-time job, but then after shooting with me, he was completely hands off of every business component. So I felt like this big burden to maintain this high pace, and there wasn't enough hours in the day. So he would go to bed like 11:30, and I'd get sick. I'm there, I'm gonna be there, I'll be there, I'll be there soon. And then I walk in and the light's on and he's asleep and I feel awful. And so we went like that for about a year because I'm like, just give me this, it's the business, it's gonna be freedom, just give me this, just give me this. And then a really good friend of ours was diagnosed with a brain tumor, and it was not a very good prognosis, and his wife called me and she was just crying and she just realized how short life was. And I'm sitting in the stairwell of her house like bawling because I'm thinking, if anything were to happen at that moment, I was living the life I never dreamt of. I wanted freedom, and then I felt myself chained and tethered to what was once a dream and now became like a chain and ball. Yeah. So I apologized to him, and
she made a drastic turn. So what she did is she implemented office hours, and she still maintains these office hours to this day, and they're a machine's office hours, but they're great. She wakes up at 6 a.m. every morning, and she doesn't set an alarm. She just naturally wakes up that early.
It's like stress. I'm like,
yeah, she usually starts working. Right, by 6:45, she's starting. Her day has started, so she's working. She'll take a break to go to the gym, a lunch break. She'll take 2 little breaks in between the day to walk the dog, but she'll be off her computer at 6 to 6:30.
So I work
every
day around 12 to 13 hours.
Yeah.
But I like it because at 6:30, I'm going out with my friends, I'm going out to dinner, I'm enjoying my dog, I'm reading a book, I'm watching trashy TV. I know I put in a long day. I know I worked hard, so I'm not going to let that be a crane over me.
Yeah.
Is that 5 days a week only that you do that, or is that 7 days a week that you do that?
Oh, that is 5 days a week.
5 days a week.
And then we shoot on Saturday, and then Sunday we take off.
I forgot about the whole wedding thing.
Right. That little thing. The last and final tip is take random days off. Now, I have to say that JD gets full credit for this because when he transitioned over into working...
I love taking days off.
When he transitioned to working with us, like part of the business full time, I kind of felt inadvertently, I was like, well, welcome to my world. This is what I do. And he's like, wait, you work 5 days a week for 13 hours and then we shoot on a Saturday? And I'm like, yeah, this is just what I do. And he's like, we became business owners so that we wouldn't have to work 12-hour days. So because we work on the weekends, every so often, he's just like, let's just take the afternoon off. 2 o'clock, we're gonna go see a matinee. Let's go get a margarita. Let's just drive into LA. Let's go to a museum. Let's just do stuff that we always say we're gonna do because we're gonna be our own business owners.
I remember handing over the 4-hour work week to her, and I was like, read this book. Maybe it'll give us another, a whole new look at life.
Either way, photographers do need to take the time to chill and get recharged. I don't think that we can do what we do as photographers for long periods if we keep up these really fast pace.
For creativity's sake, when we take a good chunk of time off, it helps us to recalibrate what we're doing just with our career, and also come up with new projects and new ideas for everything, for our clients, and also for the other things that we do, personal stuff that we do too. So.
Definitely. So what's going to happen now is we have a break coming up. Do you want to go into Q&A, or should we go directly into the break? What is going to be? We can go directly into the break. We can stay on schedule. I don't want to throw anybody off. So we can.
Well, I know we have a good buffer of time, so let's check with our in-studio audience and see if you all have any questions on this topic. We have 2 married couples that are in the audience. Let's talk. Let's get some juice. How is this relevant to you guys, and what are some feedback or questions?
I'll start. I think for us it just looks kind of different because we do have 4 kids. And so this is definitely opening up the conversation for us, because what it looks like for us is that we need to take turns. We take turns on being the lead, but we also take turns in editing weddings. So he'll edit a whole wedding, and I'll edit a whole wedding. So we're working on completely different weddings. And
that's cool.
So what I think we need to do is take time to leave the house, because if you're there, you're helping. Because there are 4 children from age 8 to 1. So it's going to look like us actually having office hours that are away from the house. So figuring out kind of what that looks like. But this is really helpful for sure.
That's great.
Good. Awesome.
Yeah, super helpful. We just had this talk the other day about having office hours, so that's something we're still working on.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Because sometimes he sneaks out and sees that I'm on the computer at 9:30 at night, and so that needs to stop, obviously. But I do a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff, so yeah, we'll keep working on that.
I do have to say, I have to be forthcoming. That when he sneaks out for the night and you're working, I've been there. Like JD recently was training for a triathlon, and sometimes he would go swimming at night, and I'd be like, "Isn't it time for you to go on a swim? Don't you want to go on a swim?" Because the minute he would leave, the garage door would open. I'd be like, "Oh my god, oh my god!" And the garage door would close, and I'd be downstairs reading a book.
Yeah.
I'm totally relaxed.
Wow. I knew it. She would be like, she would always encourage me to go do something at night. I'm like, she wants to work.
It's going to be a balance. It's not going to happen overnight. But really taking care of yourself too. It's okay to work late every once in a while, but if it becomes a pattern, I think that's going to be indicative of something deeper. Before we move into Q&A from the audience, JD reminded me of a story that this was the point, this was the precipice of us really defining our roles as a couple and as a first and second shooter. JD notoriously waits to fill up our gas tank. Notoriously.
I do.
He drives with the light on.
That's why there's an empty sign, right? Or else they just they wouldn't. I don't know. They give you try now. At the halfway point, it'd be fill up now or something. He drives
with the light on. Okay.
That's what. When the light turns on, I have to think about going to get gas.
So, not once but twice, we've run out of gas with me in the car. Okay, so this is not, so this is what he does. And so we were going to a wedding, and he was driving, and I noticed that
the light wasn't on.
Okay,
it was halfway.
Okay, the light wasn't on, but it was. We were at empty, but the light wasn't on. So we were driving to a wedding, and I said, "I think that we should get gas before we get on the freeway." And he said, "No, we'll get gas when we get off the freeway." And I was just like, "Well, I want to get gas. We're going to a wedding." And he said, "No, we're going to get it when we get off the freeway." And he just decided randomly to stick his heels in the mud, get on the freeway,
and just drive fast.
Drive fast. He's like,
I'll get there faster. Don't worry. Don't worry.
And I can't even here's the thing. I'm confrontational, but in those moments, I completely just close in. I'm not an arguer. That's not who I am. Instead, I just decided to talk to the window.
Right. So we pull up to the gas station with plenty of gas. I get off, and I fill up the gas tank, and I knew Jasmine was already upset, so I pay for the gas, get in the car, and Jasmine's still kind of silent, but I didn't say anything. I was like, "You see, we're fine.
He says, "You see, we're fine."
Knowing that
I was steam. At this point, I was just my head came off, my neck.
And Jasmine said, if you were second shooting right now for any other photographer, and that main photographer asked you to get gas, would you have gone on the freeway? And I couldn't say anything because I was just I would never do that to anybody else, but I did it because it was Jasmine. And that's when I realized on wedding days, I need to treat Jasmine as if, for what she is, the first shooter and the boss of the company that I'm working for or working with. And so from that day forward, I realized that a lot of things are different. There doesn't need to be a please and thank you when she requests things on a wedding day. She doesn't have time for all those things, and she doesn't have time to try to tell me or justify why we should get gas, even if I don't think it's the right thing to do or we don't need to. It doesn't matter. That day, I remember just thinking. After that, I kind of started laughing because when I'm wrong, I'll start laughing.
Which doesn't help the situation.
Right. So I knew I was wrong, and I was just I started laughing, and I apologized, and it put things into perspective. I realized that day I need to treat Jasmine as on wedding days,
We're not on wedding days. We don't have husband and wife conversations. We have first and second shooter conversations, and those are very different. So that was the main thing that we took away. But we want to go to the audience, to the online audience.
So the question is, does being a married couple help as wedding photographers? Do you make more of a connection with the bride and groom? Are they relating to you more and feeling closer to you because you are a couple?
I feel like I have to, I don't want to say this and, all of a sudden everybody feel like they need to work with their spouse. Right. It's not a necessity, but I do think from a marketing perspective, it's played in our favor. I will definitely say that. That when brides and grooms are looking for somebody and they know that we've been having a long-standing 7-year business relationship and we've shot all of our weddings together, there's a certain level of confidence in that. But that's not to say that if JD and I were business partners, I would be able to sell the same way and say, I've shot with a consistent second shooter for 7 years. So I don't know if it's necessarily the husband and wife thing as much as it's continuity. A bride and groom want to know that you've been working with a confident shooter for a prolonged period of time. So either way, I believe that investing in a second shooter to be in your team for a while is a better investment than you trying to one-off with a lot of different shooters. But that's, again, just my personal opinion.
Great.
Right.
There are some great conversations going on in the chat room.
Oh gosh.
Oh, God.
Did we open up a can of worms in there?
No, it's good. It's good stuff. But it is that time for us to take our next 15-minute break. So tell us what we're going to do when we come back.
When we come back, we are going to get into seeing it from the opposite side of the lens. Well, that was a pun that was intended. But what happened just recently, that I came across an article of 25 second shooter tips. And it was really recent. I was like, I want to see if these tips match up to what we're talking about. And all of them did. And then the response that the article got really raised the hairs on my neck. I don't have a hairy neck. Raised that hair on my arm. I was like, rawr. No, they raised the hair on my arm. Oh, they raised the hair on my head. Okay. Anyway, it made me see things from a different perspective. I want to get into how other people can be seeing about this conversation that we're talking about today, and we're also going to get into those second shooter hotlines. Things to do, things not to do, those sticky situations, how we're going to work through them. We'll get into Q&A, and then we will have a little bubbly after. So, awesome.
All right, well, here's what the internet is saying. Kate White Frog Studios, I attend a lot of workshops and webinars. Improving my skills is so important to me, and I have never been more engaged and inspired about wedding photography before attending this class. That's awesome. Thank you. Cool. And Bet Brissett says, thank you for all the hard work that goes into this. This is invaluable stuff for us just starting out. And that is so true. You guys have put every workshop here on Creative Live, you do put your heart and soul into it. So thank you on behalf of these folks.
Thank you very much.
And speaking of starting out, if you have any interest in being a wedding photographer, then you have to start as a second shooter. You have to go through this. I mean, if you don't, I don't recommend just jumping into a wedding without knowing how to shoot a wedding. So if you'd like to be a wedding photographer and you're not yet, then you need to start out as a second shooter. And this is the course for you to do that. It's $99. If you buy it right now today is the last day of this course. You can get it for $79. So purchase the course if this is for you. And we'll see you guys back here in 15 minutes after the break.
All right.
Hi, I'm Kenna, your host at Creative Live. We are thrilled to welcome international award-winning photographer Jennifer Hudson for her very first Creative Live workshop, Fine Art Portraits on Location. Jennifer's staged photography is artistically stylized and meticulously crafted. She captivates her audience by combining found objects and ethereal themes. In this 2-day course, Jennifer will take you step by step through the process of creating a fine art studio on location. Not only will Jennifer teach you some of the Welcome back, everyone, to Creative Live. We are heading into our final segment of the art of being a second shooter with Jasmine Star and JD. Before we do that, we are going to finish up this little competitive battle about how many quotes are people winning from JD and how many quotes are people winning from Jasmine. So what's the score right now?
Well, the official confirmed score is...
I have 3 and Jasmine has 4.
All right. All right. We got 2 more prizes, so we're going to see what happens. Okay. So the next prize is the second shooter resource package. Can you tell me about that?
That's basically the 2 items that we spoke about today. So one lucky winner will get the first and second shooter agreement, and they will also get the second shooter handbook. So if you're a first shooter, you can pass it on to your second. If you're a second, you're lucky. If you already bought it, give it to a friend.
There you go. Fantastic. Well, that lucky winner is L. Grennan, and the quote is, "Be a proactive photographer, not a reactive photographer." JD.
Thank you.
4.
4.
4 to 4.
We're tied.
Okay. All tied up.
We'll stop there. No more gifts. No more prizes.
You guys are so cute.
I'll take it. I'll take a tie.
Okay, here we go. Tiebreaker. This prize is the second shooter resource package, as well as a shoot sack.
I feel like I'm on American Idol.
I win. Yes.
So the shoot sack.
Yep. I actually on yesterday's shoot, you guys saw me working with my shoot sack. I usually take that as my satellite bag for on all my weddings.
All right. Here we go. The quote is, "Find a unique angle from the first photographer to tell a different story. Capturing candid moments creates a photojournalistic look that brides absolutely love."
I think
that's me, right? That is me, right?
No, it's not.
Totally. Is that Jasmine?
They don't know.
I don't know. I know. I was like,
They
I
don't
think
know.
it could have been when I was going to like walking.
No,
If you guys know in the chat rooms, if you know in the chat rooms, let us know whose quote that was.
That's all me.
And
I
edit notes.
even made mention of the first shooter. I made mention of everything there.
That's right. All right. You know
All
what?
right. Well,
You both
congratulations,
win.
guys.
I know.
I know.
You were gonna
I
do
like
that.
the tiebreaker. I like the tiebreaker. Well, congratulations to all the winners.
Exactly. Congratulations. That was Cassie, and again, before that, El Grennan. So that is the contest, and I want to say a few words of thanks, starting with those vendors that brought us all of the fabulous prizes. So let's actually start off with those, and in addition to Jasmine Star Photography, of course, where you brought us some wonderful prizes, whether it was Exposed Magazine, and in addition to that, giving away some of the templates that are so useful that people have, as well as, again, the agreement and the handbook, second shooter handbook. Okay, there we go.
Way to bring it around.
Yes.
That's good.
So thank you for those. And do you want to talk a little bit again, just briefly, about these folks?
The three other companies that have stepped up as a natural progression of our business is White House Custom Color. They do all of our print products and prints, and Mike Hanlon and his team have always been supportive. Very sweet, and not just endorsers of photographers, they are endorsers of the industry.
Yep.
Many thanks to ShootSack. Yep. JD had mentioned them a couple times before. They're wonderful to travel when we, they're wonderful to use when we travel, and Masculine
and also Adorama for their continued support for Creative Live.
Awesome. Well, just a few more words of thanks here from all of us at Creative Live. Of course, the Creative Live audience out there on the internet, all over the world, every country in the world, you are the reason that we are here, and you are the reason that we keep going and that we keep able to bring folks like JD and Jasmine back for the 5th time over the course of 3 years. So thank you for all of your active participation in this course, especially. So many amazing questions. Say that over and over again, but it's so true. You guys were amazing during this workshop. Want to thank the Creative Live crew. There is a lot that goes on behind the scenes here at Creative Live to put these workshops together, a ton of moving pieces, whether that's actually the production crew here or everybody else behind the scenes that works here at Creative Live to make it all come together and make it happen. So shout out to all of you. Special shout out to Aaron Anderson, the producer for this workshop, as well as Janae Gerard, who is our line producer. So special shout out to the 2 of them.
Definitely.
Next, we have our in-studio audience. You guys have been incredible. It is an amazing thing to have people here in the studio audience. You guys bring the questions, you bring the energy. We've had 2 couples just like the 2 of you, and that has just been a wonderful, wonderful influence in this class. So thank you for taking the time out of your lives to come here and learn with us.
Thank you very much.
Want to also give a shout out to our models. Weren't our models incredible?
Yes,
Yes.
they really were. We could not have brought the course together. Everybody has a piece to a puzzle. So we couldn't complete the picture without everybody, really bringing their A game, and the models were part of that.
I love too that the couple yesterday, I mean, like we said, the internet commented that it looked like it was a real wedding. Well, that couple did just get married.
They did 6 months ago.
6 months ago, and she was wearing her real wedding gown. And what a beautiful thing for the 2 of them to be able to have these portraits and images from you guys. So thank you again for coming. And of course, she is also a photographer. So that was a wonderful, wonderful thing. And of course, last but not least, this is always such a pleasure for those of us here at Creative Live. These 2, Jasmine and JD, are Creative Live family. We would not be here today if it was not for you 2.
No, thank you.
You were, talk about pieces of the puzzle. You were a huge piece of that puzzle in the success of Creative Live, and that always just means so much to us here. I love when you guys come here and everybody wants to work on your workshop, and Susan and I to the crew, and so we love having you. Can't thank you enough for what you put into these workshops, and your true passion is educating. You are working professionals, but you are also educators, and that is where the magic happens.
Well, we couldn't do what we absolutely love collectively without you guys, and now I'm getting all teary-eyed.
So am I.
Yeah, I know, I'll stop there, but a big, heartfelt, huge thank you to the people who first allowed this opportunity to happen, which is Craig Swanson and Jay Stardust.
Awesome.
Thank you guys.
Please help me give Jasmine Starr and JD for his first time teaching here at Creative Live. Big round of applause. All right, everybody. With that, we still have a final section of the workshop to go. So back over to you 2.
Great.
Okay.
Craig Swanson, one of the head honchos behind Creative Live, always jokes with me, and he says, "It isn't a Jasmine Star workshop until you cry." So I don't know if I'm quite there yet, but I was getting a little.
I was gonna take over and start crying when I saw Kim. I looked at her in the eyes, and then you have this. The goal is not to look at people in the eyes, because once you do, it's like that's when you just let go. So I stopped looking at her.
So we're now. Oh, great. What we're now going to get into is, let me back this up for a sec. Great. What we first want to get into this section, and again, this is your workshop. So as we walk through these, I really want to hear things about your opinions, and if you think I'm talking trash, if you agree, if you have a different perspective, we'd love to hear them.
A couple weeks ago, this is what I said before the break, but for those of you who are just tuning in, a couple weeks ago, I read an article on F-stoppers, a great website for photographers. The author, Trevor Daly, offered tips on how to become the best second shooter. And as I read through these 25, 26 tips, most of what he was saying, I agreed with. I was like, great, you know, I turned over to JD, I'm feeling pretty good about it because I'm like, this is what we're gonna be talking about the course. So there's a few other in the industry who are on our same page. Because if we were saying stuff that nobody agreed with, that'd be kind of scary to come onto the stage and be like, this is how it's done. So the fact that we were on the same page made me feel pretty good. What I discovered, though, was that some of the readers felt that they agreed with him, and then some of the readers felt like what his tips were a bit too extreme. I didn't necessarily think they were extreme. They were like, don't show clients images on the back of your camera if you're a second shooter. Don't engage in too much conversation so that you're a cause of distraction on the wedding day. Don't friend my clients on Facebook after the wedding. Don't tag them in photos on Facebook after the wedding if you're second shooting. I mean, these were like basic principles that I just felt were like, yeah, sure. A few commenters chimed in, and I wanted to talk about a few of their reactions. One person, so all of these names and faces have been obscure. This is online, but I just wanted to talk about what they're actually talking about. These tips made it sound like you have a very hard time distinguishing between a second shooter and an assistant. There is a distinct difference. Second shooters should interact with clients, should show their photos on their camera, especially if it's a great especially if it's a great shot. Should feel free to accept any social media contact. I disagree with the majority of this post, especially the way it sounds like you view second shooters at your wedding. Second comment, there were a few. I just highlighted a few of those gems. Second one, these tips make it sound, hold on. Sounds a lot like, I'm sorry, Mom. I was homeschooled. Hold on, I learned how to read yesterday. Okay, here we go. Sounds a lot like it was a list of how to be a perfect tool and make you leave your personality at home. More like you wanted to make sure your sidekick is no competition to you, but at the same time doesn't sound at all as if you would treat them as partners. Hope it just sounds like that. Here's my 2 cents. Okay, what I see are complaints, because what they don't show is how Trevor works with his second shooters. I happen to know him personally, and outside of being a good photographer, he's a good person. And when people started causing like a ruckus on the web about what he was writing, his second shooters had his back. They said, we agreed to his terms, and we think that he's a really great person. But my response after reading this, and I've never worked with the guy, is who cares? Who cares if you think he's a tool? They're his terms, and he's very open about working with his second shooters. If you don't like the terms of his agreement, don't shoot it. Simple as that. It's so easy for you to look at a first photographer and complain about how he's running a business, but guess what? He's running a business. And if you're in the position to try to get to where he wants to be, it's his prerogative on how he wants to run it. One of my favorite quotes by Bobby Brown, it's my prerogative. You know, like this is how I'm going to run my business. Until you want to run your own business, you could choose the way that you want to do it. On the flip side, there was also a commenter, and I felt like he attributed his name and his photo, which I obscured, but I think he brought up a few good points. For the past 6 years, I've worked with a few fairly recognized advanced photographers, different backgrounds. I agree with most of the rules because they are common sense, courtesy, professionalism. However, somebody should write a main photographer rules too. These come to mind right now as per personal experiences. We are assistants / second shooters, but not maids, butlers, chauffeurs. I might be a nice person and see you need water and bring it to you, but it's not an obligation. Therefore, don't clap your hands or fingers for it. Same goes with food, lens, bag, etc. As you demand payment from your bride before the event, we would also like to get paid, at least at the night, allow at least 30 minutes for downloads. You will not shoot/stay an extra hour for free. Why expect us to do so? On the same token, if you want your images the same night, either have your laptop and hard drive ready, take my cards and deliver them promptly back to me, or wait until I send the images. I will not pay for shipping and handling costs. Sorry, unless you pay me $150 an hour, I don't make enough to make your life easier. Do not yell at us under any circumstances. There were a few more, but I felt like this gave a pretty good idea. Whether or not I agreed with his approach, I really do agree with what he's saying. Would myself and this shooter work together? Probably not, because he sounds like he prefers to work autonomous, and I probably need somebody who's a mix. And so if I ask for water, I might not say, "Please, kind sir, I am quite parched. Do you mind if you take a few minutes and get me a glass of water?" I probably mince words.
But Jasmine will never expect
I won't clap
she has
my hands.
water at her, and I at the same time, that's where I can see and agree with this photographer also.
I do. And so what I want for shooters to see as they are going through the course with the second shooters is that the golden rule is be nice. That's it. If you really want quality second shooters, you can get a quality second shooter paying $150 and get a quality second shooter being paid $500. The fact of the matter is people will put up with more for less if you're nice. And I think that that's a general rule of thumb in life. So having said that, what I want to do is, do you guys have any feedback in regards to that? Do you guys agree, disagree? We're cool?
Any comment?
Okay. Good. I got a thumbs up. I got a thumbs up. Okay. So we are rounding out the end of day 2, the art of being a second shooter, and I thought it would be a good time to use real life examples of photographers, and we're going to talk through their experiences. We can all learn from each other's mistakes, and we can all learn from each other's frustrations. So I want to dive into a few sticky situations, and I want you to weigh in on this, because I think that we've been together for so long. We've been together since we were 17. So I somehow think that like our brainwaves are kind of fused over the years. So if you think that you see it from a different perspective, we would love to hear. So this is an open forum for all of us to talk. If you want to jump in, maybe you guys should have your microphones out so you guys aren't you guys all reach down together and everyone's going to clink heads. So make sure that those microphones are out. We are going to move on to the first sticky situation. I shot with a photographer that wanted me to edit all the photos I took because she liked my artistic editing. I didn't know any better, so I didn't. I didn't get paid for it, and those are the only photos I saw posted. Tough situation, right? Before I weigh into it, do you guys have anything to say about this? Like, I know that some of you guys have had recent second shooting experiences. Okay. But you guys, I want you to, I just don't want to keep on like rambling on. Go ahead.
Communication.
That's, oh, you can't steal my word. No, yes, communication, right. Yes.
It's hard, I guess it's hard to remove myself from it because we've been in it for a few years, but I would never do that because at that point they're my pictures, you know?
Right.
So I would have never, she says, they wanted me to edit all the photos I took because she liked my artistic editing. I wonder if that happened before they even shot the wedding or if it happened after. Because I would have never agreed to take the job if it was before, and I would have said no if it happened after.
Right. So what I'm thinking based on this is that the first shooter hired the second shooter based on the portfolio that she saw and said, come and second shoot with me. And the girl says, great. We don't have agreement. We do not have a formal agreement. So I'm going to agree to go with you. So she goes, and then the first shooter says, can you edit your photos? And at that point, I mean, I've been there. You're new, you're inexperienced. You're like, okay, I'll edit them. And so she spends hours editing. I don't know, maybe 1, 2, maybe 4 hours editing that she's not getting paid. And then the first photographer uses them to promote her business. Now, I don't. That is legally not so much of a gray area. I mean, it's a gray area because they didn't have an agreement. But as an independent contractor, that first photographer can use them. Now, on like a moral, ethical standpoint, like, ew. Like, if you're a first photographer, do not use your a full portfolio of your second shooter. It's misleading and just a great way to burn every bridge of every second shooter you've ever shot with. So, secondly, I didn't check the second shooter's entire portfolio. I somehow thought because their outdoor work was great, so would their indoor work be. Wrong, wrong, wrong. Huge mistake. Also, is it ideal to ask for references, or am I cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs paranoid? My question is to you guys. Do you guys ask for references when you second shoot? Anybody? Mark?
I don't know that I ask for references, but you mentioned the first day about not going after the person who's not going to come back after you or come back, you know, like the girlfriend.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
I had an experience where I did that. I went after this great shooter and tried to have coffee with them and be their second shooter, their third shooter, just come on with them. And they never responded. And so I think a big part of kind of what's coming out of knowing your portfolio and knowing that is getting to know the person, maybe going out to coffee with them if you've got the time, sitting there flipping through saying, okay, how did you approach this, or going through kind of the whole thing with them and getting to know them before you end up second shooting or being there with them.
Very true. I think that it's okay to ask for personal references. I mean, that's why as a second shooter, you should be always erring on the side of taking care of that first shooter. So no, I don't think that you're cuckoo for asking, but I do think that you need to, as a first shooter, check out an entire portfolio. I would never bring on a first shooter not seeing low light situations. Yes?
I think what you said yesterday resonated with me too about as a second shooter, you should have a portfolio with a whole range. And you even said, like, put it on your Facebook or something, but make, like, a little folder with everything, from low light to outdoor to indoor. And even just, like, as business owners, I think that's a good idea, too, just having a range. But I think that would maybe have helped out that situation.
Definitely. Oh, hands down. Heck yes. Okay. So, I worked with a second shooter last year who arrived to the wedding wearing something completely inappropriate. The wedding was at a formal church and the reception at a fancy restaurant, and she arrived in shorts, a skimpy tank top, and flip-flops. The timeline was so tight I couldn't send her home to change, and I was so embarrassed. I never imagined I would have to specify to dress professionally. So, okay, yes, go right ahead. With you and your red all-stars. I want to hear about your fashion opinion. I love it.
Well, I was going to say, first thing, like you've said all week, these 2 days, communication.
Yeah.
So, and I guess I'm like thinking on a broad, like deeper level, stuff like this is hitting home now with Marissa and I, just because there's little things that we will do, and I'm like, I'll want to not blame her, but say something, but then I'm thinking, well, that was just me being lazy and not communicating. Right. And, there's a simple solution, but the fear, not even the fear, but the worried thoughts that you're having about, like, what's she going to think, what's going to happen. And it could have been easily solved by just bringing up a conversation about, oh, let's do that, let's try this. Yeah. So. Communication thing. It's so. I think it's just so. It's almost too simple. Right. It becomes this big, detailed thing that gets crazy. I mean, it gets crazy.
True.
So. That's exactly it. Yeah, that's exactly what happens.
Okay, so I know we can all say communication. You should talk about this before, but say that happens. What do you do? What would Jasmine start? What would you do?
Okay, so we're shooting a wedding.
Up.
Second shoot.
JD shows up and a mini.
Now somebody else, because me, she'd be like, get out of here.
Okay, there's a couple things. If I had packed an extra pair of shoes, which I sometimes do, I don't care if she's a size 6. you're getting into my size 9s. You're gonna flip in those, you know, you're having a pair of closed-toed shoes. If I was working with a second shooter, because now, again, I'm a safeguarder. Because we arrived to the venue early, I would request that my second shooter arrive early, and then I see her, and I'm like, all right, we have an hour here. You need to march over to Target. I need to buy yourself a pair of $9.99 black pants, $9.99 shoes. If you do not have the money, I will personally cover it from you and deduct it from the cost of you working with me here today. But as a representation of my brand, you need to go and do it. I don't care if it's Walmart, but that has to be done. I know, I'm mean. I think I'm mean. I think I'm hearing myself, but that's exactly what I would do.
She would actually, you know what, that's what she would say, and then she'd say, JD, go say that.
I totally would. That is so mean.
I'd be really nice about it, but I'd say, you know what, let's go over to Target, you know, we'll give you the
JD
money
would go
to
and
pay for your outfit.
I'll even put it in my iPhone, the directions. It's like,
yeah, exactly. Okay, if the second shooter has an idea during the wedding, can they ask the main photographer to move out of the way to get the shot they have in mind? I'm seeing some people shaking their head. Tara, do you want to jump in?
Well, I think I've been in a situation where I've had ideas before, and I usually will just kind of quietly offer that as another suggestion for the shooter and say like, oh, do you think it might be cool if they tried that? But I wouldn't try to get in that shot. I would try to offer that as a suggestion to them.
To when you offered?
Well, usually they'll say like, okay, let's finish this, you know, what I have planned right now, and then work them into that. I mean, the person that I was shooting with was really collaborative, and so I really appreciated how they responded to that. And if they had a different plan in mind, then I'd say, okay, and I'm getting back in my angle. And, you know.
And I definitely think that immediately I had the same response that this half of the class had. Everybody went like, no. I read this last night and I was like, no. But then it changed and morphed more to Tara. Depending on the relationship that you have with the first shooter, I wouldn't suggest this on the first wedding you guys shoot together, but the more established relationship you have, I would never, ask that first shooter to get out of the way. I would offer up that idea, and if the photographer says, I can't see it the way you see it, why don't you do it? Then, you know, so it wouldn't be a hard no, but I would err on the side of no before I would err on the side of yes. Okay.
Ease into that, I guess. And, you know, once your first shooter starts saying that, oh, this was the time where she kind of stopped and asked for just a couple seconds to do something on her own, and if the first photographer liked what you yielded, then the second wedding, you're probably going to be able to do that again. So slowly transitioning into having a little bit more authority is good.
Definitely. Next, I just did my first wedding as a first. The bride asked if her friend from college could be the second shooter. I agreed without really thinking about it. The day came and went. The second shot pretty much everything I did. And today she texted me telling me I need to be careful about where I'm standing because I'm in a lot of her shots. I'm an example of why you don't let the bride choose the second. I think the bride and her friend also didn't understand what a second shooter is. I should have had a contract with the second shooter, whether she was paid or not. I could be wrong, but I made sure she wasn't in my shots, and if she was my second, I thought it was her job to do the same. Right?
Crazy. Wow.
Again, I'm going to use the C word, communication. Clearly what is indicating that she did not talk to this girl before the wedding day. So maybe the bride asked her friend to stand in as a photographer without letting her know what the parameters were. If you are a first photographer and you are working with any other photographer, at minimum, send an email about what your expectations are. Send an email about what the timeline will be. Ask for a formal introduction. If you do not get a formal introduction of the second shooter and the bride insists on that person being there, you must say that your performance is contingent on at least talking or emailing with her in advance. That's the only way that you could protect what clearly happened is a big no-no. We're going to move on to the next one. Recently, I'm interested to hear what you guys have to say about this one. Recently, I second shot a wedding at a hotel, and my first shooter abandoned me at the hotel for 3 hours while she went out and did the bridal party and creative portraits without me there. She said she wanted me to capture the other guests, but since they were all staying at the hotel, they went back to their private rooms. 2.5 Hours later, I ended up finding my first in the bar with the bridal party. She ended up not paying me for the break. Definitely should have hashed out the hours beforehand. Okay, can anybody guess the one word I'm going to say? I just think this is a general running theme. We could read this and be like, what? But it's so easy to look at other people's miscommunications when what we should be doing is holding a mirror into ourselves, being like, we do run the risk. Because anybody who does not have a written agreement runs the risk of something obscene. You would never imagine that somebody would leave you for 3 hours and not pay you on top of that, right? You're like, that's unconscionable. And it happens.
I think that this section is to bring awareness that these things happen quite often. So just being aware of all the things that do happen so that you don't say, oh, this would never happen to me, and being ready to have those conversations in advance.
Definitely, and you have to know that if the conversation from a first shooter or second shooter's perspective did not happen before the wedding, everything after the wedding is fair game to the rules that the first photographer wants. That's scary. All right, here we go. One of my photographer friends found himself on the receiving end of a lawsuit on the very first wedding he ever shot as a second shooter, when the primary photographer skipped town without delivering the couple's wedding photographs. Since they couldn't find the primary photographer, who do you think got served with the papers? You guessed it. He weathered the storm and has been successfully shooting weddings for more than 5 years now, but all of this could have been avoided had he insisted on a contract. That is so scary. And again, here we are thinking, that would never happen. And yet, could you imagine getting served with papers after your first wedding? Talk about being intimidating, talk about like fighting for your life before you took your first breath. So, okay, cool, okay, cool. Ken, how are we doing on the internet?
Internet's doing great. Huh?
Okay.
Yes, the internet is very intrigued by all of these scenarios. Let's see if we have any comments or if you guys have more as well.
Yeah, go ahead, guys.
I guess I just never thought of having a contract before between the first and second shooter, an agreement as being this crucial and important. It's like you're there helping them. Even if you're good friends, little things can happen, and it's interesting to see all of this.
Good, thank you.
Before anything bad happens.
Great, and that's with the entirety of this section. Sorry.
No, yeah, that's great.
The entirety of this section is to really highlight that the things that we don't think could possibly happen on a regular basis. Cool. You cool?
Yeah, they're discussing all the things that have happened to them.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, good. So here's the thing, like what we're not seeing is that there's a lot of other people coming out of the proverbial, like, this is what happened to me closet. So no, this is good. Okay, we're gonna move on. I've had a second shooter that got depressed about her equipment and decided that her shots would be no good and just sat there from the ceremony on. You guys, I read this last night and then I was like, wait, what? And then I read it again and I started to laugh, which makes me an evil person because I'm just like, how does somebody just be like, you know what? My camera sucks. Like, what the heck? How does that even happen? So, I mean, I'm so interested to hear if you had a second shooter and this second shooter decides to do this, what do you do? That's what I want to hear. These are the conversations I want to have so that we can actually work through what that looks like. You picked up your mic and I love it.
I would take this, like what we were saying earlier, that in this situation, that person that you're dealing with, the second shooter, is a human, meaning they're going to react to if that first shooter says, don't worry about it, like just shoot, enjoy it. And immediately, you're not saying anything like abstract and deep, you're just saying, enjoy, practice this. You have nothing to lose, you have nothing to lose. So it can only benefit that person and you, because if she's not shooting, there's, in that case, maybe 15% of your photos.
Right.
And you're dealing with a coworker that's depressed. Your guests are seeing that she's doing this.
Right.
It's a reflection of your brand.
Absolutely.
So it's just like this downhill spiral of that girl choice that could be changed if that first photographer just says, don't worry about it, you know?
That is such a sweet and noble answer. I didn't even see it from that. Like, I want a second shoot with you. You know what I would do? I would have a share from Moonstruck moment. Snap out of it! Like, you know, I mean, and that's what I want to hear because it helps me see it differently. You're right. I'm wrong. What this person is feeling is not my camera sucks, it's my inability to see past what's in front of me, which is my basic lens and my basic camera. But what you're telling me is have fun, and by doing so, you're protecting your brand, which is brilliant.
I agree.
So there we go. Yes.
I think that Kevin would definitely go the tactful route. And you don't think so? but say we did go the tactful route. I mean, they would never hear from us again. Their liability, their risk. It would it would never happen. So I mean, I don't care how much like you can do it. We poured into them. Like that would be the end.
Absolutely, absolutely. But I see both perspectives, and I feel like I'm learning myself as a first shooter how I do need to think beyond what's directly in front of me. We're going to move on to the next one. I think we have just like two or three more. I have recently been approached by a bride from a wedding I was a second shooter on. She had requested more images that I shot of the groom, stating the main photographer did not turn over what the groom knew I shot. I know they were not poorly shot, he just didn't give them over. I felt badly, but I advised her to go back to the main and discuss. I do not have any ground. I found out that the main is not offering an album. Would it be wrong for me to offer to do an album after the fact?
What do you guys think?
That's kind of like the business card rule. I think like it needs to be the first to offer any of the products. And
Absolutely.
so, I mean, it's nice that she went back and talked to him though to see if that would work. So it's unfortunate that the first wasn't able to give him over, I guess. But yeah, that's kind of a sneaky thing if they were to go and do that, probably. So
If that second shooter, I think. Oh, go ahead, Kevin.
I was gonna say, even with the way that it's worded, I think it kind of sounds underhanded to the first shooter because saying like I don't have any ground to do that. Like, you should go back and be like, well, I was working for them, so this is. I mean, it's their choice on what gets delivered and what doesn't get delivered. And so, it sounds sneaky and underhanded to even like consider doing an album for somebody that you weren't the primary shooter on.
Yeah, you know, I don't think that he, in this situation, I agree. I don't think it's good form to send an album, but at the same time, I can't help but feel that this person wasn't trying to be sneaky about it. I think that this person actually, what they should do is go out of their way again, which is kind of they don't have to do, and send those images again to the first shooter, and say, here they are again, just in case something happened. Maybe they got deleted. If you don't want to send them off to the photographer because of time, I mean to the client because of time, would you want me to send these photos that I'm sending you over?
I probably wouldn't feel good. I mean, I think that's really nice and I think it's really noble, but there was a clear distinction as to why that first photographer didn't send them. It could be simply that
they just weren't.
It's his person. It's his prerogative. And do I think that the second shooter was trying to intentionally be underhanded? No. But do I think it could be perceived as underhanded? Absolutely. And if we were the only vehicles in which brides and grooms could get albums, then this is a different conversation. But a bride can get an album anywhere on the web now. Sure, she might not be able to get the types of albums we get, but we have to understand that we can't get in the middle and like fight for the noble cause of albums around the world. Leave that to the first photographer, like hands down. Okay.
This last one.
Here we go. Yep, this is the last one. Great. My second shooter started to book weddings under my business name, using my contract and invoice and pocketing the deposit money. She had planned to shoot the wedding on her own with her equipment, a Canon T2i, and a kit lens, no backup. I make all of my assistants use my equipment to have more control of quality of picture. I have discussed this with her that moving forward, she has to book her friends or future clients under her own name or business or refer them directly to me. However, I'm about 98% sure a wedding in October is still under my contract that I never received copies of. Kind of not sure what to do or how to handle that. I worry about something going wrong and me being liable for the wedding I had no hand in shooting or booking. Whoa. Like, this is the last one, so I love the doozy. Go ahead. Nicole wants to pop in.
Well, I'm just wondering, like if I wanted to be like, oh, I'm going to book something under J-Star Photography, because I'm not part of the business, like my name's not on the business information, does that still make them liable?
No, this is the word, and I want to clarify on the internet that I didn't pass the bar, but I did go to law school a little tiny bit. Okay, so there has to be some sort of way. You were to grab my contract, and my contract has my name on it, and you take the deposit. If you got sued and then the clients want to come to me, I'd be like, I've never worked with her in her professional capacity. I don't know how she got my contract. She lives in a different state. But if JD and I were working and he booked weddings on his own, and we have a history of us working together, and we've, on a consistent basis, he's been my second shooter, and somebody books him on the pretense because it could be believable that he's booking weddings as an associate, it's my responsibility to ensure that this is never happening. And if she is 98% sure that there's an October wedding with her name on it, 98%, you need to bring out your harpoon and you need to put an end to all of those contracts. Like, you need to look her in the face and you need to draft up a document saying, any weddings that you shoot in October, I have nothing to do with, because what I suspect is that you did this. Now, I can be totally wrong, and if I am, forgive me. But what I think is that you did this, and that's okay. I'm going to support you doing your own business, but I need you to hold my business not liable, because she suspects it. And when you suspect something as a business owner, you need to do everything you can to protect the thing that you have invested in. And I firmly believe that if the second shooter, if the first photographer got sued, I think that she would make it out clear, but there would be some damage done somewhere. If nothing else, this photographer is going to lose time of arbitration, of law time, of court time, of lawyer fees at minimum. So if she suspects this, she needs to get a contract with her second shooter and state that she is an independent contractor, independent of the business, and it needs to draft up a second agreement stating anything you shoot on your own, I have no responsibility with or in. It's kind of hardcore, but eek, this is what we love, right? This is what we want to protect. So we're the only ones to protect it. We're going to go into a brief section of Q&A.
I think that last story just blew people away. Not even possible? I don't know. Yeah.
Well, we have some more scenarios coming in that people want to seek your opinion on as well. So this one is from ABC. Is it okay to ask her first shooter to see how she edited my images? I was a second shooter. I didn't get paid, which I accepted. Shot over 400 photos, but I never got to see the final product. And no, I didn't get any recognition. Was I naive?
No, you agreed to the terms of that. Now, she can ask to see the gallery, but then it's the prerogative of the first if the first wants to share it. But she should not feel embarrassed to ask. She shouldn't. Yeah, but again, she may or may not be able to see them.
And definitely ask, and in the future, you know exactly what to ask. That's the thing.
Exactly. All right, well, let's do some questions. Oh, does anyone else have a comment? Okay. Let's ask a couple questions here, unless you had some more stories you wanted to share.
We'll see if we have more, but go for it.
Okay. So Beck had asked if the second shooter is using the photos they shot for their portfolio, should they be allowed to do their own editing, or should they only use the edited photos that the couple sees?
Again, go ahead, Boo. You answer this question how you think I would answer, because 2 days together and you're gonna know my answer.
I would never. They would only edit they would edit their raw files. Like, that's their picture, because our editing is our brand, and that who we are. But I mean, that plays into the fact that if we have a second shooter, when we work with a second shooter, we edit everything.
Right.
That we bring on.
But this comes back to this general rule that whatever the terms the first shooter sets is entirely okay. The second shooter needs to agree with it. So if that second shooter can only use the images that the first shooter edited, can I see that perspective? Why somebody would say, you shot with me, therefore I want all the images online to look the same? I could see that. Now, whether or not I would agree with that or I would, me personally, abide by that is something else. But communication, state what you want in the beginning, and nothing is right or wrong. It's simply what you are choosing. Simple as that.
All right. Well, we have some more kind of bigger general questions that we'd love to review from the full 2 days.
Because this thing turned a little deep. Dark, I feel like Judge Judy up in here. Okay.
Well, this is a question from Sam Cox in Colorado. Is in a normal first-second shooter relationship, does the first ever ask for or expect feedback from the second on how the shoot went? And do you talk about what went well and what didn't? Or, sorry, you would, but if the first, does the first ask the second?
Go ahead.
No, I was going to actually say that you should give the input when you were a second shooter. Would you give? As a second shooter, but we are a couple. I do give feedback to Jasmine.
Do you give her a grade?
I don't give her a grade, but I definitely give her. I do critique her work if needed. Not always, but I'll look at something and say, you know what, I saw that you were in a rut at this point. I saw the photos that you got, and I think that had we just kept going, or had we done something just a little bit different, you would have definitely gotten out of that creative funk. Right. So I'll do stuff like that. But
also he'll critique on the layout of the day. He'll just be like, you know what, this didn't work. So we have to remember that we can never do that again, and hearing it from a different perspective. But of all the 35, 40 weddings that I shot as a second shooter, I never had a first shooter come up to me and be like, so, how do you think I'm doing? Like, are you okay with how things are unfolding? How's the progress? I never had that, so I don't necessarily think it's a norm. However, I think it would be cool if a first shooter opened him or herself to it, but Mark?
I was just going to say, I've done a handful of weddings as a first shooter, and I had an awesome second shooter with me on one wedding. We were out at this park, it was gorgeous, and there was a Frisbee golf course right in the middle of where we wanted to shoot, and these guys were throwing discs through there, and there was just about a brawl, and so I was kind of like thrown off kilter, and my second was like, all right, hey, hold on, let's take it back a second. Why don't we go over here, take another look, and help with that? And I'd asked him, I said, hey, do you have any ideas, anything like that? Do you guys ever see any situations like that where the first would say, hey, I'm kind of stuck in something like this. Can you throw some ideas in?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We even have a code built in.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, the code is, I don't even know. I mean, it's late in the day, on the second day. I had like 4 hours of sleep, so I can't believe I'm actually saying this. But whenever I actually have my client twirl, like, I'll be like, okay, now just hold her and twirl her. Like, that's his code to be like, cold red, she ain't got nothing in her bag of tricks. We need to move around. We need to do something different because she's stuck. So, I mean, that's what we've learned over the years, because we know the twirl, like, for the sake of the client, they may get one twirl photo, but that's not what we do. We don't do the twirl, but that's like code for we need to move or you need to come up with an idea stat.
Yep.
So, yeah.
Okay, I have a question from Sarah Connor. How do you best build trust with your second shooter, hubby/hubby? I'm training mine at the moment, and I'm finding it difficult to let go.
I didn't let go until after working with JD as a third for a while, because I understood that my brand had to stay, the business had to stay intact, and so I was continually paying a second shooter, and JD would come along and he would shoot just the freedom to shoot under no pressure. And then when I saw that his body of work collectively was strong enough to stand on his own, yes, I was a little bit scared on his first wedding shooting on his own, but after I did that, it was only because I was confident, like giving him like a big net to begin with. I would never just take somebody out and be like, you have freedom, because I would be like, what are you doing? So I need to make sure that I protected our relationship first.
As second shooters, trust comes from getting better at what you do. As you know, when you become a better photographer, that builds trust. So with time, as we develop your craft, as you start shooting in manual mode and you start getting through it and getting your settings right and shooting things, that first shooter will start trusting, you know, to give you more responsibility. So trust comes in the form of getting better.
Time.
Time.
And a follow-up, does working together all these years, has that built trust in your personal relationship?
Yeah.
Well,
you had that already.
You what?
You had that already.
I think. I think that whatever we would have done, we would have been extraordinarily trusting of each other. But I do think that it has improved our silent communication. You know, I think that it's become so honed that, you know, just anywhere on a wedding day, I have this like, cuckoo, cuckoo. I was like, JD is looking for me right now. Like, it's just this thing. Yeah, I think this nonverbal communication, looking up at a person and having like little codes or nod and being like, we got this, we're moving on, or help me, this person's talking to me during cocktail hour. You know, those types of things really has honed.
Yeah, I agree. I think Jasmine at first, like she said, it was hard for her to just relinquish certain duties to me. So in regards to that, Jasmine, we've developed, you know, trust has come with time.
Right. Very true. Very true.
All right, well, let's finish.
Okay.
Let's finish the final portion of today.
Great.
Into our last slides.
Okay,
Wow.
I know. I'm like, we can see the finish line. Okay, we are at the point where we can honestly say, and I think that you guys have been sitting here and being like, Kate, is there anything more we could talk about second shooting? And the answer is no. We've talked about everything we know we could possibly say about the subject, and we hope that at the end of the course, you feel confident, you feel enlightened, and you feel excited to go out and start shooting weddings on your own. But so often what we see with these courses is that people are amped and they're stoked and they're like, I'm gonna go do it. And then all of a sudden they're like, I don't know how. So depending on where you are in the spectrum of this, we want you to plan an action plan because we're all about doing. I believe that in the process of doing, you're going to fail. But without doing, you will never succeed. So, wow. Dang, hashtag that. Okay, so first, we're gonna go through a list of things that we would love for you to do in order to start second shooting the way that you want to second shoot. We want you to join the J-Star Second Shooter group on Facebook. Oh, I'm sorry. First, identify what type of second shooter you are, right? Type 1, Type 2, or Type 3. Then we want you to join the J-Star Second Shooter Facebook group because 1, it's free, and 2, you're gonna meet some really awesome people. Be prepared to send a list of your gear to a first shooter if you want to reach out to them. Don't wait for them to ask. Then the more information you give them out front, the less they have to think about later. We want you to become personally invested with first shooters. Their blogs, social media, get to know and find ways that you can actually help them as people. We want you to present your portfolio in a professional manner, and we talked about all of those things. We want you to use proper etiquette. We know what the do's and don'ts are now. The only people who can keep us accountable are ourselves. We want you to use an agreement to outline the terms of service so that you never have to call the second shooter hotline. We want you to complete the pre-wedding day checklist so that you're not running around like a chicken without a head or accidentally reformatting cards on a wedding day. We want you to dress professionally, so no tank tops or flip-flops or running to Target at the last minute. We want you to create a wedding day shooting map. That's what we would love for you to do, to know where you're going to be with your first shooter and second. We want you to be proactive. Think about the things that you can do before you actually need to do them. We want you to deliver the images in a timely manner. We want you to enjoy. At the end of the day, enjoy being a second shooter and relish the fact that even if as slow as you are moving, you're actually moving in the trajectory of your dreams.
Yep, so for all the second shooters out there, continue this momentum going. Meet up with other second shooters, go out to lunch with them, and just pursue what it is that you love, which is second shooting and your passion. So we encourage that.
Thank you guys. Again,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, that was
Yeah.
great. What a great workshop this has been. It has been incredible. Thank you again to you guys. Can't believe it's over. We always get to this point where we're like, it's over.
Keep going, keep going.
I know all of you, the 8 of you sitting here, feel the same way. So, incredible day. I have a quote I'd love to read from the internet. Final quote for the day from Deborah Nage-Cromer. Jasmine Star, I love your analogies. I am the tile and he is my grout. I feel that way about my second shooter, but she would kill me if I ever admitted it. Thank you for a wonderful course. My sister, second shooter, and I are watching together in different towns, and our text chat conversations are going crazy.
So cute.
As our light bulbs keep going off. Thank you for answering the questions that have been our kinks. You and JD have been such inspiration. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. So,
Great.
very, very cool. And I think there's a massive consensus from everybody online feeling similar.
Absolutely, and I love that comment because you can just imagine these two people who work together, a first and a second, who are learning at the same time, but also are being able to like interactively work with each other as they're learning from the two of you. So
That's awesome.
It's beautiful, and there's so many wonderful comments coming through on the Facebook page. I look forward to you guys reading those as well. If you guys have been with us this whole time, awesome. But if you have missed any part of this course is available for $99. However, when you buy it right now, it's $79. There's a little countdown timer beneath the video that lets you know when that deal is going to end. There are just so many moving pieces in a wedding day, and we have seen that through and through over the course of these 2 days, and it can be out of control. And it really is. This is the biggest day of this couple's life. And that's why we're in this business. That's what we are attracted to. But it also can be sort of overwhelming. And especially when you are new. If you want to be a wedding photographer, as Susan said earlier, you have to start somewhere. And this is it. Like, you can see how dialed in JD is with Jasmine. And that's from experience. And the ability to have that dialed in. Can you imagine having that so dialed in that first shooter, even if it's your first time working with them, is blown away? And those skills are right here in front of you from JD and Jasmine. Because I think that all of us who have shot weddings have been there when you wake up in the morning. The alternative to feeling like you've got it dialed in is waking up in the morning and having that pit in your stomach, knowing that you're going to go there and you're going to say, wait, what am I supposed to be doing? What am I supposed to be doing now? What do they want me to be doing now? It doesn't have to be that way, and that's why we're here. We're here to help educate you and have you be able to refer to this information and to be able to practice over and over again, and to be able to walk into the wedding and own it.
Not wing it.
Own it.
Please don't wing it.
All of this is here for you. Again, you can purchase anytime access to watch these videos, plus all of the notes that are contained within the PDF, the slides that have been presented to you over the course of these 2 days. So everybody, if you want to be that person and not wake up with that pit in your stomach, go ahead and purchase this course. Thank you so much, JD, who is eating some snacks over there already. They are ready to celebrate. JD, you have just done an amazing job. Congratulations to your very first teaching on Creative Live.
You better come back.
Thank you very much.
Jasmine, again, what a fantastic workshop. Thanks again to everybody and everybody out there for joining us. Everyone, that's a wrap. Please help me give a big round of applause.
Bravo.